Oh, there's the scene at the Bristol County Ground. Morning to you. Day 4 of this match with Northants. Good morning from Ian Randall. Good morning from Ed Seaborn.
Good morning.
And the weather news today is that it is reasonably bright at the moment, and there is even, mention it quietly, the rumour of some possible late afternoon sunshine. So again, that may impact on the outcome of this match, because we've lost overs on each of the first 3 days. We cannot add those overs today, so it will be a maximum of 96. But given how tight this game now is, the last thing you would want is to have light impacting on it when both sides were maybe close to a victory. But as you can see, there's the board as umpires Ian Ramage and Steve O'Shaughnessy walk to the middle. Northants 228 ahead, 3 wickets in hand, and even, dare I say, Ed, even sort of the difference between 30 runs and 50 runs for Northants could make a big difference in the chase.
Oh yes, yeah, they will be thinking, even if we add, you know, it's what, 22 runs to get to 250, even that would feel like it would make a big difference chasing that versus Gloucestershire having to chase over 250. So any runs that they can get are vital, and in some ways they may have been saying, look, there's not actually that much pressure on you guys. Pressure's on Gloucestershire to get you out quickly, so just in some ways just go out and enjoy it, and if you do get rolled over for not very many, then so be it. We know we've got the score on the board to defend.
And I know we're talking about small margins here, but if Northants batted for, let's say, only 6 overs, then right at the end of the chase, if Gloucestershire got that far, there would be a second new ball available. If they soak up more overs than that, they may only have the impact of 1 new ball in essence when they come to bowl. But the first thing for Gloucestershire to do is to try and get these last 3 wickets as quickly as they can. Overnight pair, Simon Carrigan and Tom Taylor. Carrigan hasn't scored, Taylor has 5, and just Jack White to come along with the other Northants seam bowler, arguably their most dangerous seam bowler, Ben Sanderson. How he bowls will have a big impact too. So 3 slips to start, and it will be Ryan Higgins, unsurprisingly, to open from the Ashley Down road end. The shorter figure of Carrigan on strike, and finds the middle of the bat with the first defensive shot, which is exactly what he would have wanted to do. Some early arrivers on the Hammond roof, and a no ball from Ryan Higgins overstepping first up. So Northants up to 94 for 7, and Kerrigan waits and defends once more. Do you think that the number of overs is a factor for Northants, or if they batted for an hour, they really wouldn't worry too much? They don't just think that the number of overs to bowl Gloucestershire out in a margin between maybe 70 and 80 is that much of an issue?
I don't know. I mean, I suppose it raises the required run rate for Gloucestershire a little, especially if we're going to get interruptions towards the end of the day.
Higgins, and Kerrigan comes a long way down the pitch. I find it hard to see how umpire Ramage can raise his finger for that. Higgins gives Kerrigan a stare as he walks back. I heard him say actually at the close yesterday that he thought that it might be almost easier to score more quickly on this pitch in the 4th innings. Whether that was a bit of psychology from him or not, I don't know. He's a very positive individual. Here's Higgins again, and Kerrigan defends up to Dent at mid-on. There was some catching practice, slip catching practice going on before play today. Warner, Hammond and Lace are in there. Were they getting all the right practice, Ed, were they?
I'm getting a variety of different heights, etc. Tom Lace hasn't actually had a chance come to him yet, has he?
No, not at all. Higginson again, and Carrigan again defends.
I think just to go back to the point about the run rate, it's, you know, there is the required run rate, but that's not really the run rate that Gloucestershire would have to score at, because not just because of potential bad light later on, but you just couldn't really risk, you know, you can't really risk it coming down to the wire quite like that, can you?
Higginson again, and at the moment he's just making sure that Carrigan is playing at every delivery. We haven't seen one go past the stumps yet.
And then also, it's quite likely you'll still have to see off the new ball to some extent. So, yeah, the required run rate will be higher than that, really.
Higgins in, was going down the leg side, but Carrigan still played it and just defended it out onto the leg side. So, just the no ball in the over, 94 for 7. There's the lead, 231. And remember, we can't add any overs on from previous days, so it's a maximum of 96. And as I say, the forecast is, I think, a relevant point. And if there was the chance of some late afternoon sunshine that would really give us that full allocation of overs, then you know, both sides are very genuinely in the game here.
Yep. And all four results. Always have to say that. A reminder that the fourth result is possible, although given the number of times that it happens, I think it's arguable as to whether you can use the word possible quite like that. But at any rate, it should be an exciting day one way or another. Tom Price to start things off from the Bristol Pavilion, and he bowls a low full toss first ball, which Tom Taylor works straight to mid-on. So, for once actually, Tom Price not bowling one bang on the money very first ball, which he's done pretty much all his spells actually, isn't he? He's not had a loosener that I can remember up until that one, but still didn't produce a run. Tom Price bowling to Taylor, who's forward, defending up towards mid-off.
Just looking from our position, we can see various markers for the bowlers from the Ashley Down Road end, which has been, they've got sort of blue spray. I can't see a marker at the end of Price's run at the far end. And I just wonder whether literally that is part of the reason why he...
Price bowls back in the length, rising up onto his toes. Tom Taylor to get on top of it, no run.
Why he does have issues with a no ball sometimes. Does he effectively, rather than pacing out a run, does he effectively try a trial run, see where he comes down, put the marker down in his head, and then start from there?
I don't know. I'm not sure that I would see.
There's no disc.
I'm not sure that I would see the blue line down on the ground in the distance if there were one, so I'm not sure. Answer to that. Tom Price bowls, Taylor forward this time, and pushing away to backward point where Charlesworth fields. I'm tasting blood this morning, I must say, but nothing to do with the fact that Northants lower order and Taylor are in, but because I forgot how to eat a Mars bar earlier on.
Other chocolate bars are available.
They are, yes, but they weren't eaten this morning. Here's Price to the crease, bowls, and a flashing drive up and over the top of extra cover from Tom Taylor. It's not actually kind of skipped on, and so it will be stopped inside the boundary rope by the Gloucestershire skipper Chris Dent, and they've run well, so they've come through for 3 runs to make those the first runs off the bat this morning for Northants, and Tom Taylor up to 8, and Kerrigan will get just the 1 ball facing Tom Price. So a pretty decent result, you might say, for Northants, that it pulled up just shy of the boundary. Price to Kerrigan. Kerrigan plays slightly uncertainly. The bat was turning a little bit, and then he made a gesture with his gloves, which, if you were in any doubt before that, he was looking to work that into the leg side, but a little bit of a leading edge, but along the floor it went, and the end of Tom Price's first over of the morning. Just those 3 runs with that, well, pretty forcing shot from Tom Taylor over the top for 3 runs. 97 for 7, the lead 233.
You and I had a conversation just before we came on air today. I will remind you of our email address in a moment, about this pitch and it being the 4th day of a game, and both sides genuinely with a chance of winning it. And here is Higgins to bowl his second over. That's a big shout, and he answered in the affirmative. Taylor has to go. He's cut that back off the seam. It's struck Taylor in front, and umpire Ramage raises his finger. So first blow for Gloucestershire and for Ryan Higgins. Let's see where his pad. He's hit him on the back leg. That's why I think umpire Ramage has not much doubt about that. He's beaten the front pad, and Taylor walks disconsolately off. Wicket in the 3rd over, and Northants now 97 for 8.
It was a pretty masterful bowling performance from Ryan Higgins yesterday. Everything that Higgins does well, nipping the ball about, the batsman really uncertain as to what the ball's going to do off the pitch or in the air, and the usual intelligence from Higgins in terms of recognising how he's going to work the batsman over. But this one, when if you had that ball tracking that they can get, I would love to have seen if you could have put that ball alongside the ball that got rid of Rossington yesterday, which was the perfect leg cutter. If you put those 2 balls side by side, and then you could, as they can, measure the deviation between the 2, it would be so interesting to see, because that's what's making it, I think, particularly difficult for batting out there. It's not the fact, actually, necessarily that there's cloud cover and it's great bowling conditions atmospherically, but the ball is moving considerably off the pitch, and that's what Sanderson got Gloucestershire's top order, particularly the left-handers, in trouble with in the first innings.
And Sanderson has come out at number 10, and he will now face Higgins, and he fishes at that outside the off stump. And my point about the pitch was that you and I discussed it just before we came on air today, and to say that actually this is a pitch that you really want at Bristol, rather than the one which just goes flatter and flatter and flatter, and basically on the 4th day, if you're trying to bowl a side out, it's very, very difficult. This one genuinely gives you a chance of doing that, and Northants will have a chance of bowling Gloucestershire out. Even though the lead is, it's a modest lead. It's not a, it's not as if they're defending 340, where Gloucestershire really wouldn't have a chance of winning, you would feel, even on a flat pitch. But here, because there is movement, and Higgins said last night that the ball was almost doing a bit more yesterday, he felt.
It certainly did more than when Gloucestershire bowled first.
A little bit of watery sunshine too. Higgins in. Oh, that's skewed away to Charlesworth at point off the bat of Kerrigan. .98 for 8, 234 the lead. 250 is probably a psychological
you would
junction point.
You'd think
for
so.
Northants in particular,
at least in terms of what they're, what they might be saying, what they might be thinking.
Higgins again to Kerrigan, and he gets solidly behind it. The scenario here, of course, is that it now looks almost certain that the 3rd innings will be a lower score than the second innings, which will be a lower score than the first innings. So that is the challenge for Gloucestershire. They're going to have to get the second highest score of the match to win. Higgins short, and Kerrigan pulls. There's a big gap on the leg side. It was a pretty safe shot actually, and he's done well to keep it down. He'll pick up a single. 99 for 8, but a wicket for Higgins. Started the day with figures of 3 for 26, and he now has 4 for 30 from 12.
Well, you'd feel like Higgins was the key as far as if Gloucestershire were going to do what they've done here and bowl Northamptonshire out cheaply to give themselves a chance to chase something in the final innings of the match, that Higgins was probably going to have to be the leader of the attack. And he's certainly done that. He's been backed up, of course, by, in fact, all the other bowlers, but Higgins has been the spearhead, I suppose. Tom Price now bowls to Kerrigan, who slashes away wide of third man. They'll think about 2, but, well, I say they will. Kerrigan thought about 2, but Sanderson had absolutely no thoughts of coming back for the second run. The 100 is up for Northants. Kerrigan up to 2, so they've got Sanderson on strike now, theoretically, for 5 balls of this over, which on balance you'd think Gloucestershire would prefer. Price continuing, and he bowls, and Sanderson has a flash at that one, and for a second time it goes past his outside edge.
Wonder whether their thought here is, we'll have a dart for 20 minutes,
well,
and just get what we can.
I don't think there's, particularly from what we saw of White in the first innings, and this shot here from Sanderson as well, I don't think they're the sort of batsmen who are going to kind of do what Warner and Matt Taylor did, or at least if they were going to do it, they'd need a kind of a finish line. As there's another flash and a miss, trying a shot off the back foot this time, Sanderson, whilst the weight was going away from the ball, but once again no outside edge taken as it goes through into the gloves of Bracey, and I think that's always the thing you think with tail enders, isn't it? That if you give them a number of overs to bat, or that they can count down, give them that finish line, then the mind is applied, and quite often they can do things which they might not necessarily be doing in another situation. Price bowls, Sanderson drives, and a stop made by Dent at mid-off, reaching out to his full extent.
And the reason I say about that sort of, coming out having a dart, that's what Leicestershire did, wasn't it, in the game here? I mean, we had a very, very frenetic first hour on the last day where their strategy was completely unexpected. And,
yes.
it set up a big chase, as we know, but a clatter of wickets and a high scoring rate.
Price in, Sanderson this time defends out towards point and no run, and it was almost, dare I say it, was almost kamikaze, actually.
That was the word you used at the time.
Yes, well, they threw... There's a difference between throwing wickets away, like Leicestershire did, and, and going aggressively. It wasn't necessarily the shots that they played, it was more actually the running between the wickets. There were 2 utterly needless run-outs. They had a bit more time than that. Price bowls wide, and a slash and a nick, and gone. Price gets his third, a short wide ball, not possibly the ball that he might have expected to get Sanderson with, but the dismissal type was certainly on, the way that Sanderson was slashing away outside that off stump, and it's been nicked. Obviously a pretty fine nick. I must admit I didn't actually hear it up here, but no question of the fact that there was one, because Sanderson was walking and Steve O'Shaughnessy didn't even need to put his finger up. So 100 for 9, Price gets his first scalp of the morning, and now Jack White comes out to the middle.
Things are going to progress pretty quickly here, aren't they, you feel? Faster than I imagined, I must say.
Well, it's so far been exactly what Gloucestershire would have wanted. There would have been, I'm sure, from spectators as well, whether they're in the ground or viewing on the stream, there would have been thoughts of, well, I can just see them grabbing a useful 20 or 30, and they may still get there, but so far
they've only added 8.
Yeah, there's been not that kind of really significant addition. But having said that, White in the first innings, despite the fact that he did it his own way, he got 15 off 17. That sort of innings here potentially takes Northants, if Kerrigan scores a few as well, well over that 250 mark in terms of a chase for Gloucestershire.
Well, I think Higgins and Price would definitely want to see this through now, having been given the authority this morning. Price now 3 for 26, and Higgins chasing a 5th wicket with the last pair together. Kerrigan waits for him, and that's edged and into the air, but short of Charlesworth. At point, not much control there from Kerrigan. And I think Ben Sanderson, while he was frustrated to get out as he did, he will be looking at the movement from this Ashley Down Road end and saying, that's the end I'm having again, well, quite soon possibly. Kerrigan, about raised, goes over Dent this time, and he struck that well. It's gone all the way to the rope for 4 at wide long on.
2 bounces over the rope, and that was a really clean strike from Kerrigan. Higgins obviously pitching it up and giving it a chance to move, but what a pick-up that was. Just whipped it over wide long on, and as I say, only 2 bounces over the rope.
But this is almost a last chance saloon for Kerrigan, you feel. He's gone short there as Higgins, and Kerrigan sways out of the way. Thought about playing the scoop, I thought. Or maybe he didn't quite have the technique. Was it really an attempt to play the scoop, I wonder? Or was he really?
I think he was going for the uppercut, wasn't he, over the top of the slips, because the ball got quite big on him when I guess he'd set himself ready to try and slam another full delivery, but the attempted uppercut was a little bit too late.
Pretty eventful first quarter of an hour. 2 wickets already, and Higgins into Kerrigan, who defends this time. Obviously this is the last day of this round of championship matches. Notts, Kent and Essex all won yesterday, and it's also the first day of the test match at the Oval, where England won the toss and decided to put India in.
Yes, must admit I didn't necessarily think that was going to come, but there's no Ashwin for India.
Higgins into Kerrigan, another slog away through the leg side, another chase for Dent. The ball may beat him again. I think it's going to go all the way to the rope for 4, and he's, in a rather less authentic fashion, he's picked up another boundary.
Yes, that one was a little bit of a hack from Kerrigan, but then they don't have to be pretty, they just have to be effective. And it was another delivery pretty much in exactly the same spot as he hit that much more authoritative whack over mid-on, but that's where the gap was, and that's exactly where Kerrigan was looking to hit it, so fair play to him.
Lead up to 244. Higgins again. Oh,
my goodness.
That's completely gone wrong. It's gone outside. What was that? Was that an attempted leg break? I wonder. It's gone way outside the off stump, and it's given us a wide. And
it was almost in danger of being a no ball, actually. It was almost in danger of landing off the cut strip. Wide of it. I think is Higgins having a debate about this?
Well, there should be a broad grin about what he was trying there. Out of the back of the hand came out completely askew. I don't often see that from Higgins. I think he'll try this time. That's much more what we're used to. And defended by Kerrigan. 109 for 9 then, Northants. You've had 5 overs this morning. And Tom Taylor, who was not out overnight, and Ben Sanderson already back in the pavilion. So Northants down to their last wicket pair, but they have advanced the lead this morning from 228, when it was overnight, to 245.
Should also say, in terms of wins yesterday, there was a thumping win for England women against New Zealand in the first T20 against... Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say against, I meant to say at Chelmsford. I've already said who it was against. And Tammy Beaumont making 97, just falling agonisingly short of that three-figure mark, but it was a thoroughly impressive performance to take the lead in the series. So Tom Price round the wicket to the left-handed Jack White, who's back in defence first ball.
Should say India 13 without loss, by the way, in the test match.
He played a few nice-looking drives in the first innings, Jack White, so I think if Price pitches it up, that's probably what he's going to look to do. Then there's no fielder at cover, nor a fielder out at deep cover, so they are allowing him to play that shot. Price bowls, and that is a play and a miss, not too far off the stumps, which, as mentioned several times in the first innings, they are all visible to the bowler pretty much as he runs in. White's kind of set up outside that leg stump and then doesn't really move from there. It's a bit of the new school Stuart Broad about it. Stay leg side of the ball and try and give it a whack. Here's Price. He is in, and White is defending this one towards extra cover.
I know he's batting at 11, and that's understandable. USA staying leg side of the ball. The front foot doesn't go towards the ball very much. Does it?
No, but that's good. That is the Stuart Broad school nowadays. Now that he doesn't really, well, put it this way, he puts himself into a position to hit the short ball rather than have the short ball hit him. Price bowls wide of the crease, and White angles that one down towards third man. There is a third man in place, Graham van Buren down there out of my sight, and White picks up a single, so they take the run with 2 balls remaining in the over. I wonder whether Price is of a pace where Kerrigan feels like he can swat it away, or whether Kerrigan might feel like Price is just that little bit quicker and he might not quite fancy see ball, hit ball, as they say.
I think
quite as much.
It's a chat between skipper Dent and Tom Price there, and they've worked out that if Kerrigan's going to go towards that long boundary, going to have an extra man out on the leg side.
Here's Price is in and bowls to Kerrigan, who clips away leg side, but it's fielded by the man that they had just put there. Tom Lace fielding at mid-wicket. So Kerrigan, he had a big gap on the leg side still because they have deep square leg out. He could pick up a single into, but now what are they going to do? Are they going to keep that deep square leg out? Yeah, looks like they are. So they've got a third man, a deep square leg and a fine leg out on the ropes. Last ball of the over, Price to Kerrigan, who turns away leg side. That's what he was looking for. And this time, he kind of had a dress rehearsal and got it too far in front of square. This time, he clips it behind square. And Van Buren comes in off the fine leg boundary to do the fielding, and Kerrigan will have the strike for the next Higgins over. There are a lot of ones about. It's 1-1-1 for 9. Kerrigan has 11 and White has 1.
Just to put Kerrigan's batting in context, he has made 3 first-class 50s in his career, but he's played 113. This is his 114th first-class match. So there is some ability there, but we don't see it all that often. Here they've gone down to just 1 slip, and Miles Hammond and Lace are both out now, and he's going to go through that area on the leg side. He's got to really lift it over the infield, and Higgins has gone very short with the first ball, and it's called as a no ball by umpire Ramage.
At the moment, this is feeling a little bit like when England were bowling to India's tail at Lords, where all of a sudden, despite the fact that the pitch is offering quite a bit, you go to, well, you change what you're doing.
Higgins again short. Kerrigan's got that away over the fielder on that point, and it's gone all the way to the point boundary. That was an unorthodox stroke, but it's brought him 4 runs, and Northants up to 117 for 9, and Kerrigan's proving a little bit of an irritant here. So,
that's an extraordinary shot. It's like he's prepared for the pull shot, and at the last minute he's just kind of
played a square cut.
Yeah, it's a square cut almost without a backlift in the end, because of the fact that he's prepared for the pull shot, but mighty effective. It went well over, but way over backward point. It was never anything else other than 4.
And this is the...
I think now maybe we're getting a bit of a change of thinking here, because 2 slips back in rather than just the 1, 3rd man up, but well, now deep points going out.
So they did 25 this morning, Northants, and the lead is up over 250. 1 more wicket required for Gloucestershire to be on their way with the chase. But Kerrigan, a little bit on his own, actually, is just, I think he's adopting what the strategy that you kind of indicated. It was a bit of a pressure-free situation for someone to go out and just give it a biff for half an hour. And Kerrigan's picked the deliveries to hit reasonably well.
Yeah, he has. And the 2 that he's really gone after off Higgins to start with have both been maybe just slightly overpitched from what Higgins might like, and then he's gone after the short stuff, and tail enders are often going to hit those for 4.
Kerrigan again tries to play across the line up to Dent. He's at mid-on, and they rattle through for the single, so 2 balls left in the over, and I think this is the first time that Higgins has got the chance to bowl at White.
Over or around? Looks like over at the moment.
Now, if White was scoring anywhere in his knock in the first innings, it was generally through the offside. He wasn't.
He is going to come around. I thought that would probably seem to be the better strategy for that reason, playing against the angle, and also Higgins can target the stumps.
Here he is, to White, who gets, again, he's inside the line, backing away fractionally to the leg side. But he's kept it out. And Northants squeezing out every run they can. From this 3rd innings of the match, 118 for 9. Higgins to White, who again backs away, gets inside the ball, but comfortably defends, and Price fields. So there's the overall match position. Higgins with the greatest number of wickets in this 2nd innings, and he's also taken one of the 2 to fall this morning. He and Price both with a success, but now Kerrigan trying to grab what he can while White can support him at the other end. And obviously the overs continue to tick away, and we'll lose 2 between innings. So a wicket falls in this ball, will be down to 86. for the chase. So it's going to be about a 3 runs and over kind of situation. But the pitch is doing a bit.
Tom Price to Simon Kerrigan is in, and Kerrigan has swatted that one over mid-wicket, and that's cleared the infield by a distance once again and crashes into the boards at wide mid-wicket for 4. If it's just a little bit fuller, Kerrigan, he's not held back, put it that way. It's a pretty handsome shot, actually. We're almost down on one knee, treating Price like he was a medium pacer.
And all his 3 boundaries have all gone in the same area.
3 of his 4, yeah.
Sorry.
With the cut shot over point as well. But yeah, point taken is where he's scoring his runs at the moment. His Price, he bowls, that's very short, and Kerrigan can't get anything on it. But in truth, if he did get something on it, it was probably quite likely to go over the top of Bracey for 4. And it's been called as 1 for the over, which I don't think Kerrigan agrees with. I think in his mind that was over head height, but first 1 for the over called. Kerrigan surveying, I say surveying the field, he's pretty much surveying the gap where he's hit those 3 boundaries. Price bowls a short ball, and there's the top edge, it flies for 6. So he bowled it short again. I suspect that will be his second 1 for the over. Actually doesn't look like they've called it, but if you bowl it short and you bowl it just down the leg side, I mean, it hasn't necessarily quite helped it round the corner. It was more of a top edge, but it doesn't really matter because that's what's going to happen. So 6 to Kerrigan. He's to 26 now from just 30 balls. 4 fours and a 6. Northants lead up to 264. Price bowls. Kerrigan slices this one, but there's no fielder at where a conventional cover would be, and they'll pick up 1 out to the fielder who was out at deep point there. So that moves White on to strike with 2 balls left in this over.
The spectators would be getting well into this if this was Gloucestershire having a dart like this, wouldn't they? But when it's happening against you, it really is quite an irritant.
Again, it's just, you know, Gloucestershire have changed what they're doing. They're bowling a completely different way from what's brought them their success. And yes, if they've bowled it full, Kerrigan has slogged it over. Well, he's not necessarily slogged it. He's played 1 slog and 2 really good pickup shots over wide mid-wicket. But he's done that off balls which were just that little bit fuller. If they've hit that good length, he's still actually defended them. Price bowls to White, who looks for the drive, but just opens the face perhaps a bit more than he might have liked and gets it to Charlesworth at backward point. So there's no run there. But then for White, I said that there was no kind of established batsman left for Northants, but the way that Kerrigan is going, White probably feels like he is actually now playing for Kerrigan. So he's got that finish line in his mind.
Gohar just having a stretch. I wonder if Chris Dent might be thinking about the spinner.
Last ball of the over, Price to White, and White looks for the drive. It goes right over the top of the stumps, and Price left to wonder what might have been. So the end of the over, 129 for 9, 27 to Kerrigan from just 31 balls. Jack White keeping him company on 1.
Well, Ryan Higgins' 4 overs today have cost 20. He has taken a wicket, but he's going to be, I thought he was going to be replaced there for a moment because Zafar Gohar was took his cap off, but maybe they've decided he might bowl from the other end. Higgins is going to have 1 more go at Kerrigan. There's the Northants lead, 265. And I did 37 this morning.
So Hammond's now going on the Kerrigan shot. He's feeling sort of deep-ish mid-wicket, wide mid-wicket.
And Kerrigan's bowled. So it's all over. 5 wickets for Ryan Higgins. And he finishes with 546, 2 expensive ones this morning. But Gloucestershire will be chasing 266 to win. What a teasing target that is going to be in 85 overs. 266 in 85 overs. So the second new ball, almost an irrelevance, you would say.
Yeah,
it's so late.
Although, unless it's a situation where Gloucestershire are suddenly blocking late on because they've lost early wickets. But I didn't know whether that smirk was because he knew what I was going to say.
No.
But top of off stump.
Yeah.
It's not full enough that Kerrigan was looking to smash it away over mid wicket. It's just that little bit further back. It's the length that has worked all match, and that's what's produced the wicket. But there we go. Somebody, in some ways you could say, somebody was always likely to play some sort of a cameo. And perhaps, if you're looking at that from the optimistic point of view that Ryan Higgins seemed to be from the quote that you had heard, perhaps it backs up the point that it might be easier to score quicker somehow on this rather than trying to block and you wait for that good ball to get you out.
Well, Kerrigan out for 27, made in just 44 minutes with 4 fours and a 6. And Higgins finishes with 5 for 46 and Tom Price with 3 for 39. They're the only 2 bowlers used today, and Zafar Gohar just having a bowl in the first innings of this match. Northants all out for 129, and now we have, let's say, the teasing prospect of Gloucestershire. 266 they're going to need to win this match in basically a day's batting, less 45 minutes. And they've asked for the heavy roller, and a lot will depend on the left-handers at the top of the order: Charlesworth, Hammond, Bracey, Dent, and always equally how Sanderson bowls with the new ball for Northants. The real dangerous period, we've made this point, the ball has done quite a bit throughout these last couple of days in particular. The period up until lunch, the hour and a quarter that Sanderson will take a significant chunk of with his opening spell, will give us a fair idea, I think, about how likely a successful chase is going to be.
Yeah, I think so. And in terms of the period in the day where we've seen it really be the most tricky to bat on 2 occasions, it's been later on in the day when the floodlights have been on and when the cloud cover has been really thick. Here we've got possibly some of, well, I mean, it's still a blanket of cloud, but there's more brightness about than there was. And certainly yesterday, when Sanderson was forced to come on and bowl against the Gloucestershire tail, lower order, bowled 5 overs at the start of the day and then came on having been kind of forced to after lunch.
With a new ball too.
It didn't quite seem to be getting the same extravagant movement as you see the final moment of the Northants innings there, with Kerrigan getting cleaned up by Ryan Higgins. A bit of revenge for Higgins after being hit for a couple of dismissive boundaries by Kerrigan. But I think, you know, the ball didn't seem to be doing quite as much then when Sanderson had bowled, but equally I think Gloucestershire know they're going to have to bat well, especially up front, in order to, I guess you can almost think of it like laying the platform that you talk about in a one-day match.
And actually, if you go back to that Leicestershire chase, which is perhaps that's not the right one to do it with, but they could effectively just bat as in a natural sense for quite a long time before they believe that they would turn it into effectively a chase in the last 20 overs, let's say. If they got to a point of 140 for 3 and there were 20 overs to go, you still might say, okay, if the sun was out, they still would be in with a chance of having a dart at it. They want to be closer than that, of course. Ideally, they would. But
I take your point. I mean, there are different ways to play it, but all of them involve having the wickets in hand. I guess.
And the Leicestershire chase, I think, from memory, was something like 216 in 39 overs at tea. That was what they were left with, but they had 2 batsmen that were well set.
Yeah. And that's the key,
that was the difference in getting the rate down from a position where it was well above a runner ball, and you had an attack with a bowler short, as Leicestershire had on that occasion. The one perhaps it's in fact it's neither the Surrey one where they had a stronger attack with a smaller total, or the Leicestershire one which was a much bigger total with a weaker attack. This one's in the middle where you feel as if Proctor and Sanderson are going to be the threat with the new ball, but they've got a spinner lurking later who has shown he can turn it.
Yeah, I think the difference, the biggest difference between both those 2 chases and this one is the pitch, because this pitch is not a day for Bristol pitch such as we've seen many a time. It's not a pitch where things have just got better and better for batting as the match has gone along. So that's one of the big differences between those 2. But I suppose equally, both those 2 chases, Gloucestershire lost early wickets. They lost a couple of relatively early ones against Leicestershire, which is what forced Lace and Cobain into defence rather than attack for a pretty extensive period of time, actually, throughout that afternoon session on that day. And then against Surrey, they didn't lose enough early wickets that the chase was never on. It's just that you weren't necessarily expecting Van Buren in particular to come out and play the knock that he did in the way that he did. You expected maybe he might build through things, but he was clearly just seeing the ball so big at that point that he just went for it almost from ball 1. But whether that can be the approach here if they lose early wickets, I'm not sure that it necessarily can, because I suspect the ball's likely to be doing enough that they may feel like they have to shut up shop a little bit. Well, who knows? Maybe we tried to call it. We tried to call it once in that Surrey match, and that's not how Gloucestershire saw it. So maybe they will feel like they've got, even 3 or 4 wickets in hand, as it were, before they really try to shut things up, and then maybe try and move through the gears, as it were, later on.
Yeah, how aggressive will they be at the start? 266 in 85 overs is the equation. We're going to have an hour and a quarter until lunch. The skies are a little brighter than we've had them for the previous 3 days. Again, visibility in the distance is good. And I say there is this concept that we may have some late afternoon sunshine, which obviously would really help in giving both teams the chance to get a result out of this match. India have lost their first wicket in the test. They are 28 for 1 at the Oval, having been put into bat. England a couple of changes, Wokes for Curran, and also obviously no Joss Butler, so Johnny Bairstow is keeping wicket. Ollie Pope in the side, and England, as having won the toss, decided to bowl first, and first wicket, Rohit Sharma caught by Bairstow off Wokes for 11.
So Wokes bowling a wicket maiden in his first over back. I guess he was ready.
So Sanderson will bowl from the Ashley Down Road end, and there are 3 sips for Northants, as there have been for a lot of this game. Vasconcelos, Taylor and Gay as previously. So what can Sanderson extract from this pitch after the heavy roller? And it's the first ball is squeezed away for a single straight away by Ben Charlesworth. So Gloucestershire off and running. Ethan Rice, in fact, is out on the field as a sub-fielder down in front of the scoreboard, so I'm not sure who isn't out there at the moment. There'll be plenty of chat out there. You can be sure of that. And Miles Hammond just trying to get his feet going as he waits for Sanderson past umpire Ramage. And that's too straight in the cry of waiting. And Hammond largely got his runs in the second innings of those games at the Oval and Leicester, didn't he?
He got runs in both to some extent, I think. Yeah.
I will check.
Off the top of my head,
I will check.
I think he got decent scores in both of those games in both innings.
Sanderson to Hammond, who goes towards the ball and then takes the bat away. Sanderson's early spell yesterday was, I think, only 5 overs, and then he obviously came back with the second new ball. At Grace Road, 67 in the first innings and 8 in the second. And at the Oval, 77 and 45. He waits again for Sanderson. Oh, and that beats him. That's a almost unplayable ball. It's outside the off stump. He's gone forward at it, and how it's squeezed through without a nick. Not easy to see. That's gone right through everything.
I think it's come back towards him and then it's gone away. So yeah, I don't know how you play that.
Sanderson again, and Hammond gets further across this time. Fielded by, that is Gouldstone.
I think it's Kerrigan who's not on the field at the moment. Doing a little look round.
Yeah, Proctor is at mid-on and Keogh at mid-off, so that's in Kerrigan's position where he was fielding for most of the first innings. Sanderson again to Hammond, and he's again pushed at that. Not got a touch, so that's 2-0 in terms of moral victories to the bowler in Sanderson's first over. Gloucestershire will know they're going to get a testing examination from him, and the question will be who will share the new ball with Sanderson. You would suspect
Looks to be White.
Yeah, it was White in the first innings, and Proctor caused his damage coming on as first change, and they're going to hold him back again here.
Yeah, looks like they may be thinking have Proctor on as the quite insurance policy if the openers don't strike, but equally this innings could be completely different. It could be White and Taylor who caused the damage. Who knows? But it will be White to take the new ball from the Bristol Pavilion end. He's in and bowls to Charlesworth, who's forward in defence, playing up towards mid-off.
I should just remind you of our email address, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. There it is, top right-hand corner of your screen. Particularly thoughts as the day unfolds. Perhaps thoughts about how Gloucestershire should go about this.
Here's White over the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth, who leaves outside off stump. Bit of carry there through to Rossington.
I mean, it almost feels, when you say it's 3 runs and over, give or take, it's not really a chase, is it, in that sense? You're just batting.
Yeah.
And until
you use the word chase, I suppose, don't you? Because it is.
You do, because it's
chasing down the total. But yeah,
it's the 4th innings, and you know you have a certain target. But it's not an accelerated chase in that way.
Here's White. Charlesworth waiting bat raised, and he punches that one into the gap at cover, and that will be a single for Charlesworth. He moves to 2, as does the Gloucestershire total. They're leaving cover open, tempting the drive, and Charlesworth just playing sensible cricket, just taking the single, and it's a run rate which, I've said it before, I'll say it again, it means that you don't have to go hard at this early. You can see off the new ball and then see how things go. It's just seeing off the new ball that's going to be especially tricky. So Hammond on strike to White, who bowls back of a length, and Hammond tries to force through the offside but doesn't get the right part of the bat on it as far as he's concerned, and it dribbles away for no run.
So in Northants' first innings, Rossington got 94. Do you think somebody has to play, somebody has to get an 80 or to that end for Gloucestershire to win here, or could they do it with a bits and pieces card?
It's hard to know, isn't it? But it's going to be hard for new batsmen starting, you'd have to think. White bowling to Hammond. This time he has got his forcing drive away, not with the timing, again, that he might like, but he's able to pick up his first run, and 3 without loss. Gloucestershire's score needing 263 more runs to win, and I think it's been the case that wickets have fallen in clusters, so it's going to take some serious batting for perhaps there not to be a cluster of wickets at some point in this innings as well. White bowls, Charlesworth leaves this alone outside off stump, and the end of Jack White's first over, the second of the innings. Gloucestershire 3 without loss, and for now you're almost counting down the overs of Sanderson in this first spell, because he could bowl 7 or 8 overs. There's going to be no holding back from Sanderson now in terms of number of overs that he bowls. It's not like yesterday morning, for example, when he bowled a 5-over spell. Like, I can't see him bowling a spell of that length
and on the basis that Northants didn't know whether they want to need him again for a second stint.
Yeah.
If the follow-on had been enforced. Here is Sanderson. It's a bit wider this time, and Rossington has to go across almost in front of Vasconcelos to take it.
The other thing is, with the time being as it is as well, it's not as though you'd bowl Sanderson for a short spell so that he could have 2 spells in the session. He's only going to have time for 1, and then lunch will come, and you'd have to imagine that he will be opening up after the lunch break.
Yeah, Northants put quite a lot of their eggs in this basket at the front end of the innings. That's punched away by Charlesworth. It may not go for 4. There's a chase for Zaybak towards that deep boundary at point, and they'll come back just for 2. That was Hammond, my apologies.
Gloucestershire relying on the blondes. There's nothing wrong with being blonde.
I never was. And even if I had been, evidence would have long since disappeared. Sanderson going to come round the wicket. So early change of angle. Quite a short approach, as we've mentioned before, and forcing Hammond to play round his pad and come back down the pitch. Emilio Gay just wandering and pondering at third step. Couple of catches for him in the first innings. But Northants caught just about everything. Sanderson in, that's again punched away off the back foot this time by Hammond, and they'll again come back for 2. Zaber's got quite a big area to patrol there.
Yeah, he is a whippet in the field, but even he was never going to be able to prevent 2 there. And still, Northants leaving that cover open. I wonder how long it will be before they start thinking about the runs they might concede through there. Certainly not yet, anyway.
Nope.
It's too early for that now.
They want wickets, that's what they're hunting, and Sanderson, for the 3rd time, beats the bat, this time from around the wicket. And he'll be thinking there isn't much justice at the moment, because that's the 3rd really good delivery he's bowled. Another look at it from the camera behind the bowler's arm. Hammond's got to play at that. The brightness just receding a touch, and Hammond this time gets better into line. But in the first 2 overs of Sanderson, we've seen, I think Ed used the phrase, he had the ball on a string in his opening spell in the first innings. Not quite the same, but there's certainly a considerable threat there. 7 without loss, Gloucestershire, having bowled Northants out this morning for 129. So they added 37 this morning to their overnight total for the last 3 wickets.
See, that's a number that's been noted down potentially for later use.
Leaving Gloucester 266 to win.
Here's White bounding in, and he bowls back of a length. Charlesworth gets behind it and defends it up the pitch. White doesn't field it, but then it's picked up at mid-off. I'm going to go back to something else that was said in the Test match, actually the Headingley Test this time rather than the Lord's Test, which was, you know, it could potentially be pertinent here, in that if you look at certain deliveries in isolation, I'll finish that after this ball. White to Charlesworth, full, driven down the ground by Charlesworth, and it's pretty quick down there. It might go for 4, and it does. Barely a push really from Charlesworth, but he's so strong on that drive, and it was over-pitched from Jack White. It was a free punch, if you like, through the ball, with mid-off basically having to do 2 rolls, try and stop the straight drive and try and stop the cover drive. If he gets it straight, there's runs to be had, and it has been very quick towards the pavilion. So 11 without loss, Charlesworth to 6. White bowls to Charlesworth, who's forward and playing very straight. The wide mid-off fielder having to move to his left to cut it off. It's Rob Keogh there, and there's no run. But just going back to that point, it was said that if you looked at certain deliveries that the Indian batsmen got out to, you'd say they didn't have to play at that. But if you didn't look at them in isolation, you watched the entire working over, or you watched perhaps even a couple of overs before, then you suddenly see why they played at it. There's White bowls to Charlesworth, who this time rises up a little onto his toes and defends. See that fielder at wide mid-off, and I think it was brought into my mind by one of the plays and misses from Hammond in that previous over, where the last one where he'd really played well away from his body. But it's so easy to say that when you haven't been facing the deliveries that Sanderson's been bowling to Hammond before that. Here's White bowls full. Charlesworth defends. A few yelps from behind the stumps, mostly from Taylor at second slip, but Charlesworth comfortably in defence, and whilst the ball may be passing the outside edge, admittedly particularly from Sanderson's end, whilst Gloucestershire have not lost a wicket, the longer this goes on, the more desperation there is in the Northants side. This time Charlesworth leaves, the ball just angling across Charlesworth. White has not yet shown that he's going to be bringing the ball extravagantly back in to these left-handers, so Charlesworth's been content so far to leave anything that's looking like it's going to angle past his off stump. 4 overs gone, 11 without loss, a decent start for Gloucestershire, but then equally there's still been plenty of threat from Sanderson that he could change that in a hurry.
Yes, Kerrigan's out on the field now. So Northants with all their bowling options out there, and that's squeezed away by Hammond. Down, in fact, to Kerrigan, who is that third man in front of the smaller of the two scoreboards. If you're working from home today, and hopefully we will keep you company. Maybe the cricket's on in the background. It's going to be it could be a slow burner of a day, this, but quite a lot can still happen. Sanderson staying around the wicket. Charlesworth batted very well in the Hampshire chase, where he got 99 in the Royal London. Started very slowly in that game, and then gradually increased his scoring rate almost without you noticing. And maybe that's the sort of when you might think about playing here.
And it was a similar role that he played at Scarborough as well against Durham. Bracey was the aggressor and Charlesworth was the linchpin holding it together, because you know, the way that Bracey had played allowed Charlesworth to play that role, and then Scott and Jack Taylor to finish off that match. And you know, it's a situation here where he could play the same role.
Sanderson staying around the wicket, and Sanderson lets that one go. That was quite a two stumps outside the off stump of the left-hander. He wants to take his guard again. Well, he's taking middle and off there, I think. Didn't look like middle. As you can see, this is Northants' 5th over of a possible 85. Charlesworth in solidly into line, fielded by Keogh.
The kind of delivery which Sanderson would be happy to see Charlesworth on the front foot too, be thinking that there's every chance of him getting that outside edge equally. Charlesworth playing it softly, playing it as late as he can, and I think that's still going to continue to be the key against Sanderson here.
Charlesworth waits for him, stands a bit taller there, can't get it past Keogh though once more. So Sanderson keeping a lid on things here, but at the moment Gloucestershire, as Ed said, perhaps in the concept of the game, perhaps seeing him as the main threat, knowing that if the main threat was a spinner, and that's not to say Kerrigan might not be a threat later, but if your real star bowler was a spinner, you'd know that he could bowl 20 overs from one end. Well, Sanderson isn't going to do that, so it's maybe a question of Gloucestershire looking to play around Sanderson a bit if they can.
Like you with this angle, Jack, was the call as White now comes round the wicket to Miles Hammond. Here is White with those locks flowing as Hammond drives into the ground and knocked down by White with one hand in his follow through. So White bowling 2 overs without a huge amount of threat from over the wicket, deciding to try and angle it towards those stumps. Probably didn't particularly like how comfortable some of the leaves were from over the wicket, particularly from Charlesworth. White bowls, Hammond does leave. There's a little bit more jeopardy for the left-hander leaving from that angle, but equally that was more than wide enough that Hammond could leave it alone fairly comfortably. The ball not yet moving as extravagantly as it seemed to when Northants bowled with the first new ball in Gloucestershire's first innings. Here's White, he's in and he bowls. Hammond works that one away through, I say through, to the fielder at mid-wicket. There were some shouts there as though they felt if Hammond had missed that, that would have been plumb LBW. It's quite wide of the crease.
It's very wide, actually. Very wide.
So I'm not sure whether it may even have been actually angling down the leg side if it had struck Hammond on the pad, but Hammond's got no intention of missing it. White in and bowls a full delivery. Hammond kind of checks his drive. It was really just a firm defensive push from Hammond, but doesn't pick up a run to that fielder at wide mid off. He's not almost back foot no ball territory. I mean, you have to bowl incredibly wide of the crease for that to be brought into play with this angle and arm, but still he is very wide of the crease when he's releasing it. Hammond edges over the top of third slip, and it's going to go to the boundary for 4. The first real moment of nerves for Gloucestershire and for Miles Hammond. It was a jab outside the off stump, but Hammond going just hard enough at it. There's no time really for Emilio Gay to react there. He just, even though it would have been, if the slips had been at I guess more of a, I'm not going to say quite conventional depth, but if it had been a really pacey surface, that would have been exactly the sort of slip catch that would have been gobbled up. But there's just no time to react when you're in close. White bowls, Hammond pulls. More of a bottom edge really on that one. He'll get a single down to long leg. But 5 runs in the end of that over. It's not necessarily about how, but the first real moment of alarm caused by Jack White in this innings so far. But Gloucestershire 17 without loss after 6 overs. The target having been brought down below 250.
Yes, a reminder, the total number of overs available is 85. But in principle, it's a day's batting less 45 minutes. And because of the nature of the pitch and the level of the target, it is a teasing sort of game on this final day. Genuinely both sides will feel they have a chance. And Sanderson is going to go back over the wicket. He's dispensed with the idea of staying around, and Hammond waits for him up towards Rob Keogh at mid-off. Hammond in the championship, highest score was that 77 we mentioned, 350s in all. Average is 45, but he only played in half the games in the first phase.
Yeah, he was very, very consistent once he came into the side, and even at the Cheltenham Festival, that was the case too.
Sanderson always tried to take the bat away from that. It's gone sharply on the bounce to Emilio Gay. You look at those scores. Actually, in the game against Somerset, obviously he only batted in one innings, actually didn't face a ball, and then 67 and 8 at Leicester, 75 and 46. So I'll come back to that in a second. And beaten again. Well, the law of averages would say that Sanderson's going to find an edge if he keeps bowling those.
Indeed, and that's where he had his success in the first innings, exactly those kinds of deliveries over the wicket and just bowling it not on the absolute fullest of full lengths, but just nipping it away from the left-hander and bringing the outside edge into play.
There he is again, and once more Hammond defends. So I say 77 and 45 in the defeat at the Oval, and then 67 and 8 in the second innings at Leicester. In the home game against Middlesex that was played at Cheltenham, 75 and 46, so almost identical to his return at the Oval. And then in the Hampshire match, 31 in the first innings and 15 in the second.
So not many absolute failures there.
Sanderson, and that's clipped off the pads away. There's a chase for Luke Proctor, and Hammond will come back for 2. When Northants would have wanted a bit of early encouragement with a wicket. They haven't got one yet, and Gloucestershire have chalked off 18 of the 266 they need. Sanderson again to Hamadou. Doesn't play that with any comfort whatsoever. He's got it away down to long leg, but that was more by fortune than anything else. Sanderson again asking plenty of questions. He's bowled 4 overs in this opening spell. As Ed said, it might be a bit longer than in the other phases of the match, because you know that basically it's quite a lot rides on this first one with the new ball. He's bowled 4 overs for 8, but he could easily have had a couple of wickets in that time.
And now Jack White found the edge of Hammond in his last over, flashed away for 4. Here is White bowling full. Hammond defends, goes down into that exaggerated crouch as if to underline the fact the ball didn't bounce too much. But then again, Hammond's relatively used to that from the pitches that he has played on this season. I say not many failures. I think you just read out one single figure score there, and the other one, the 15, was a 59 ball affair. White bowls. Hammond tries to force that one down the ground and won't get a run.
KL Rahul is out at the Oval. LBW to Ollie Robinson. India having been put in by England. Also a wicket for Wokes and a wicket for Robinson. They're 32 for 2.
Yeah, and I saw a couple of changes to their bowling attack, India, albeit no Ravi Ashwin. White bowls to Hamadou Cut, but has picked out Saif Zaib at point and doesn't get a run for it. I think I saw that Umesh Yadav and Shardul Thakur have come in which does lengthen the batting lineup a little. Chardel is capable with the bat for sure, so haven't quite got 4 genuine tail-enders, but at the same time you remove that top order and things start to look quite good for England. White bowls to Hammond, who's driving off the back foot, but this time picks out the fielder at wide mid-off, so no run there either. But you know, you've got a couple of players who don't look in the greatest of touch in that Indian middle order with Rahane and Pant, so especially if you can get them in early, you're going to be hunting, bowling India out for another very low total, and would certainly back up the decision to bowl first. Here's White, he bowls, and Hammond with a firm back foot punch, but once more fielded by one of the 2 fielders who are saving the single on the offside. Rob Keogh at wide mid-off, and Saif Zaib, the fielder, at point. Need to do a decent amount of work here, but so far this over, Hammond has looked like he's seeing the ball pretty well, and well, he saw that pretty well to leave it. It was a bit tighter and it was coming back towards him, but I think it did more movement really after it had passed him than before. So a good delivery from White to end his over. Hammond might have thought about pushing it that, but didn't. 20 without loss after 8 overs. Simon Kerrigan already visualising his spell and possibly realising with each passing over that goes by without Northants making a breakthrough, his spell looks more and more important.
And probably goes longer and longer as well, because especially if he's bowling economically at one end, then Northants could rotate the seamers at the other, albeit most of the threat seems to have come from this Ashley Down Road end, to be honest. Sanderson to start a new over, and again that's well judged by Charlesworth. But if Sanderson just brings one of those back, then the Gloucestershire batsmen are going to do very well to keep him out.
You've got to watch that hand so intently, haven't you, for the in-swinger? .266 the target. Sanderson in, and again that's just a bit straighter. Charlesworth gets well in behind it. What's been said about Charlesworth's sort of temperament, or temperament, the fact that he seems to literally just bat and not worry about the clock or the match situation. Waits again here on the cry of catch it, but it's gone very, very fine past Emilio Gay at third slip, down to Kerrigan, who's at third man. They'll just take one. How close was Gay to this? And it was quite a long way wide. Perhaps not quite as wide as we thought, but it was. Wouldn't have said it was a chance, really. Proctor getting loose, and Sanderson now to Hammond, who gets inside the line, just works it into the onside. 5th over this for Sanderson with the new ball. In another instance, Hammond would really have been looking to whip that one through the leg side, but just because he knows the importance of seeing things off and the importance of making sure that you don't potentially get that kind of leading outside edge that can be caught in the slip, so he really just made sure that he knocked it down and to safety.
He's almost taking off stump there, having just checked his guard. He even have adjusted it
did look as if he was further across his stumps for that ball than he had been for the others. So I guess the thing you've got to make sure there is that Sanderson doesn't bowl that in-swinger that Higgins, for example, got rid of Proctor with, and you get trapped too far across your stumps.
Sanderson coming round the wicket. Oh, and he's somehow Hammond has got away with that. They're going to come back for 2. Quite how he hasn't played that and dragged it onto his stumps, I have absolutely no idea. Everything here said that had got through, and Hammond, I don't think he knew where that had gone. He genuinely beaten all ends up but not out.
I think that's a trick shot that any top snooker player would have been proud of. I think it was right off the bottom of the bat, was it not? And then, well, now they're having a look at the stumps and putting them back in again. But I assumed that it must have gone off the absolute bottom of the bat and then somehow skewed sideways, not directly backwards onto the stumps. What a huge slice of luck for Miles Hammond. It goes down as 2 runs in the book. But, well, what a huge slice of luck. Jack White's out of the attack. I didn't imagine that it was going to take too long.
I wonder if James has got a shot of that last ball on the slow motion camera.
He's wondering as well.
Yeah, we're patient people. We're patient people.
I can it'll still be relevant in 5 minutes. I can promise you that. So Proctor replacing White. Proctor from round the wicket bowls to Charlesworth, who's forward in defence. They've got a cover in place for Proctor, so clearly Proctor's. Well, you'd have to imagine that Proctor's probably asked for that cover to be there, because I can't imagine anything would have changed really from the last over. I mean, 3 runs off it, and 2 of them were from that huge slice of fortune for Hammond. So Proctor clearly feeling more comfortable having the cover in place, and then he beats Charlesworth with a delivery which drew him into the shot, and then it looked as if it, having angled in, then just left him off the pitch possibly, but I don't know that there's a huge amount Charlesworth could have done about that. I think it's just one of those, and there are going to be several deliveries like that in this period, where perhaps even throughout the whole innings, where Gloucestershire are going to have to say, well, good thing I missed it. This time he's left that one, which was just a little bit wider, and allowing Charlesworth not to play a shot at it.
There may be a bit of fortune,
yes,
surrounding
definitely
this chase at various points.
They're going to have
fortune
to hope that
or
fortune is smiling on them. Yeah,
fortune or misfortune, depending on your point of view.
Gloucestershire. Proctor to Charlesworth, and he's gone for a drive, and then the ball's beaten his inside edge and missed the stumps. The first real shot like that Charlesworth has played, a forcing attempted drive, and then he had to kind of adjust where the bat was coming down and could have brought the drag on into play as well. He's left this one, he's been bowled! Off stump goes cartwheeling, and Charlesworth has gone. The first wicket for Northamptonshire. Proctor into the attack, Proctor striking, and a leave from Charlesworth. It crashes into that off stump, and Gloucestershire 23 for 1. Delight for Luke Proctor.
Well, he's brought a couple just back enough, Luke Proctor. I'm surprised that Charlesworth felt that was a tighter trajectory. I'm surprised he felt he could have left that. And he's walking very slowly off. It wasn't just a faint clip either, was it? So if it had just knocked the off bail onto the floor, then you could have said, okay, that was a narrow error of judgment, but when it literally knocks the off stump out, it's a different issue. James Bracey coming out to join Miles Hammond.
Gloucestershire 23-1.
That is some headband from Miles Hammond.
He's got a lot of hair to keep out of the way.
That it almost looks like the stars and stripes that he's got on there from a distance. It's hard to tell exactly what it is, but it is some headband.
Yeah, so Proctor, who's been a constant thorn, I think we can refer to as, in this Northants attack.
Perhaps it is something about bowling here.
With a name like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's what it is. Perhaps he feels specially inspired. Bracey taking his guard, and 1 ball left in this over from Proctor. I can see why they didn't give him the new ball, and he's come on first change and taken the wicket just 5 balls into his spell. Here is Proctor to Bracey, who defends up towards mid-on. So a wicket maiden to start from Luke Proctor, and loath as I am to bring it up, Charlesworth was out leaving a couple of times. Here's that, oh goodness, Q-ender from Miles Hammond that somehow missed the stumps. Here it is again, and I still can't really quite work out how that's missed. Whether it's gone off his pad as well, which is why it's gone there. Here's another angle to have a look at it. Oh, my goodness.
Genuinely, I'm going to say beaten all ends up. Obviously he got a bat on it, but the scenario was that he really had no idea where that had gone. 23 for 1. 75 overs remaining. 85 maximum, unless of course Northants should bowl more, which they, I suppose with Kerrigan, if he was to have a long bowl, they might. Sanderson in, and again Hammond at the moment doesn't look as though he's going to be hanging around for very long. Sanderson must feel there's a ball on there with Hammond's name on it.
I think he thought it was that one, because it almost was one of those ones where it looked like it deviated, and I thought he might even have nicked it.
2 in 2. Hammond can't lay a bat on Sanderson with much conviction at the moment, or in fact lay a bat on anything.
You can almost imagine as well how that 1 wicket has just put the pep back in Sanderson's step, and just that extra little bit of fizz through to the keeper.
That one was a little bit further away. Hammond with a bit more conviction that he was going to get out of the way of that one. When you've got a sequence of left-handers, you can be a bit more settled in your line, and that's what we're seeing with Sanderson here. Not the constant change of over the wicket and round the wicket. It's a persistent round the wicket attack, and this time Hammond does play. But straight to Keogh.
And also he has been seemingly from, well, in the first innings anyway, he was much more effective against the left-handers. So if they had had a right-hander, you know, it was almost at the stage when Lace came in that you felt like Lace might almost farm the strike against Sanderson because he seemed that much more effective against the lefties.
And that one's just the one that's going slightly away off the seam rather than the one that he can just get it to hold its line or come fractionally back.
It's pretty much a nightmare keeping as well. You see the late movement there for Rossington to have to deal with it. It started swinging again just before him.
Overhead conditions are such they might be helping him a touch, but that's just top draw from Sanderson in that over. Every ball has been just about on a sixpence, and the applause is not from the middle, but actually from the spectators down in front of us at the Ashley Down Road end, because they've recognised that, you know, you've got a good operator in a good rhythm at the moment from this end, and Sanderson's figures do not reflect how he's bowled. He's bowled 6 overs for 12. He hasn't bowled a maiden yet. Just found enough to squeeze. In fact, that was his first maiden. But just found enough so far to squeeze the runs out of him.
Proctor into Bracey, who is able to leave this one not just on line but also on length, and through to Rossington behind the stumps. So back-to-back maidens, and Proctor, who got the scalp of Charlesworth, leaving alone a ball that crashed into off stump for 7. Real confidence in the way Proctor's bowling at the moment. Bracey turning up towards mid-on, picked up by Jack White, and Proctor, you'd have to imagine, will be operating all the way up until lunch. Sanderson, who knows how long his spell could be. I don't know that he's quite going to manage to reach lunch, but he'll get very close to it. Might have a look at Kerrigan. Proctor in, Bracey with a drive, but completely squirted off the inner half of the bat. I think he was looking to drive that through the covers, and it's ended up going actually onto the leg side. It does feel like it's back to kind of survival mode now. There's a little bit of bat and ball being a bit more even at the start of this innings. Proctor in, Bracey, no shot. Once again, able to leave pretty much on length actually. But now, ball absolutely dominant over bat, which really, with the exception of, well, pretty much with the exception of that one partnership between Rossington and Goldston in Northants' first innings, it's been the case for pretty much the entire match. Proctor in, a full delivery, which Bracey is on the front foot to, and defending away up to the fielder at mid-off.
And just to give you an idea about that, the Gloucestershire first innings took 90 overs and 5 balls. So that's more than they have available today, and they only got to 197. So 191, I should say. So it really is a challenge.
Proctor to Bracey, that's turned more confidently, but straight to mid-on, and that's yet another maiden over. 3 in a row, and 23 for 1. Gloucestershire still need 243 more runs to win. Hammond remains 16. Bracey remains scoreless at this point. So how many overs does Sanderson go for? Does he go... You'd have to imagine at this point he's likely to go 8, wouldn't you?
Well, I would have thought that's probably top end, especially if they want to give him another burst after lunch. Maybe that's the lesser of the two likelihoods at the moment. And again to Hammond, he very nearly gets through. What's the phrase they use about a wicket when it's turning? It's a Bunsen burner. A turner, in other words. So what would you say about one that's nipping about like this? I can't think of a phrase that would be appropriate, but there's enough green in this pitch, even on the 4th day, for the bowlers to feel that there is quite a bit of help for them, particularly with this second new ball. Now, this first new ball.
It's an opera singer.
Okay, that's probably gone right over my head.
Opera singer, swinger.
But it's doing a bit off the pitch here, isn't it? That's the thing as well. Nipping about. Hammond has grafted his way to 16.
Ring-tailed lemur. That could be
Seamer.
another one. Seamer.
Mark from Madrid has been in on the email. A lot of people have compared this with the Leicestershire match. He says, I don't think, though, that one is the reference. This is much more similar to the Surrey game, in which we burst through unexpectedly on the 3rd day and then chased down the target. Here is Sanderson again.
He's trapped in his pad.
Hammond has got that trapped in his pad, and as he hops out of the way to make sure the ball is not going to drop in any sort of danger area. The alternative, says Mark, is rather see us 20 for 5 and losing, or chasing down the target with something to spare. I don't see anything intermediate with the Gloucestershire edge of the seat brigade. As Brian Brain dubbed the team in one season.
I must admit, I was thinking along similar. Well, not the latter part, but I was thinking that there was every likelihood of those two outcomes. Yeah.
Slightly further outside the off stump this time from Sanderson. That ball just come back a little bit, but it was too wide to cause any danger. Mark, thanks for your email.
Yeah, and I think where the comparison with the Leicestershire game might potentially come in, and I agree at the moment it is more similar to the Surrey game, where the comparison might come in is if Gloucestershire lose a couple more quick early wickets and they have to do what they did in that game, which is basically almost bat for an entire session, keeping him out and then going for it later on.
Sanderson with the one that just goes away this time to Hammond, so he can let it go. But still no reward for Ben Sanderson, just the dismissal of Ben Charlesworth by Luke Proctor from the other end, from the pavilion end. That was when the score was 23, and in fact since Charlesworth was out, Gloucestershire haven't scored a run. 13 overs gone with this new ball. Tom Taylor just limbering up. I wonder if that might mean that either Sanderson is done for now, or maybe a maximum of one more.
So a lot will depend on how he's feeling. Proctor in, and another wide delivery, which Hammond leaves through to Rossington. I suppose Proctor's probably feeling at the moment, especially having seen, well, Gloucestershire having seen how Charlesworth was dismissed and having seen how he got him. It's almost, maybe it's less of a case of get him playing, a case of get him leaving. Proctor bowls, and there's another really tight leave, and gosh, did that go over? Did it go past?
Just past, I think.
It was, yeah, I think it was just past, but exactly the ball that Proctor's after. A little bit of possibly late in swing. Yeah, looked like it. Late in swing after it's pitched, actually. I think it still looks like it's movement in the air, that, rather than just, a straightforward, as it were, leg break almost delivery. Proctor bowls. Bracey angles that one into the point area, but Zabe is too sharp in that region to be taking on for a single. And with every passing dot, the volume out there from the Northants fielders reaches ever closer and closer to the levels of another team who wear caps of a similar colour.
Yes, that's more of a red, isn't it? The Northants cap.
Proctor bowls and forward in defence. There's Bracey playing back to the bowler. Yes, similar colour, but not the same.
Is it a claret?
It could be. I'm not sure what the official designation is. There will be one. What the colour is. Proctor bowls to Bracey, and that's once more angled away through that backward point region, but straight to safe Zabe this time. Absolutely no chance even of a thought of a single there. One ball left in this over from Proctor, but especially with the lunch break being as it is, it feels like you're going to be seeing one of Sanderson or Proctor for almost the entire innings at this rate, as that's left by Bracey, and not that late in swing that Proctor had been generating. Otherwise the death rattle may have been heard again, but perhaps Bracey saw that that was not that delivery. And 14 overs have gone, with Proctor through 3 overs, 3 maidens and 1 wicket. And here's a replay now of Hammond getting completely sawn in two, and that's where the ball got trapped in his pad and is hopping away, trying to get the ball out of it. Of course, you can't be caught as you used to be able to be with the fielder plucking the ball out of the pad. What was the pity? There's some entertainment to be had there. No, I think it's one of those things that's changed for good reason.
So Sanderson is out of the attack, and Tom Taylor on for the first time from this Ashley Down road end.
What was that phrase? Sorry, just on that hopping business from Hammond. That phrase that was in the Bob Hunt tribute documentary done by BBC Radio Gloucestershire, is a phrase used by Bob Hunt, hopping around like a demented kangaroo. Wasn't quite that, but did make me think of it.
Taylor staying with the round the wicket attack that Sanderson adopted. Oh, that's quite a long way wide, hasn't got his radar straight yet. Interesting in terms of we are on the 4th day of this match, and it just shows how it's moved and the change in the trajectory of it. On the end of the first day, the headline on one website said, Adam Rossington's captain's innings lifts Northants from difficulty. The second day, Sanderson and Proctor put Northants firmly on top. And last night, Van Buren and Higgins give Gloucestershire a sniff of a remarkable win. And all those true. All those would be fair enough. Taylor on further width this time for Miles Hammond, and he's going to get 4 down towards the boundary at third man. The pressure valve released with Sanderson's accuracy out of the attack, and Taylor just offering enough width. So it wasn't actually that wide, but he just got into a good position and forced it away off the back foot.
Interesting that they started with the third man, but don't have one now. You'd almost have thought you'd be more likely to put one out now.
Taylor, there's a bit of shape there. It was largely through the air rather than off the pitch.
What I meant was that you'd be likely not to start with one and then you'd put one in rather than have one in and take one out. You might have thought again, possibly it's just the preference of Taylor to have that cover in place rather than the third man as the kind of run-saving position.
Sanderson got a ball thrown towards him there, which he clearly lost somewhere in the background. Taylor in. Again, slightly different length from Sanderson. A bit shorter. gathered by Rob Keogh, who's also fielding with some protection on that, and a finger on his left hand. Remember the equation overall, 266 in 85 overs. And Taylor really did bowl that very much at the stumps rather than wanting to draw the shot from Hammond. And Hammond equal to it. 15 minutes to go until lunch. Important little phase in the game. We might well see Kerrigan before then. He might have the one obligatory over. But so far, after quite a few near things, Gloucestershire have got through 15 overs, only for the loss of Charlesworth, who was bowled by Proctor for 7.
I think we might need a commentary box fly swat quite soon. There seems to be an awful lot of these irritating ones just dangling about in front of your eye line, which are slightly off-putting. Now, what's coming out here? Ah, did somebody just forget to come and take Proctor's cap? Possibly. Into his 4th over now, still yet to concede the run. Bracey's had the dubious pleasure of facing him, and oh, now it's even less of a pleasure. In fact, quite the opposite. Bracey floored by that one, and I think it's fairly clear where that's hit James Bracey. Ow.
Yes, I think he might be either on his haunches or maybe sitting down for a moment, and there'll be a drink called for. It wouldn't be a surprise.
For all the help that's going to be.
Well, it's just a psychological thing, isn't it?
Is it? I don't know.
I think so. Do you want to drink?
Quite.
Yeah, in fact, I think he does want to drink, so somebody will... Why does he wave that away as an idea? Oh.
No, ready to go.
Fair play to him for doing that.
Ready to face. Here's Proctor to Bracey, drives, and drives back to the bowler on a second bounce. Proctor looks as if he might have had a think about flinging that, or at least motioning to fling it back towards Bracey, but didn't pick it up cleanly. And let's hope for Bracey's sake that he doesn't have a moment such as... I can remember both Alex Hales and Liam Livingstone having that happen to them multiple times in quick succession. Alex Hales was during the, as you put it, the competition which must not be named. Proctor bowls, and Bracey plays slightly uncertainly at that one. Out into the covers, but to safety. And then I think it was during the BBL, I think Liam Livingstone may even have been hit 3 times in the same innings with the same "oh no" reaction every time that you could hear in the stump microphone, which did make it rather amusing as Proctor is in, and that's left alone by Bracey, well outside off stump this time. Pretty comfortable leave. One of the rare pretty comfortable leaves.
So 21 balls Proctor's bowled so far without conceding a run.
22.
22 in fact.
Yeah. Bracey's faced 17 deliveries now in his innings. Proctor bowls. Bracey turns away to mid-on, looking for that gap at mid-wicket. Was Bracey just trying to break his own personal drought. Hammond having got the first runs in a long time with that boundary in the previous over, but Proctor doesn't show any signs of bowling one loose enough for that to happen off his bowling. Proctor bowls left by Bracey. It was, yes, it was on the borderline, but yes, I suppose tight is maybe the word that you'd use. It was not a possible coat of varnish type of leave, but it was tight, that's for sure. And again, that in movement that clearly with Proctor bowling round the wicket to the left-handers, it seems like it's very difficult for them to pick which delivery is going to do that and which delivery isn't. 16 overs gone, 27 for 1. Gloucestershire, the runs have dried up like the Aral Sea.
10 minutes to lunch. And Taylor, that's his best delivery. That's right out of the Sanderson class. Hammond playing inside it.
Oh, that's cruel. That's cruel in slow motion. The lumber has been felled. Bracey goes down. Oh dear.
Hammond waits for Taylor. Gets his bat firmly on that. These two playing for the interval, you'd have thought, from this position. Very much. We don't want to lose another one in what will probably be this over plus 2 more. Not going to make a huge difference to the overall match position in terms of the pursuit of the target, but an extra wicket would make a big difference to how Northants feel about things. And does at least get the good half of the bat on that. Out to Zabe. Hammond's made 20 from 56 balls. It would not be one of his most convincing 20s, but he's still there.
Yeah, I was going to say equally, I think it's probably how it's going to have to be, especially against this new ball.
Plays round his pad this time. Gouldstein's on the chase. He's clipped that away nicely. They'll certainly get 2. Hammond may think about a 3rd, but Gouldstein's return a little awry, but on its way quickly. And they'll stick with a couple. 29 for 2. 29 for 1, as you were. It might easily have been 29 for 2. Northants still know they've got a reasonable amount of runs in the bank. And that's a gem of an off-cutter from Tom Taylor.
It just took off as well, didn't it? It was almost as if it hit a crack, but I can't imagine there are cracks out there. But that was what it behaved like. I mean, that's extravagant movement, and it's done it at pace as well.
That lets Hammond know that there is the one that goes away from him. And that's probably actually, I didn't think Taylor bowled that well in the first innings, but that's probably the best ball he's bowled, that last one. But against some of the ones that Sanderson sent down earlier, it would stand comparison.
Yeah, I think what I would say is that Taylor, for the most part, had been bowling fairly, I'm not going to say gentle, but the movement, I guess, was of a type which Gloucestershire could be pretty confident of what each ball that he bowled was going to do. So that's why, you know, use the phrase maybe gentle outswing. That's what he had been bowling, but that over was completely different. Here's Proctor in to Bracey, and once more Bracey watching that one go by through to Rossington. But that last over, Taylor was bowling the kinds of deliveries which Sanderson had been bowling, where he gets it to come in and then nip away, and then others which actually just came in and continued in to the left-hander. Bracey off the mark as he turns that one down to the fielder at fine leg. So 30 for 1, Bracey off the mark to his 21st delivery. But as Ian alluded to, at the moment it's probably a little less about runs. Runs are a bonus. Get through these probably 2 overs before the lunch break. There'll be 66 more overs left after lunch. Proctor's first run conceded as well, and Hammond leaves another tight one, and now it's, I guess Hammond's got to get used to, again, the deliveries which Proctor is sending down.
But if he's taking off stump, he must feel that he's almost got everything covered. He doesn't have to move very far to be able to leave from Proctor.
Proctor in, bowls. Hammond drives firmly, but picks out cover, who rings out that right hand there. Goldston, the fielder, but probably one of the best timed shots actually that Hammond has hit. It would have raced to the boundary rope, but they've got that cover in place, and on balance that's been the right position to have rather than the third man in terms of run saving. Proctor bowls. Oh, Hammond jams down on that at the last moment. Obviously felt like that one didn't get up a huge amount, but also coming spearing back into his stumps, and Proctor's been trying to nip that top of off stump out. This one starting a little bit straighter and would have probably cannoned into middle and off more like. Hammond just jabbing down on it at the last moment. Last ball of this over. Proctor bowls to Hammond, this time more comfortably defending. A ball which again doesn't get up a huge amount. And Proctor through another over. The first over that's conceded runs in his bowling innings so far. 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 1. 3 minutes just under left on the clock until the lunch break. How keen are Northants to rattle through things?
I think Taylor will bowl the last one. England have got a third wicket at the Oval. India 53 for 3, having been put in.
Pujara caught Bairstow, bowled Anderson for 4.
So Kohli and Jadeja, the 5th wicket pair. Here is Tom Taylor and James Bracey defending to what will almost be the first ball of the last over before lunch. So we'll have had 19 overs this morning. 19 of the 85 available.
Jadeja ahead of Rahane and Pant.
Tom Taylor to Bracey. Pitches a single there. Out to Proctor at mid-on. A firm call, a firm stroke, and Hammond responded. So Gloucestershire 31 for 1. 266, remember, is the target. The Northants' second innings total ended today when Kerrigan was bowled by Higgins, last out for 24. Higgins finishing with 5 for 46. And Taylor down the leg side this time. That's worked away. This certainly will be one, but possibly only that. They're going to come back for the second on the arm of Jack White. It's a long boundary out there, and Higgins looking on from the balcony as he watches Hammond and Bracey chase back for the second. Needs to be safe in the end. He looks a bit disappointed by the line of that.
Yeah, it was comparatively a real stray in line.
Past umpire Ramage. That's a little bit more where he wants to be bowling, even maybe another stump outside that line too. I think if you'd offered Gloucestershire 33 for 1 at lunch, they would have probably said that's
Probably taken it,
oh,
yeah.
I
I would have thought so, yeah.
Given that Sanderson's had quite a long spell, he's beaten the bat quite a bit. Taylor sticking around the wicket, and that's gone probably over the top of the off stump as Hammond's let that go on length. Northants haven't dropped anything, but they will feel that the number of our friends from Opta who do all the stats, the number of deliveries that have beaten the bat, I wonder what that stat would be at lunch. You might actually try and find that out over the lunch interval.
Well, perhaps you could go through all of the 19 overs and count them yourself. That'd be a good project over lunch, I think.
Taylor to Hammond. Defends. And that, gentlemen, will be the end of the first session on this final day. Gloucestershire still needing 233 more runs to win. They've got 66 overs in which to get them, and so far in their pursuit they have just lost the wicket of Ben Charlesworth, bowled by Proctor, having left the ball and played no shot for 7. Hammond 24 and Bracey 2, as you can see. The balance of power still not much different to how it was at the start, Ed, I don't think.
No, Northants will be pleased with how they've managed to keep the runs down, I think, for definite, and they'll feel like they've generated more than enough chances to take early wickets after lunch. I guess the question is what happens when, and if Gloucestershire are going to really go after this, there's going to come a point when they are going to have to come out of first gear, which they've been in for some time. What happens when they do try to come out of first gear? Do Northants kind of feel that pressure? Are Gloucestershire able to kind of get on top of them and make them believe that maybe the pitch is starting to do less, that sort of thing? Or does it work the other way? Do Gloucestershire start to lose wickets if they do anything other than just try to survive? It's been a fascinating watch, and I can't imagine that the afternoon session will be any different.
Indeed not. So Northants all out this morning for 129. Their last 3 wickets added 37. Higgins 5 for 46, Price 3 for 39. The 2 bowlers used today mopping up those last 3 wickets. And as I say, at lunch there's the details of the international that's coming up in a fortnight's time. But Gloucestershire today chasing 266 in 85 overs are 33 for 1. Charlesworth bowled by Proctor for 7, Hammond 24 not out and Bracey 2. And the bowling figures that stand out really for Northants: Sanderson 7 overs 2 maidens 0 for 12, and Proctor 5 overs 4 maidens 1 for 1. We'll be back with you just before 20 minutes to 2 for the resumption. Join us then for what still should be a tense afternoon session. 2 weeks today you can watch England play New Zealand here in the women's ODI. Tickets for that match are still available. We'll be back with you shortly before 1:40. So umpires Ian Ramage and Steve O'Shaughnessy on their way after lunch. Gloucestershire 33 for 1.
And the two Gloucestershire batsmen
From 19 overs. So the equation from here is 233 runs in 66 overs. So the rate is around about 3.5, which is kind of double what they have been scoring at. And to go back to Mark from Madrid's email earlier, how late can they leave the dash, Ed, I suppose? Is that, is it possible they could effectively, especially if they didn't lose more than maybe one more wicket, could they crawl through the afternoon session and still chase it?
Well, they could. It's one way of doing things. There's almost two approaches, isn't there? Now there's the approach versus Surrey, where hell for leather and just keep going, which is what ended up happening, or, well, not really hell for leather, but you know what I mean, in terms of aggression. You come out at it really quite hard and try to break the back of it, or you go for the leave it late approach, where actually it is more like the Leicestershire game, where you move up through the gears, for want of a better expression, with the bat, and then you work yourself up to a point where perhaps against the old ball, you're going quite hard at it. So it'll be Proctor to start off from the Bristol Pavilion, and first ball's a bit of a half volley from Proctor, which Bracey drives but straight to cover. So 2 off 24 balls now for Bracey. It was a bit of a struggle before the break, but then really it was a struggle for Hammond as well. Proctor to Bracey, who flashes at that one and misses. A wide delivery tempting Bracey into the drive, and from his point of view, thankfully didn't get the outside edge to it.
And that was quite wide, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that really was one of the wider balls that Proctor's bowled. And he's almost actually inside the ball, really, isn't he? He's almost, when he's driven at it, the ball's completely outside his attempted swing. Proctor bowls full and straight this time, and Bracey defends Proctor fielding off his own bowling. Some scores from elsewhere. In Division 1, Hampshire 76 for 3 in their second innings, the fourth innings of the match. They need 317 more to win, but realistically they're playing out for a draw there. Mason Crane 10 not out from 106 balls. It's the night watchman. Proctor in and bowling to Bracey just outside that off stump, back to that channel, which caused all sorts of problems before the break in terms of very tight leaves for the Gloucestershire batsman, and in one case too tight. So Hampshire 3 down at lunch, trying to bat things out. They lost Weatherly for 43, made of 137 deliveries, so Crane in there with Gubbins at the moment. In goes Proctor, and once more Bracey leaves alone. Ball angling back towards that off stump, but not too close to it. In the other Division 1 match, Lancashire and Warwickshire, that match has looked to be heading towards a draw for quite some time now, and the only, I guess, real possibility of a result there was if Lancashire could roll through Warwickshire quickly in their second innings, but that's not happening. Proctor to Bracey, who edges, and that's gone through third slip. It's been slowed down enough such that it will not go to the boundary, but they've picked up 2 runs, I think falling well short of Gay at third slip. A bit difficult to tell from this reverse angle. The replay, I think it fell short. And 2 runs taken, 35 for 1. So the first runs of the afternoon, as a lot of the runs were in the morning session, in rather streaky fashion. But Bracey up to 4. So in that match, Lancashire 341 in reply to Warwickshire's 371, and Warwickshire in their second innings 119 for 2. They lead by 149, but hard to see anything being set up there really. Dom Sibley is 50 not out from 157 deliveries.
It's a Sibley-esque
It is. It's probably not the batsman that you'd have at the crease if you wanted to set something up.
Tom Taylor to bowl the first over from this. Actually down road end, they're asking about a strangle down the leg side, but umpire Ramage is not interested. We had a conversation with our good friends from Opta over lunch, and Jeff Trett able to supply some very interesting numbers from the morning session. So there were 19 overs bowled in the morning, so 114 balls. There were 11 play and misses, 2 missed time shots and 7 edges. So that's 20 deliveries where arguably you'd say that the moral victory is to the bowler. Taylor in, driven, but the weight call from Hammond as it goes out to Sanderson. So 20 of those in 19 overs just tells you that there's always something happening for the bowlers out there, and quite a few of those would have been Sanderson and Proctor.
Yeah, those are really, really nice numbers to have, so thanks to the work that's gone on there, but yeah, really just underlining how consistent the threat was.
Taylor still with 3 slips, and there's another one in the leave column. There were 30 of those, 30 leaves before lunch, and some of those were, well, Charlesworth was a leave and he got out to it, but there were some others that were a bit tighter than that. You can see the equation, bottom of your screen. 266 is the target. The total overs, unless Simon Kerrigan has a very long spell and Northants could quicken the overs up, is 85. And here is Taylor, and again out comes the defensive guard for Hammond.
And of course some of those definitions, in terms of a mistimed shot, you think of
one of
the number of
one of the two would have been the one that got Hammond on the bottom of the bat.
Or you think of the number of really sweetly timed shots though that we've had in this innings. It's probably, well, it's fingers of one hand really, isn't it?
Taylor staying around the wicket, and that is timed, but well stopped by Zabe. They'll get a single. Hammond cutting that away to a point, but Zabe's a tidy fielder.
There's really so, I mean, it's so few that you can almost think of them right away. There was the Hammond cut shot to the third man boundary, which I guess maybe you would say, I'm not sure, if he'd cracked it away through points, it would be easy to say one way or another. There was the drive straight down the ground from Charlesworth, and then one drive from Hammond which picked out cover.
Bracey waits for Taylor and also defends. So I'll let Ed do the rest of the lunch scores, and then we might look at the wider tactics this afternoon. Obviously there were 3 results yesterday, so there are fewer games going on today in the Championship.
Yeah, Essex winning in this division, Division 2, and also Kent defeating Leicestershire in Division 3, and Nottinghamshire knocking off Somerset by an innings in Division 1. So the scores I haven't mentioned are the 2 Division 3 scores. Middlesex against Derbyshire, and Derbyshire 130 for 3 in the final innings of that match. They need 204 more runs to win, 7 wickets in hand. They do, however, have Godleman and Critchley at the crease, both going along decently, so a lot would appear to depend on those two. Here's Proctor bowling to Hammond, who gets in behind that one defensively, and Proctor will pick up from the middle of the pitch. So you'd think Middlesex still on top in that one, but well, things have been known to happen to Middlesex that you wouldn't think. necessarily it might be possible from what looked like winning positions, but Godalmann's 65, Critchley's 35. And Critchley's having a terrific year with the bat. Proctor bowls, Hammond leaves and watches it right through to Rossington. And Worcestershire-Sussex, another match which may yet provide an entertaining finish. Worcestershire 44 for 1 in the 4th innings of that match. They need a further 271 runs to defeat Sussex. Libby and Fell, the not-out pair there. Proctor in, and another leave which he'd class in the tight category, but then, as Ian mentioned before lunch, Hammond has pretty much got off-stump covered, so if he doesn't think it's going to strike his body, he can leave it however tight it may look, and it certainly looked tight enough given the tense nature of the match situation. Proctor bowls wide, and Hammond has narrowly missed dragging that ball on. I think there were 2 sounds there, so I think he dragged it possibly onto his foot and then missed the stumps, unless it was just the sound of the ball crashing into the floor that was the second noise. But goodness me, that inside edge could have gone
might have
anywhere.
gone off his back pad, I think.
There's certainly 2 distinct noises.
So he's got one off the bottom of the bat, he's got one off a thin inside bottom edge.
Proctor bowls well wide of off stump, no shot, so really early signs are that Gloucestershire are still basically in first gear here after lunch, and that they're looking at this far more from the perspective of, if we're going to do this, we'll keep wickets in hand and leave it a little later on. Proctor in and bowls, and Hammond forces that one away pleasantly through extra cover, and that will go for 4. There's no point chasing that one, so you can add that to the list of perfectly timed shots. And Hammond rising up onto his toes to force that one through the gap at extra cover. Pleasant timing, and he moves up to 29 with his 3rd boundary, and the score 40 for 1 at the end of over number 22.
Yeah, just on that point, Ed, I mean, we said the 233 from 66 overs, broadly the equation at lunch. So if Northants bowl the overs at the right rate, they'll bowl 32 in the afternoon session, and we'll be left with 34 after tea. So the question is, where would Gloucestershire want to be in terms of the chase from this position? I would have thought they'd want to be... Taylor comes in, that's outside the off stump. I think they'd want to be halfway. I think they'd want to... If you said 130 and 34, or maybe even 140, so the rate's a little higher than it is at the moment. Do they really want to get to a point at 50 overs where they've got to almost double the rate from where they are at the minute? If they continue to crawl as they are, I appreciate this is a testing spell after lunch. The batsmen have got to get their iron again, and there again, that's fielder found as Bracey punches that up to Sanderson at mid-off.
I used to play well, I say used to, I mean, sometimes I still do actually, guilty pleasure, a cricket game, international cricket captain it's called. Seeing as I'm on here I can mention it, but and I'll come back to why I've brought that up in a moment.
Taylor in, that was going down the leg side, but it was played with a pretty straight bat in the end by Bracey up to mid-on. He got round the ball but didn't clip it past Kerrigan, which is maybe where he was trying to once he saw where the line was.
But in that you can set the levels of aggression for each individual batsman, not not just both of them. So where would you set your aggression levels? I'm wondering, kind of in my mind at the moment.
Taylor staying around the wicket. And Northants are not giving up anything cheap here, are they? They're going to be forcing Gloucestershire, maybe if they get to a point, and with and the brightness that we currently have, and if there is going to be some sunshine in the later part of the day, which means we do have a full day with uninterrupted, they're going to be forcing Gloucestershire to take risks if they keep this level of accuracy up. Is it possible for them to do that? On the leg side, Taylor thought he heard something. Umpire O'Shaughnessy watching on from square leg, sees Ian Ramage unmoved. They have
might have flicked the thigh pad,
yeah,
possibly.
They were pretty clear. They heard something, but Ian Ramage judged that it wasn't off the bat or the glove.
It did seem ever so slightly late. Obviously it was very convincing and they all ran towards each other, but
40 for 1, and that's nicked and gone. Bracey, I'm afraid, has got to go now, and Rossington with a comfortable catch. We heard that nick from 100 yards away, and Bracey's rather scratchy effort, I'm afraid, ends with a nick to the keeper. First catch in the match for Rossington, and Gloucestershire are 40 for 2.
The first wicket of the match for Tom Taylor, and I think he's certainly deserved it, but Bracey absolutely furious as he walked back. Probably a good thing that his head was, well, the camera was to the back of his head.
Yeah,
rather than the front
I
of
suspect
it
there may have been some rather industrial language there, judging by that frustration. And Chris Dent coming out at number 4. One wonders whether he will try with his usual approach to, as you put it, to have to push the aggression level and try and put the pressure back on the Northants bowlers a bit, because at the moment they don't feel as if they're going to be pressurised on the scoreboard by the way Gloucestershire is starting here, and it would give them there would be a lot to do if they got to tea at something like 120 for 3 or 120 for 2 in terms of not post-tea, not impossible. Obviously there would be against an old ball and an attack that's been out there all day. But having said that, the pitch is continuing to do just enough, so the bowlers are always interested. And Sanderson at the moment is being held back for another burst, but Proctor's keeping going.
Yeah, can't imagine that he's going to deviate from doing what he's been doing. That's quite wide though. Hammond leaves through to Rossington.
On the second bounce, actually,
yeah.
that was a slower one.
But these aggression levels, you can have them at very defensive, normal, aggressive, very aggressive. I think there are a couple of different notches you can have within those, but those are the basic categories. So I guess normal is probably around about 3 and over, isn't it? You know, that's the kind of rate you'd expect as Hammond clips away through backward square leg, and he'll pick up a single as Sanderson moves around from the long leg rope to field. 41 for 2. Hammond has moved up to 30, but you know the strategy element is then trying to put individual batsmen to various different levels, and I wonder what you would choose at the moment. Proctor bowls, Dent leaves outside off stump. The ooze there as much for the fact that the bat of Chris Dent getting out the way maybe slightly later than it might have been, rather than the fact that the ball was particularly close to off stump, and it is a mode of dismissal which we have seen Chris Dent succumb to this season a couple of times. That time Proctor bowling well wide of off stump and shaping further away, in fact, from Chris Dent.
Yeah, interesting. Dent started the season very strongly, including getting a 78 and a 91 not out in that win over Surrey. But since his 50 in the home win over Leicestershire in the first innings, his top score is 25.
Proctor bowls, Dent leaves.
Not played in all those games, obviously, but the sequence is 9, 10, 25, 0, 14, 14, 12 and 5. So he's got some starts, but hasn't converted any of them.
No, it didn't quite have the T20 season he might have liked either. Just a lot of the time getting off to a really promising start, but the big scores that he might have liked didn't seem to come. But then in the Royal London Cup, as Proctor bowls and Dent feels for that one, but doesn't get a touch. The end of another Proctor over, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 8. Gloucestershire are kind of feeling with Proctor at the moment, please make it stop, please.
His
Make it stop.
top score in the T20 was 42, but obviously he did finish the Royal London with that 100.
Yeah, the 100 against Kent at Beckenham, where it was actually an innings where he scored an awful lot of those runs just through one region. Actually, he scored so many runs through wide third man, backward point kind of area, and he was just so consistently threading the ball through that gap.
Tom Taylor to continue, having had a wicket in the last over, and Hammond steers that out to Zabe at backward point. 41 for 2. The target is 266. But the run rate, the achieved run rate at the moment, down below 2 and over. So it will be very, very slowly squeezing up, and that's because, as in so much of the match, the ball has been moving about for most of the bowlers. I don't wish to decry Jack White here. He's been very tidy, but I don't get the impression that he's moved the ball that much.
Yeah, when he has, it was a bit like with Tom Taylor in the first innings, where I think it was they felt like they knew which way the ball was going to move if it was going to, whereas in his last couple of spells it's all changed from Taylor.
Staying around the wicket, and Hammond again defends.
Particularly round the wicket to these left-handers, he's found movement off the pitch which he didn't seem to be getting in the first innings. As I said this morning, it was mostly outswingers, and there wasn't, it was either an outswinger or it was straight line, one of the two. Certainly not in this innings.
Taylor again accurate, and Hammond can do no more than defend, and every ball is an event at the moment, isn't it? That's how it feels, with the game genuinely very well balanced. Another Northants wicket, and you'd feel that they were starting to get a grip, because they were also really restricting the run rate as well as taking wickets. That's a bit wider from Taylor and outside the off stump, as Gloucestershire could just get a partnership. Even if it was scoring slowly together, then you would feel that they would be squeezing their way to a position where a platform could be laid. But as often with games here at Bristol, they don't develop all that quickly. That's clipped off his pads by Hammond down to White, who's fielding at long leg in front of the man stand. Dare we say a fairly typical fourth day crowd. People don't tend to make plans for fourth days. You can't predict whether matches would go to the fourth day or not. And in fact, Ed did this some at lunchtime. After 10 sessions of the match, which is where we were at lunchtime, in theory you should have had 320 overs if you'd have had all of them bowled, and we were at 247. So in fact we're in excess of 2 sessions lost to light and rain or drizzle at this point. So effectively we're at tea on the third day at the moment.
Yeah, well, it just shows you really, isn't it? Where one way or another, things just always seem to go the distance here these days. Proctor to Hammond, forward in defence, and picked up that cover by Gouldstone, who's been stationed there pretty much for the duration of Gloucestershire's innings both times. Not been many overs where they haven't had the cover in place.
I'm sure that Zafar Gohar has thought about this on many other occasions in other games he's played in, but he didn't bowl in the second innings, and he only had only 11 overs in the first innings. So
Proctor bowls to Hammond, who drives but can't beat Gouldstone at cover. Good stop from him. Admittedly, I suppose if it had been a bowler fielding there, then you might have excused them not stopping that, given that Goldstone's job very much is to stop balls like that. It would have been a poor miss, but at the same time an important piece of fielding, given the situation and the pressure which Proctor's building up on these Gloucestershire batsmen here. Here he is. He bowls short, pulled by Hammond, and Sanderson didn't see it, and I must admit I actually didn't see it either, but it's gone through straight mid-wicket in the end, and Hammond picks up 4. So Proctor with the first delivery which has been dragged down. I don't know whether it was a genuine attempt at a bounce. It probably wasn't actually. I think it was just misdirected. In fact, it wasn't as short as Hammond made it look. He's got the ability to play the cut and the pull shot off balls which others would not be able to do so because of the power that he's got in his wrists. But Sanderson, I think, probably like me at fine leg, he thought that the ball was coming towards him, and in fact it went nowhere near.
Almost out to where the ground staff's buggy is.
Proctor coming over the wicket now, and Hammond watches that one go through to Adam Rossington. So interesting that Proctor's decided to change the angle here. So it may well work. It sort of feels like Hammond may have possibly, whether he's won a little miniature battle there by forcing Proctor to change from what had been so effective for him and had produced the wicket of Charlesworth. Proctor bowls, well, that's way down the leg side, and Rossington has to move to his right to take it, but with the right armour bowling to the left-hander, he didn't have to sprawl away like he might have had to. The ball been that far down the leg side in another way.
He's 1 for 12 and he's in his 9th over.
That's basically the first poor ball, really poor ball that he's bowled. Boundary earlier on in the over. That's another leave from Hammond, who twists right around. It goes through to the keeper. So 46-4-2, 4 runs off the over. That's been an outburst compared with some of the recent overs, but probably still, you'd say, less about the runs and more about continuing to build partnership. And I think Northants are going to have to bowl quite poorly to let Gloucestershire into this game at quite a rapid rate. They'll have to serve up a few buffet balls, you'd suggest, yeah, really, because if you just put it on the spot, there seems to be very little that you can do about it.
Rate's up to 3.7. Taylor Around the wicket to Dent for the first time. Squeezes it out to Rob Keogh. That's 220 in 59 overs to win. Sounds like a Royal London chase, doesn't it, really? No fielding restrictions. Taylor to Dent, who cuts, but that was quite close to him. I remember sometimes watching the play from over on the office side of the ground by the scoreboard, and you sometimes think that Dent does try and cut a ball that's a bit too close. And I remember seeing maybe a handful of occasions over the last 5 or 6 years where he's dragged a ball on trying to play that shot. Taylor, that's played with very soft hands, and he's going to get a single because it's dribbled down between third slip and where Save has to run to field. Hammond 35 out of 47.
Yeah, and it's not as though Hammond's runs have come at an absolute rate of knots, but and he has, as really everyone apart from Rossington has had to in this whole match. He's had to ride his luck a bit, but still being there is an achievement.
92 balls he's faced, and that's another one to defend.
But it is interesting, isn't it, that the one time really where bat has dominated ball was when there was real aggression from the outset, pretty much, from Rossington. He came out and played one way. Whether that says anything, I don't know. Perhaps it just says really what form Rossington looked in.
Taylor still has 3 slips. And nice straight bat this time from Hammond.
But I suppose the other thing you would say, though, is Van Buren ground out an innings of over 50, so it is possible still to grind out your runs, but whether it's possible to grind out the really big score, which Gloucestershire may need in order to chase this down, well, Hammond's now looking like the one that's going to have to do that.
He waits, and that's off the hip down towards long leg. There's a run round for Jack White, and they'll come back for a couple. Hammond's one of the players who's got his number on the back of a sleeveless jumper. Chris Dent's batting in a sweater that doesn't have his number on the back. So there is no cut and dried rule for identification of the left-handers. 4th wicket gone at the Oval.
Indeed. So Jadeja, who came in ahead of Rahane and Pant, is the man dismissed. Caught Root bowled Wokes for 10. So Wokes has bowled 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 14, which, well, sounds as though the bowling conditions are pretty decent at the Oval, and also that Wokes is not showing any rustiness despite not a huge amount of cricket through injury and, of course, before that at times through forced rest as well.
So Proctor's bowled 9 overs either side of lunch, and he's now been taken off. It's a long spell, 1 for 12, and Jack White's coming back.
So White from round the wicket, and he's in and bowls. Dent dabs into the offside, and Hammond thought about coming through for a quick one there, but not a single that Chris Dent wanted to take on, and I think he's quite right not to have done. Goldston fielding at cover, moved across sharply towards point to field that one. He's got quite a, I describe it as like a bounding run as White up to the crease. He seems to have very long strides and not so many of them.
come back to something that was happening at the top of your screen and after this next ball.
He really does bound in wide of the crease bowls. Dent drives, and this time Goldston doesn't stop it cleanly. And I think that should bring 2. I don't imagine they're going to be able to get any more than that, no. But Goldston, for once, allowing one underneath him, and that's the 50 up for Gloucestershire. Dent moving up to 3. 215 more runs required to win for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, Adam Rossington was having a conversation with Ben Sanderson, who is down at fine leg.
Here's White to Dent. Short cutaway, but it will be fielded by Zabe at backward point. It's, of course, an area of strength for Dent, and I think it'd be rather cross that he's managed to pick out Zabe. There's we see a replay of that. Well, pull come... It was like a flick pull, really, if I can describe it. There's that. Hammond ever the original in terms of his stroke play. Shot we've seen him play before, of course, but that's kind of the best description of it. It's Dent pokes nervously, but dribbles out into where a short leg fielder would be standing, but they've pinched 1 out of that, so they'll take any run they can get. Another run which possibly you'd be putting in the column of slightly fortuitous. 52 for 2.
Yeah, I think the conversation between Rossington and Sanderson implied maybe 1 more over for Tom Taylor and then Sanderson to return. Taylor also has bowled 7 overs either side of lunch.
Sun coming out briefly for a moment as Taylor, pardon me, as White bowls to Hammond. It's another leave which is fairly tight. I think he could do that on length as well as line, but apologies, the sun coming out put me off there. It was such a shock suddenly to have to squint into the sun for the first time in what feels like forever that it forced me to forget exactly who was bowling. Bright sunshine as White bowls. Oh, goodness me. Hammond's pulled that one, and I think he's pulled it right into his leg, and it's trickled out into the slip cordon. So, another one that you've put in the false shot category, but Hammond survives again. 52 for 2. 214 more from 57 overs, minimum of 57. That's the equation, but it does feel an awfully long way away when you see the majority of aggressive shots ending in the batsman looking around wondering where on earth the ball's gone.
Yeah, I'm sure many of us sort of played in a club game where one of the opposition batsmen just seems to have an inordinate amount of fortune. Taylor in, defended by Dent. This might be the last of Taylor's spell. And whatever you do to this man who's riding his luck, every shot is one that drops safe, or he plays all round and the ball misses the stumps by a fraction. And there seems no way of getting him out, and that's what Northants must be feeling about Hammond at the moment. Taylor to Dent, which is very much on the money. Dent again has to defend. He's just trying to get himself in here, having seen James Bracey perish to a catch of a ball that was quite wide outside the off stump. There was a big appeal of the ball before to a potential strangle down the leg side, and then Taylor bowled one that was probably 5th stump outside the off stump, and Bracey chased it. Taylor again to Dent. That's worked into an area where he scores such a large volume of his runs. That was off his hip, and White's return. A little bit of a scruffy take from Rossington, so Dent back for 2. And as a bat, he does not like to get bogged down.
No.
Does he, as a rule? So in a sense, if he can get himself up and running, the scoreboard will start to tick a little bit more quickly.
Yeah, you'd think so. And also, I think anything that's slightly loose, the margins might be brought in terms of where the bowlers can bowl.
That's certainly only defendable. Dent wasn't going to be doing anything else other than making sure there was no contact with the pads there. Remember, 266 is the target. Northants all out 129 in their second innings, adding 37 this morning for the last 3 wickets. 2 of those to Higgins and 1 to Price. Higgins finishing with 5 for 46. Here is Taylor again. It's chopped into the ground on the bounce by Dent into the slip cordon, but no opportunity for a catch. He wanted to, I'm sure, dab that past Emilio Gay's left hand and down towards the smaller of the 2 scoreboards, but got it a bit thin.
He plays it very late, doesn't he? But he, I guess, probably just played it with more of the edge than he might have hoped.
Taylor bowling in a sleeveless sweater, as he has done virtually all the time. And it's been accurate stuff from Tom Taylor in this spell. He was brought on to replace Ben Sanderson, and he has got through 8 overs, 1 for 14. Proctor, 9 overs, 1 for 12. Jack White, 5 overs, no wicket for 14. And Sanderson, 7 overs, no wicket for 12. And I think Sanderson may be on at the next over at this Ashley Down Road end. That seemed to be the inference from Rossington's conversation.
Yeah, in general, you'd think they will want, as much as they can, to have one of the 2 bowlers who's caused so many problems so consistently throughout this match. They want to have one of Sanderson or Proctor bowling all the time, if they can have it. Here's White, bowls to Hammond, who drives, forcing shot off the back foot, and a genuine misfield this time by Goldston at cover. The ball ricocheting off his body. I don't know that you could necessarily say that he got a bad bounce off one of those pitches over there. There's only really, he's standing on a used practice pitch, but I'm not sure that, I mean, it was bouncing on him already, really, and he just didn't manage to knock it down. So, yeah, so a single conceded.
Interesting, 3 slips back in for Dent, but only 2 for Hammond.
White in, and Dent leaves calmly. Goes through to Rossington, barely even bothered to move the bat to leave there.
We'll remind you in a second of our email address if you're following this, perhaps nervously from home or wherever you may be watching the stream. You can download a free app, of course, and there is our email, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Thanks to Mark from Madrid for his communication before lunch.
White there, ball short, cut away by Dent, and this time he's hit it directly, pretty much directly through point, and it's away for a boundary. So he got an opportunity to cut in the previous over and hit it straight to backward point. This time he elected to go in front of square with that cut shot, just playing it, I guess, a little bit earlier. I wondered whether he was going to look next time, if he got another ball like that, to go behind square, well behind square, but elected to use more, I guess, force than using the pace of the ball, and as a consequence sent it directly through point for 4. Zabe is really quite far behind square at point, so even if it's just slightly backward of point, Dent would still pick up a boundary, but White doesn't want to be bowling there. Here is Whiteley bowls. Dent tries to dab into that gap, and there is a pretty big gap because of how far behind square Zabe is there. And then there's Goldston at cover, but Dent will be eyeing that up for a sharp single for possible future deliveries. 59 for 2.
This is the 30th over, so the ball will be just losing a bit of its condition, if you like, with shine and hardness.
Yep. White there, he bowls full, and forward goes Dent in defence, because though White wanted to try some keepy uppies there, but he's just ended up booting the ball in front of him. I'm going to go down amongst the greatest bits of footballing cricket skills you've ever seen.
Sanitisation break coming at the end of this over. Looking at that card, you would think that Miles Hammond must have been playing really well to get to 36. He's really had to guts it out.
Here's White to bowl, and Dent backs away, and he's carved it the other side of Zabe this time. There's no third man in place, and that bounds away to the boundary for 4. So that possibly the most expensive over of the innings. It certainly feels like it might have been. 9 runs from it, and the replay showing Dent. He did actually pretty much back away from it. He created the width, but it's something that we've not seen anybody else do really yet in this innings. Nobody has really moved about their crease very much to try to, I guess, put off the line and length of the bowlers, but they clearly feel like from that shot especially, they feel like White's maybe the bowler that they can take a few more liberties with. 63 for 2, the target required brought down to 203 now.
So 203
in 55.
In 55 overs. I say, put it into one-day terms, and that sounds as if you should be able to pace that relatively comfortably, but you have to bear in mind that there are no fielding restrictions, and
it is a red ball.
It's a red ball, and this is a pitch that has done just enough throughout the whole game to keep the bowlers interested. I wonder whether Carrigan might be brought on fairly soon in place of White. I don't think Adam Rossington will want to give Gloucestershire anything on the board to accelerate their run rate easily, and in fact Sanderson is coming back as we suspected, and a fresh guard taken by Hammond, and Carrigan too doing some limbering up.
Yeah, he can't afford to wait around really, can he, even for a couple of overs.
So Sanderson for a new spell into Hammond, and what that might do, what it might create, is a little bit of control for the bowling side on the scoring rate at both ends.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what he's after, isn't it?
Even if they're not taking wickets.
Yeah, you don't want to lose control of the scoreboard, because there aren't enough runs on the board where you as a captain feel comfortable in just saying, okay, we can risk you getting 40 or 50 here.
Sanderson to Hammond. That was almost on leg stump, but there's a man who is Gouldstone at mid-wicket.
He's played very carefully through that leg stump. Here's a replay of White. You can see how far wider the crease White is. His front foot, I think, is actually cutting the return crease, which, of course, is not a no ball, but that's how wide the crease has been bowling.
Sanderson, very measured approach, and firm push into the offside by Hammond, fielded by Rob Keir in a cap. Indeed, most of the Northants players, with the exception of White, are fielding in their maroon caps. More maroon than claret, actually. Maroon feels a better description of the colour.
You tend to describe Somerset's as maroon, though, don't you?
Hammond White far and away dominating the scoreboard.
Perhaps incorrectly, I don't know.
With his 36 out of 63. Whilst he's been out there, he's lost Charlesworth and Bracey. Charlesworth clean bowled by a ball that he left alone by Proctor for 7, and Bracey caught behind off Taylor for 4. Last wicket fell at 40. Sanderson Again, just a little bit, a bit back of a length there, not quite as full as he was bowling in his first spell. And I think there's no question Kerrigan certainly, either if he's not been told, he's certainly giving the captain all the indications that he is going to be ready for a bowl.
Yeah.
Just doing some stretches out at mid-off. Hammond again waits and can get a sharp single there. It was good running from Dent. Answered the call straight away. And that means that Hammond will keep the strike. And in fact, Kerrigan is going to come on. So I'm glad we called that right. 64 for 2, as you can see, 202 more required. A total of 85 overs available, so 54 more. So the rate edging up towards 4, but Dent looking increasingly positive with his batting, but he's now got a different challenge.
Slow-mo here of the boundary, which Dent just, I say, he didn't actually back away from it that early, but everything happened quite quickly, where he just, I mean, I know it doesn't look that, I mean, actually, to be honest, actually it does look quite quick even in super slow-mo, but just giving himself that width at the last moment to carve it backward of square, and he had to get it quite far backward of square as well. So Kerrigan into the attack from the Bristol Pavilion end. Looks like he's going to have just the slip and possibly a short leg, who's just coming in now. Goldston under the helmet. Proctor is back at, looks like a kind of a, at the moment it's a deep mid-on, but he may go all the way back to the rope, and he's going to go more than 3/4 of the way back at least. So he's back there. You've got a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg, and a deep point. So really an in-out field as Kerrigan bowls to Hammond, who is in behind that one on the back foot, playing defensively.
I wonder how worn those footmarks are that Kerrigan might be trying to make use of.
Kerrigan in, Hammond goes back and plays leg side this time, but they've got that long on back there, and without any real force, Hammond has picked up a comfortable single to move up to 38, 65 for 2.
Tom Taylor was quite slow to go towards the ball there. He might go a bit. He ought to be a bit straighter, I'd have thought.
Or perhaps a different person in there. Dent going back into his crease to a fairly full delivery, but got well in behind it. And Kerrigan, I guess there are two ways of looking at this. If you're Gloucestershire, Kerrigan into Dent, who turns leg side on the bounce and stopped by Goldston. And he saved a single there, because if that gets past Goldston, there's nobody else to stop it. They brought mid-on up for Dent. Kerrigan in, and a full ball. Dent on the front foot this time, blocking the ball out just wide of the pitch. Picked up by Kerrigan. They almost could look at this and say, if we can milk Kerrigan, then the board can start moving decently, and we don't need it to be racing along here. It's Kerrigan in. Dent tries to nudge into the offside for a single, but has rolled it straight to the fielder at cover. So just the one run off the over there from Kerrigan. Equally, if they decided they were going to really attack him, which is going to be quite difficult with everybody out on the boundary, then if they did actually succeed, though, where does Rossington turn then? For the first time, Rossington isn't the one dictating who's going to bowl when, who he wants to have. Apart from White being taken out of the attack there, I'm sure he'd rather have had White continuing. That's the first time he's been forced into a bowling change. If he's forced into another, he doesn't really have rested bowlers that he can go to.
No, at the moment.
But equally, I think
Proctor is the one who is out of the attack. He's had quite a long stint, so you would like to think that the experience of these two would give him an element of control. Sanderson again into Hammond. He's forced to play that just out to Keogh.
I think equally though, it would be quite a risk to take on Kerrigan with that field, but possibly you try to strike the balance between, if you can, just pick up 3 or 4 singles and over if it's possible, and then already Rossington might feel like things are starting to get a little bit away from him.
Gloucestershire have nearly doubled their score in 55 minutes since lunch. I'm underway, cry of waiting. So they're 33 for 1 off 19 at lunch, so they've added 32 in the 55 minutes since. And we're kind of saying that maybe somewhere between 100 and 120 at tea would still give them a chance, provided they had wickets in hand. Sanderson in, and once again Hammond not taking any chances. It looks like it's going to be a late charge if Gloucestershire are to get somewhere close to this total.
Yeah, possibly. It's
almost,
it'd be interesting to see what happens in the period just before tea. If they're still 2 down, they may decide to start charging a little bit earlier then.
Sanderson going back over the wicket, change of angle, and he's very nearly. Well, he's cut Hammond in half again then. He's done that once before lunch from around the wicket, and he's done it again from over the wicket there. And Sanderson bringing that back quite a long way. How is that not bowled Hammond? I don't think Hammond knows. And he is continuing to ride his luck out there. Sanderson again. Hammond, bat and pad close together this time.
In his spells, Sanderson, for the most part, he almost actually seems to have got better and better as the spell's gone on. I know he took a really early wicket in the first innings, but it's felt like the past couple of spells, maybe it's only taken 1 or 2 overs, but it just seems to have risen in quality as it's gone on.
31 wickets he had for the season at the start of this match, and you'd struggle to see how he's only got 31 the way he's bowled, other than he's just not had fortune favour him on some of those very, very close calls.
Yeah, fortune, also maybe a couple of pitches which haven't been that conducive to see movement, swing. Not that he not still a bowler that you would imagine would be able to take wickets on those surfaces. It's just perhaps not quite at the rate at which in general in his career, but also on a surface like this he would expect to take them. Kerrigan into his second over, and Dent, the man facing. Kerrigan bowls. It's a wide delivery which Dent leaves alone, so having a bit of a look at that one from Kerrigan. Maybe later on in the innings he might think about cutting. He's going for a fairly conservative drive, which doesn't even make it to mid-off. Kerrigan ever energetic, giving the ball a shine even as he walks back to bowl. Kerrigan in, and another straight delivery which is kind of pushed through by Kerrigan, then defending, and so far yet to see one really rip. Kerrigan bowls wide and nudged just to the right of Keogh in the covers, and Dent picks up 1, 66 for 2, bang on 200 runs required now. Kerrigan to Hammond, who plays with a straight bat up to long on and picks up an easy one. 67 for 2. Are they afraid of Hammond charging down the pitch and trying to go over the top? Should they be afraid of that, really? Kerrigan to Dent, who tries to work that one down the ground, and mid-on set much deeper than mid-off, so even with that being quite well timed, Dent was fancying a single, I think, there, but was not able to get it past the bowler. So 2 off the over, 67 for 2, 200 runs required from a minimum of 51 overs. That's the equation to win for Gloucestershire, 8 wickets for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, Hammond's high proportion of the runs scored does to some degree reflect the amount of strike he's had. 113 balls he's faced.
Yeah, so he's effectively faced just shy of 19 of the 34 overs.
Conversation between Sanderson and Luke Proctor. Proctor's at mid-on for Hammond, who's on strike once more, and Sanderson trying to keep the lid on the scoring here. That will force Gloucestershire to take risks later on. Here's the one that Sanderson bowled the Jaffer in the last over. That's moving to round, almost like a banana, round behind the stumps after it's gone past. No wonder the slips can't believe it hasn't bowled him.
Probably not a pose you want to hold as a batsman. The one Hammond ended up in.
Past umpire Ramage, cut but not timed. I wonder if this, I wonder if this is a pitch where you never think you're in.
Yeah, well,
is it one of those ones? And you've heard that the batsmen say that before. You always think there's a ball out there that's got your name on it. Therefore, you've got to kind of profit while you can. And Hammond, he could have gone out and attacked, but he's tried to really battle his way through. And I say he's ridden his fortune where it's been available. Outside the off stump from Sanderson, just pushed across the left-hander.
I was looking at Van Buren's innings in the first innings, so it was 56 off 132 made in 3 hours and 11 minutes. So it's kind of adopting that strategy and trying to, I guess, match what Van Buren was able to do. He's probably not done it with as much security as Van Buren did in his innings, but still, the only thing that matters at this point is that he's still there from his point of view.
Oh, he's beaten again. Oh, Sanderson. Well, he must feel that he's due an edge off one of these, because it's right in the channel.
Cannot have missed the outside edge by much at all.
He's got to keep plugging away though, and Hammond, this one is a little bit straighter and he can play it defensively out on the offside. Rob Keogh hasn't had a bowl yet, the off spinner.
I suppose if Kerrigan were to bowl a few overs and not look too threatening, then perhaps that might be a situation where they might throw the ball to Keogh, with him being the off spinner and the two left-handers out there.
Sanderson in his second spell. Won't concede a run there. Hammond chopping it straight to Zabe, and you cannot say that Sanderson is not bowling to his field here. It's accurate stuff.
Most of the time he hasn't needed a field.
Well, very little that is loose, and he's bowled 10 overs for 13 runs. As we've made mention before, not at any great pace, but just utilising the conditions available. The overhead conditions, that fleeting burst of sunshine soon disappeared, and we're back to the cloudy, overcast conditions again. It's not though as gloomy as it has been on parts of the other 3 days.
No, there are small blue patches about. Kerrigan bowling, and Dent tries to whip off the back foot into the leg side, and didn't get much bat on that.
The ball didn't come on very fast, did it? That appeared to be really quite slow.
Kerrigan bowls a bit flatter, and Dent plays off the back foot. Once more knocking it down leg side. Goldston under the helmet, being kept fairly busy. Kerrigan in, and Dent with a... It was just about worked with the wrists, but it was towards that inside edge, and Northants very much thinking about that bat pad possibility. Kerrigan to Dent, who reaches forward and plays offside this time. Kerrigan keeping everything quite well, certainly in terms of his line, he's kept things very tight. Small variations in length. Oh, he tried to skid that one through, Chris Dent, but the feet were quick enough to make the adjustment. He's certainly rattling through the over as well. You have to get that stopwatch out again. Last ball of the over. Kerrigan, a bit more flight, but Dent.
There's no liberties being taken by Dent against Kerrigan, is there?
It's just pure defence, really, that over. He's not even thinking about working the ball around for singles, but it's a maiden, so 199 from 49 is the equation. Hammond 39 from 119 deliveries. Dent 15 off 37. And he'd started off with a little bit of a flurry with, I mean, everything's relative of course, a little bit of a flurry with those two boundaries off the cut shot, but even Dent now is being restricted in what he can do out there.
So Sanderson's bowled 3 overs in this spell so far. His first spell was 7, so might be looking at another 4 from him here. That's worked off the hip this time by Hammond. Down to Jack White, and they'll take 2. In the Test match, India are 100 for 4 at the Oval, having been put in by England. A couple of wickets there for Chris Wokes. Chris Wokes would be to Warwickshire supporters and indeed England supporters what Graham Van Buren is to Gloucestershire, I suspect. Probably the most likeable
local
of players.
Local boy, of course, so extra credit there as well, in addition to what he's done in his career.
Hammond on 41. That's where he'll stay. That's just gone straight to Goldston at short cover. I recall that during the Test series last summer, when of course everything was, it seems as though everything was played at Southampton near enough, all the player interviews were done on Zoom calls, which were new to so many of us at the time, and I think Wokes was one of the first people to volunteer to have a long chat on a Zoom call, because he said, well, yeah, that's just his persona.
Yeah, that's what he's like. Yeah, there's another one of those. It's just such a nice chap, and there almost always seems to be a smile on his face.
Rossington standing up now to Sanderson for the first time. That's the last one that did for Hammond. Didn't quite, at least it beat him. Didn't get him out, obviously. A change of approach to coming round the wicket with the keeper standing up. Worked into the onside, found the gap. There should be at least 2 there. There's a chase for Proctor. They'll come back for the second. Will Hammond risk the third on the throw? No, he won't. And it's quickly into the bowler's end. Proctor getting the return away. And conceding a 2. represents a loose delivery for Sanderson in his category of today.
He's played very carefully through that region, Hammond. He's particularly conscious of not trying to chip a catch to somebody there, but it's almost, if you didn't know, you'd say that was he dismissed like that last week because he's played so carefully.
Sanderson again in. Worked again to the Gouldstone. These two joined forces at 40 for 2. So 31 they've added. That was when Bracey was out. That was after the end of the 23rd over, so 14 overs it's taken to add those 31. Squeezed away, very much on the defensive again by Hammond to save, but Sanderson is being kept at bay here by Gloucestershire. He's bowled 11 wicketless overs in this second innings. Not that he hasn't deserved one, but he's not got one in the wickets column. There's our email, commentators@gloucestercc.co.uk. Thoughts, questions, observations, tactical drivers for how this game ought to be played out. All that welcome, and quite happy to have your involvement with us this afternoon on this fourth day. Do you think, how likely is the draw out of this, do you think? Is it still...
It still would seem to be there, wouldn't it? At the moment, here's Kerrigan to Dent, who works that one down the ground. Kerrigan slows it down, but mid-on is in position, so might not have been a single even if the ball had made it past the bowler. So mid-off and mid-on up. Kerrigan to Dent, who plays very softly off the back foot, and then actually controlled it with his foot there after it had been pretty much stopped anyway. Kerrigan flighted. A bit more inside edgy, that one, as it rolled out towards short leg.
Our friends the weather apps say 5 o'clock for a little bit of sunshine.
Right. Kerrigan a little bit flatter. Dent once more playing very softly. The ball just rolled only a couple of inches away from him that time,
but chiefly overcast.
That's when, from the point of view of the game, it needs to be sunny. Kerrigan bowls. Dent turns leg side. Gouldstone's missed the ball, much to the amusement of Vasconcelos at slip. But no run conceded. Kerrigan rattling through another potential maiden over here. Dent goes forward, nudges leg side, no run, but it's been around about that 5 o'clock mark that's been the tricky point as the maiden over is completed. 71 for 2, and it's also, of course, needless to say, further increases the possibility of the draw. Gloucestershire feeling that they can't just go hell for leather, you know, thinking about the possibility that they might lose an hour at the end of the day. They just haven't been able to think like that because the pitch and the bowling have prevented that from happening.
Yeah, and I shouldn't want to bombard you with numbers at home, but they're effectively going to have to double the run rate that they're currently scoring at, because at the moment they're down below 2, and the required rate is up around 4. Now that may not seem an awful lot, but on this pitch liberties are not to be taken. Sanderson again with the keeper standing up, and again that just, to say it spat would be wrong, but there was just a little bit of nip, wasn't there, off that delivery?
Yes, it looked to bounce a little bit more and catch Hammond towards the shoulder of the bat rather than where he was intending it to go, and then
comes back
movement off the pitch as well.
Yeah, it comes back to what Ryan Higgins said last night, that he felt there was almost a little bit more movement in the pitch late yesterday. Sanderson wheeling in once more, and that's gone straight again to Gouldstone, wicketkeeper by trade, but he's fielded pretty well in this match.
It's almost rare not to have a wicketkeeper in your side who's not keeping wicket nowadays.
Sanderson might think about a change of his. I was asking Proctor to go. No, he's dropping Gouldstone out, and he wants Emilio Gay in almost as a short mid-wicket, just for that clip, which just might go in the air. So down to just the 2 slips. Now it's Sanderson forcing, in a sense, having to go through the offside. And he squirts that up to the stocky figure of Kerrigan at mid-off. Kerrigan 4 overs for 3 at the moment, but I mean, he could have a very long spell right through the afternoon from one end.
Potentially could, yeah. It was a real tempter, that one from Sanderson. Go on. Clip me through mid-wicket if you want.
Hammond, or no ball. Called by umpire Ramage. Lost his overall target, 266. But there is an element also of survival out there. Short and pulled from, or attempted, he pulled from Hammond. Washington didn't take it cleanly. I would have thought there may have been a signal there from the bowler to the keeper. You wouldn't normally bowl one that short without just giving the nod of what was coming. That's what they call a tennis ball bounce. It was very short.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the uppercut there. Try and help it over the top of the slips.
Hammond on 43. Oh, just a bit wider outside the off stump. Little bit of movement, but it was probably a 5th stump ball, and therefore it was perfectly wide enough for Hammond to leave.
He'd almost have had to have turned that one out of the rough, but it did still behave a bit like a leg break in terms of coming back into Hammond. It's just constantly in your mind, isn't it? It's so difficult to get that kind of thing out of your mind when you're playing the next one.
Sanderson has pitched it further up, and that is drivable by Hammond. He's got that away past the infield. It's going to go all the way to the rope, and it will beat the fielder at wide mid-off for 4. Hammond to 47, almost like the handbrake was taken off, with a half volley from Sanderson. We've been at almost a one-off in this match, and Kerrigan just beaten by the ball, and Hammond goes to within a boundary of a half century. It's been a gritty old effort, this.
It shows you how good Sanderson has been, given the fact that he's not bowled really many short deliveries, if any at all, that it's taken until, 12 overs of his innings here, and in the first innings he got through 21 overs, and that's about the first genuine half volley easy drive ball that he's bowled, and yet he's been consistently bowling full. It's amazing control, and he's not doing it at an absolute medium pace either. It's fast medium. Kerrigan continuing from the Bristol Pavilion end, bowls from quite close to the stumps and then just off the outside half, dabbing it wide of the keeper.
Yeah, the impression you get here is there is quite a bit of respect between Dent and Kerrigan.
Here is Kerrigan. Ooh, that's not so respectful. That's a paddle sweep, and he's played that with a long leg in position, which admittedly there's nobody in at short fine, but it's just produced the single. 78 for 2, Dent up to 16, about the first time he's really looked to play any kind of attacking shot off Kerrigan. It's a pretty safe shot, but with that fielder there, you're quite unlikely to get more than a single. Hammond on strike, and Hammond going forward in defence out into the cover region. And Hammond, who really was the batsman who covered himself in the most glory against the spin on those turning surfaces, now has Kerrigan to deal with. Here he charges down the pitch, and he got to the... In fact, I think he may even have taken that on a low full toss, but pulled out of the shot wisely if the ball was not where he was hoping it would be. So Kerrigan kind of defeating him, but also good work from Hammond not to go through with a shot that wasn't there, and this time just forward and defending. So a rare moment of aggression, but a couple of moments of further aggression this over, and Hammond this time whips it extravagantly with a full length just wide of that fielder who's just off the boundary at very deep mid-on, but they're not able to turn it into two. Hammond to 48.79 for two. 187 more runs required from a minimum of 45 overs.
So the rate now up above 4 and over. These two have added 39 together, and that I'm sure is what they will be saying to each other. We've got a little bit of a platform here. Hammond's been in for 2.5 hours for his 48, and Dent himself for an hour for 16, so they ought to be feeling that they should be able to defend reasonably comfortably. The question is there enough loose stuff on offer for them to try and get this rate down a little bit? Sanderson has been taken off and Proctor is back, so this is perhaps the rotation we were talking about, with Kerrigan maybe tying up one end. Proctor short outside the off stump. It's slapped down the ground.
What a shot that was!
Off the first delivery from Proctor by Miles Hammond, and Hammond goes through to his half century. It's gone all the way for 4, and that was a very odd stroke, but Hammond gets to his 50. 137 balls and 6 fours, and a very unusual shot. Proctor back into him again. That's a bit pitched a bit further up. That was a loosener from Proctor, wasn't it?
Cameron behind us rightly points out US Open forehand.
Yeah,
one-handed, flat-batted shot straight down the ground. I mean, from Proctor's point of view, he didn't have control over that, but at the same time, an extraordinary piece of batting.
Hammond waits again for Proctor. Oh, that nearly got through again. Took the one hand off the bat. His stop ball remains the one that is coming into the left-hander.
Yeah, and that's where he's had his threat, really. He bowled maybe 1 over, was it, from over the wicket, which just didn't look to carry the same kind of consistent threat, but that late movement into the left-handers, that's been really tricky to deal with.
2 slips for Proctor, and Hammond forced to play very straight up in the V there to Sanderson at mid-on. So 5 overs in that Sanderson spell. 12 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 23. On another day, he could have had 3 or 4 wickets.
Yeah, could have been what happened in the first innings, really. 3 wickets by about that point.
Proctor with this whippy action, driven pleasantly by Hammond off almost a half volley. Good stop from Kerrigan.
I suppose that this is the hope, really, isn't it, from Gloucestershire's point of view? You tire particularly you tire those two out, and just one or two more slightly loose deliveries start to come in, and you can cash in.
This is the start of a second spell from approximately 9 overs either side of lunch.
I'm not suggesting that,
So
that it's been...
how many more can you get through, I wonder? 83 for 2. 41 of the 85 overs gone. So we're almost getting to halfway. But Gloucestershire still need another 183. So in broad terms, they're a third of the way to the total with half the overs gone.
I'm not suggesting it's been a long spell at all by the likes of Proctor and Sanderson. It hasn't been, but still, as the day goes on, especially given the fact that you're under a fair amount of pressure as well, I have to imagine that adds to the general level of heaviness in the legs. Here's a slow motion, well, pardon me, it's not a slow motion, it's a replay of that one-handed shot from Hammond. A really short, really wide delivery. Yeah, I'll hit that through straight mid-off, thanks. Kerrigan to Dent, who's forward and working that one to mid-on, and they've been eyeing that one up for a little bit of time, just with Proctor fielding quite deep at mid-on, able to take what feels like a fairly cheap single, really. Dent to 17, 182 more to win. Hammond is not going to face the delivery until the field has stopped moving. He's gone back to kind of deep mid-on now as Kerrigan bowls to Hammond, who's in behind that one and rolling it very slowly away out towards Keogh
So
extra cover.
In Hammond's last 7 matches, this is his... I'll come back to that in a moment.
Kerrigan to Hammond, sweep comes out, it's hit in the air and it's gone past the fielder at deep mid-wicket, past the attempted lunge of Emilio Gay out on the boundary. It was in the air for a fair bit of time. There were shouts of catch, but it just span away from Gay out on the boundary. It was exactly the kind of ball you'd want for the sweep shot, and Hammond picked his spot and moves up to 56, 88 for 2. And it's forward this time on the defensive. Hammond back to the bowler.
Yeah, so in his last 5 red ball games, that's his 4th 50 and his 7th score over 30.
Kerrigan in, Hammond goes back, works leg side, but mid-wicket, able to get across, only mid-wicket and short leg, saving the single on the leg side.
In
But
fact,
Hammond just
only the Hampshire game at Cheltenham has not contained a 50.
able to find the gap. Here is Kerrigan, bowls flighted, and this time he will find the gap just past the dive of Goldson at short leg. So a single to end the over. 6 runs from that one, easily the most expensive. In fact, Kerrigan's conceded more runs in that over than he had in his first 5. 177 more runs needed from 43 overs. Hammond 56. He's got 7 boundaries now, 57, pardon me, and Dent has 17.
Ah, now, hang on. Rob Keogh has just measured out his run at the Ashley Down Road end.
Perhaps that was the thinking. Kerrigan goes a few overs. If he doesn't take a wicket, we'll see what kind of turn there is with Keogh potentially.
With the off spinner and 2 left-handers in.
Yeah. And also potentially bowling it into some different
Foot
well,
marks.
actually, no, sorry, I suppose it's supposed to be fair. It's the same foot marks, just turning it the other way.
Yeah. Proctor, though, for the moment, to continue. Again, Hammond playing right round his pad. There would have been an almighty appeal for an LBW had he not got the bat on that. And there's the acknowledgement of the 50 for Miles Hammond. Now go and finish it was probably the message from the captain, or worse to that effect. And again, lets that one go from Proctor. That's the line which has been causing trouble with. That's the natural angle, and then you've got the one that just comes back a fraction. or in some cases jags back.
Yep.
To be more accurate.
Yeah, quite. And it does it late. That's the key thing.
Proctor spins himself a catch and then bustles in again. And Hammond again has played that off an inside edge and not dragged it onto the stumps. He's dragged it in to where leg gully would be, and he's got one more.
You can see Proctor getting redder and redder in the face almost as this sort of thing continues to happen. And a ball which is, it didn't seem to go, it doesn't come back until very late, that's the thing, and then takes the inside edge, but it looks like it's just going to be a straight on delivery for so long, and then last moment comes back.
Dent getting right across in front of off stump, not giving Proctor sight. Talk about Jack White batting at the tail for Northants, where you can virtually see all three stumps. Well, Chris Dent with Proctor bowling around the wicket, where you could think he'd get pretty good sight of everything. Well, Dent's probably taking off stump and then moving across, as he does there. And again, Proctor very accurate direction-wise. He's taken 1 for 17, as you can see. This is his 11th over. And really, the only bowler where Gloucestershire have had any joy in terms of releasing the grip that Northants have had in terms of accuracy has been latterly Jack White. Proctor to continue, and Dent wafts at that. That was a bit wide to do that too, really. Wanted to play the aggressive shot away through the covers, but he'd say that was a bit of a flail. And another near thing for the slip cordon to mull over. 90 for 2, the target 266. And we have about half an hour until the scheduled tea, which of course on the 4th day is fixed, but with Kerrigan bowling we might get very close to the 32 overs in the session anyway.
Yeah, and it is Kerrigan bowling, so no change yet. Kerrigan into Hammond, who's forward and rolling that one towards short leg.
I say Keogh was marking out his run at this Ashley Down Road end, so
Kerrigan bowls a bit shorter. Hammond, another pretty much one-handed shot down the ground towards long on, went right back into his crease, and the bat came down at a nice angle, but once more almost one-handed shot down towards long on. 91 for 2, Hammond 59. Kerrigan to Dent, flighted, and he's nudged that one round the corner in the end. Dent just a little roll of the wrists at the last moment, and if there's no leg slip in place, there's no real danger in doing that. So another single. 92 for 2, Dent to 18, and 174 more required. Kerrigan in, Hammond clips but picks out Tom Taylor, who's fielding at mid-wicket. Kerrigan continuing to be really accurate here, and ball drawing Hammond forward a little bit wider. He's not tended to bowl much that's been wider of about 5th stump. There's been pretty much no width to work with. Kerrigan flatter, and Hammond defending. Another full ball, but he's not got the turn in this innings that he actually got in the first innings. Whether he's just bowling it a little bit fuller, which is not allowing the ball to turn very much, I'm not sure, but there has been a lot of balls which have been really right up to the bat. And another over of his ticks by. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 13, so he is giving his captain some control, but the last couple of overs Gloucestershire have seemed to find things a little easier off him than in some of his earlier overs.
50 partnership now between these two. Dent, the smaller share of the runs, and he got 18. But batting at number 4 in this match, he's still there, and he'll let that go from Proctor at the start of a new over. Northants trying to keep the spirits of their bowlers up. Of course, they came into this match with an advantage in the table, a 4-point advantage over Gloucestershire as this second phase of the championship gets underway. Essex top of the table at the start, and obviously winning their first game means they will stay there. Proctor in again, a little bit of movement in the air there, quite early movement, but just a little bit of shape. And Dent again pushes it out into the offside, so no third man. There is a long leg though for Proctor. 2 slips, backward point, extra cover mid-off, and catching mid-wicket on the leg side along with the mid-on. There's also a man out at deep backward square. So they've still kept Emilio Gay in for that little clip from the left-hander into the leg side, forcing or trying to force Gloucestershire there, therefore to play in to the offside, which they've done again, and straight to Zabe at backward point. This is commendably accurate bowling, and I appreciate that the chase, and we've used the word advisedly because it is becoming a chase actually because of the way Gloucestershire are scoring, but Northants have really been very disciplined with their bowling. They've got a modest total to play with, and they're trying to make the most of it. Dent does clip that off his pads this time, but it's straight to the man at deep square leg, 3 parts of the way to the boundary, so it'll only be a single.
The one thing you do know with Proctor is that if he starts it on off stump, if the original line is on off stump, then you pretty much know that at best it's going to be off stump, or it's going to be more leg side-ish. So he's not going to cause you so much uncertainty because of the late in swing. If he starts it on off stump, it's the one that he starts a bit further wide that's the one you've really got to watch.
Hammond waits for him now. Oh, and that's edged past the first slip. Don't think you really say that was a chance. It's gone between first and second and all the way down to the third man boundary for 4.
I think it was well short of the slips as well, but that one, it looked like actually possibly was one of the first ones which Proctor's moved a little bit away from the left-hander, and I think it was, I mean, it was jabbed at with, you know, some... Well, I mean, it wasn't one of those ones which was played really with soft hands, I wouldn't have said, but I think it did fall quite a bit short of the slips and then right in between them as well. But a few more to add to the tally of bonus runs in the innings for Gloucestershire. But it has been a partnership which it's put Gloucestershire in a position where you'd think that if they were to lose quick wickets in the pursuit of quick runs, they've got it down to a number of overs that they would feel like they could block out if they needed to as well, given that there's 40 more after this one. Just over 20 minutes left until the tea interval. Kerrigan continues, and mid-wicket just being pushed a bit further back towards the boundary, right? But same field as before, and Dent nurdles that one wide of the slip. There's hopes from Northants of a run-out being effective. Vasconcelos is, well, wore his cap in a rather interesting way there after that tumble and almost forward roll in pursuit of the ball, but it was a well-judged single in the end. Dent 20, And Hammond comes down the pitch a step or two and works it down to long on. The outfield it's really hard again, I think. When you hear them running on it and you hear the ball bouncing over it, it's almost like it was at the start of the season when it was so hard. Kerrigan flighted delivery and Dent pressing forward in defence, just rolling it to where Silly Point might be standing.
Rob Keogh is limbering up.
Spin from both ends. Kerrigan bowls, Dent tries to dab. Well, he does dab, but doesn't manage to get it far enough away from the fielders to allow them to come through for another quick single. Keogh bowling the ball back to Kerrigan. And Dent forward on the drive without a huge amount of force, and there's just a few thoughts that the ball might have popped up off the attempted lunge forward there. Kerrigan to Dent, and there's a huge shout here, and Steve O'Shaughnessy did not entertain it for very long at all before walking away, and I think that's more a case of Kerrigan feeling the ball deserved a wicket rather than necessarily expecting O'Shaughnessy to raise the finger. I think he must have inside edged that. I think that's it looked to me like it came off the inside edge onto the pad, and that's why Steve O'Shaughnessy walked away so quickly as well.
But it dribbled literally just past the leg stump, and therefore was Chris Dent going to kick it away, or could he have kicked it away? Well, he didn't react, and the ball missed the timbers, as they say. So Rob Keogh to have his first bowl of the match with his off spin.
Quite a decently tall chap, not obviously we're not talking a Will Jefferson kind of height, but he's going to, you'd imagine, give you a different kind of a test, not just because of the way the way he's turning the ball, but also because he's a bit taller than Kerrigan.
He's not bowled an awful lot this season, actually. Only bowled 3 overs in the T20, and only bowled in 4 overs in the Royal London. Championship-wise, he has bowled a reasonable amount, but not with huge success, and that's on leg stump, and it's turned away by Hammond to Sanderson, who is at, well, he's at short fine leg, I suppose is what you call him now. He's on the 1. So off-spin turning it away from the left-hander, and that's tossed right up, and Hammond punches that up to Kerrigan at mid-off.
I'm a bit disappointed that having got one well down the leg side and then a low full toss, that he's got no runs off it. Neither of them.
Keogh walks in, and then that's quite well flighted, and an easy nudge around the corner for Hammond. The 100 up, 100 in pursuit of 266. Still quite a long way to go, but critically only 2 wickets down. And Chris Dent will now take guard against Keogh for the first time. Dent using his feet. Straight to Proctor at mid-on. I think Dent's not going to let Keogh settle, judging by that approach. That spun. That went quite a long way from quite a short delivery, shortish delivery from Keogh. But Rossington had to stretch quite a long way to take it. That's tossed up, and a good stop from Kerrigan, and a throw at the bowler's end, which is off target, but Dent is quickly through for a single. I wonder if Rossington's just thinking with Keogh. To say a buy a wicket might be a bit of a strong point, but just somebody new.
165 for victory.
And that's a repeat of that Hammond edge.
Actually, if Taylor had gone for it at second slip, it may actually have just carried it to him. It wouldn't have carried, it didn't carry to Vasconcelos at first slip, but if Taylor had moved for it, maybe may have just been able to scrape it off the top of the blades of grass. Kerrigan to continue, and Dent comes down the pitch and slams it down the ground, one bounce and over the rope. So Kerrigan, about the first time he's been really taken on, mid-off and mid-on both up, but it's only taken that one shot, and mid-on goes back to the rope, but got right to the pitch of the ball there, Chris Dent, and he's up to 25. Now on the paddle sweep, and he's got it away towards fine leg. Zabe is quite wide there, he is really a long leg, but able to limit it to just the single, 106 for 2. Hammond back on strike. Kerrigan in, reverse sweep comes out from Hammond. He's got it well in front of square, and I think the fielder's picked that up late. Out on the deep backward point boundary, Jack White looked like he just didn't see that to start with, and it's another boundary. Does love that shot, Miles Hammond. This one he got well in front of square, and it was just wide of off stump actually, but what you won't see from that replay is that I think Jack White just was very slow off the mark there to pick up where that ball was, and this time Hammond guides it, edges it, not quite sure which actually, wide of the slip all along the carpet, and one more run to the total. Hammond moving to 70 now, 111 for 2, and I was going to sort of contrast Kerrigan and Keogh's overs. There's an edge and gone! So Kerrigan breaks the partnership just as Gloucestershire put their foot to the accelerator, and Dent out for 26. Vasconcelos charging back into his position at first slip, but Dent just pushing forward to a ball which was just a bit further back from Kerrigan. I think, if anything, he has been maybe a little bit too full, but that one, nice flight, pulled the length back a bit, and Dent reaching forward for it, feathering it through to Rossington, and Gloucestershire have lost their third wicket. A vital breakthrough that for Northants, given the timing in the session, the fact that these two were starting to open up, and the game changes again. Dent 26 and back in the pavilion.
Yeah, 26 out of a stand of 71. But that's what Gloucester, from 40 for 2, that's what Gloucestershire needed. And I was just thinking how in the Surrey chase and also in the Leicestershire chase as well, particularly the latter one, Gloucestershire got to tee with 2 men reasonably well set, and that made all the difference when it came to accelerating the run rate afterwards. Now Tom Lace has got an awkward little 12 minutes until tee. He's got Hammond on 70 at the other end, but Northants will enjoy having a new man to bowl at up until the interval.
It almost felt actually during Keogh's over that he wasn't landing it anything like on a sixpence. All 6 balls were very different, but it almost felt for sort of during that over, it almost felt like that might almost carry more risk, because there's the risk of playing the shot straight to somebody. But in the end, Kerrigan it is who's produced the breakthrough, with just reward for consistent bowling. But I think also, as I said, just think he got the length spot on that one. So Kerrigan now with the right-hander to work to, and Lace, first ball, leaves a ball which, if you believed the cries of Northants, it was 1 millimetre away from the stumps. I think it was a little bit further away than that, but at the same time, Lace has been out shouldering arms to a spinner this season, and well, I think it was wide enough at the stumps to leave. So an over that's produced 10 runs, but also vitally for Northants. The wicket of Gloucestershire skipper caught Rossington, bowled Kerrigan for 26, made from 66 deliveries, but just as he was starting to look quite comfortable out there.
So Keogh to stay around the wicket with his off spin to the left-handed Hammond. Down to one slip for Hammond now. And that's in a bit better place from Keogh, just trying to draw Hammond forward. So when you've played in all the red ball games, you've bowled fewer than 100 overs as a spinner, you really are kind of on the fringes a bit. Hammond once more, that was the outside half of the bat too, albeit low, and Kerrigan been taking that wicket now, 1 for 25 from his 9 overs. Cloud is returning. Hammond goes for the reverse sweep. Cry of catch it. Goes literally up about to the top of his pad and then drops in the crease.
I wondered if it had come off his glove almost.
Rossington couldn't reach it.
And then almost went onto the stumps as well.
Keogh again. Oh, that's straightened too. In fact, more than straightened, that's turned quite a long way. Maybe out of that first mark beyond the crease, the first follow through stride is the mark that he's trying to find Rob Keogh. Chopped away by Hammond. They'll take a couple, and Emilio Gay's return keeps them down to 2.
I think the cheers there were for the fact that Gloucestershire are off Nelson. Nelson bringing the wicket, and then a couple of nervy moments on it as well. So a few cheers from down below us for that.
Okay, off about all 3 paces, that's all. And Hammond defends back to the bowler. So Northants are going to probably get through, well, probably 3 more overs, you would think, which will leave them 32 in this session and 33 potentially for the final one.
The light's just got a little bit dimmer. The gaps in the cloud, which looked as if they might be opening up, are just closing again. So there is still every possibility that it's light that has a bit of a say in this as well. There's that to throw into the mix. Kerrigan to Lace, who's forward and playing defensively into the offside.
Could be a day when they ask for the lights to be switched on at tea, I'd have thought.
Yeah, could well be. Here's Kerrigan bowling to Lace, another leave, which they studied that one very carefully. Northants are going to make noise for any leave, it seems, which Tom Lace goes for, and that one's flashed off the attempted turn into the leg side from Lace, and Gouldston's done well to knock that down. It would have been Tom Lace's first run had he not done so. Full ball and played back to the bowler, and Lace really at this point you'd have to think he's pretty much playing for tea.
Just getting used to the light.
Hammond going for that reverse sweep, that didn't seem to be in his mind as Kerrigan bowls one which was pretty much right in the block hole, and then a rather untidy bit of work in the field, and fortunately for Northamptonshire that doesn't end up being a overthrow. Kerrigan to Lace, who's forward and driving away towards extra cover. He thought about 2, well Hammond did, but good work on the deep cover boundary from Emilio Gay, who's been standing at slip for the majority of things, but is one of the boundary riders with the spinners bowling. So Lace gets off the mark, and 50 overs gone in this innings, And 114 for 3, 152 more runs required from 35 overs.
Use a wicket in the test match. India 116 for 5, having been put in by England.
Indeed, and it's the wicket of Virat Kohli, who was dismissed by Robinson for 50 exactly.
Well, here,
Caught behind.
Lace is going to have to face Keogh for the first time over the wicket to the right-hander with a slip and a short leg. And this is going to just eat up a couple of overs too for Gloucestershire, if they are understandably playing cautiously up to the tea interval with 3 wickets now down.
It's going to pretty much push the rate, not quite to 5 required, but it's going to be pretty close to 5.
Hammond, though, has 72. What his approach be in these last few minutes? That's a ball on the leg stump, so he can work it away. But there's a fielder at short, fine leg, Ben Sanderson, so he won't get profit for it. He's done a lot of hard work here, Hammond, to get to this point. He would not want to then ruin that graft over the last 50 overs, and indeed his share of those 50 overs by getting out now. Clipped into the gap on the offside. Again, Emilio Gay is the fielder, and they'll stick with a single. 170 balls for Hammond. 3¼ hours for his 73. Lace waits for Keogh. That's quite wide outside the off stump and comfortably let go. Earlier today, Northants 129 all out. 37 for the last 3 wickets. Higgins 5 for 46 for his final figures, and Price 3 for 39. Leaving Gloucestershire 266 in 85 overs. At lunch they were 33 for 1. Charlesworth the man out at that point, and since then Bracey caught by Rossington off Taylor for 4, and Dent also caught behind this time off Kerrigan for 26. Probably 2 overs with 4 minutes to go until tea. Every chance to get 2 overs in.
Yeah, quite. Kerrigan is not going to take long to get through this one. Sure, I don't think they're going to be able to get through 3. So Kerrigan in, Hammond down the pitch, and well, no, didn't make it into a low full toss in the end, but got right to the pitch of the ball and whipped it down to long on. So a shot that he's played a few times in his innings, and Northants, I don't think, be too upset to have Lace on strike now, with Kerrigan turning the ball away from him. Flight to delivery, Lace reaching forward and pushes it past Tom Taylor at cover, so Lace turning the strike back over, and any singles that can be accrued here, every little helps, I suppose. So Hammond back on strike, still with that long on out, deep mid wicket, deep backward square and deep point. Hammond watchfully playing this one up towards mid off, but not quite to him because extra covers mopped up in the end. Here's Kerrigan. Sweep comes out, and Hammond's got that one over the top of Taylor at mid-wicket, and that's flown away to, in the end, more like the cow corner boundary for 4. So Hammond using a lot of, I guess, bottom hand in that one to get it way in front of square, and a wide delivery. She sort of dragged it.
Pulled that from a long way outside off stump.
Yeah, it was very full, which allowed him to play that shot. And the next ball he goes back to in defence. So Hammond up to 78. 1, 2, 2, 4, 3, and Last ball of this Kerrigan over. Oh, I wonder whether that one maybe did keep a bit low. Maybe just a bit, but wasn't heading towards the stumps. So Hammond keeping it out. 1-2-2 for 3. 144 more required from 33 overs. Hammond at least certainly not playing for tea at this point, and that's taken him to his highest score of the season. That last boundary up to 78.
Well, if Keogh should bowl a maiden up till tea here, Gloucestershire will be left with a rate of 4.5 after tea, and the current rate is 2.35. So it's quite a ratchet up from where they are, but they still are only 3 wickets down. Lace looks to see that one just come back a little bit from Keogh, not as far as his reaction might tell you it did, but he's certainly turned 1 or 2 from around the wicket. Can he turn one from over? I think Lace is going to be content here to play this out. 122 for 3, 144 more needed. 32 overs after the interval.
Who knows, might get through more than that.
Possibly.
Might get through less than that as well.
Keogh past umpire Ramage. Tossed up. Oh, he's squirted that through, and they're going to come for a sharp run. And Proctor backing up. Prevents them getting more than a single. That was squeezed away by Tom Lace. And Hammond back on strike with Keogh. It's switching again to around the wicket, and that's drawn him forward and beaten the outside edge.
That's the thing with Keogh, isn't it?
Even on 78, Hammond is still being beaten.
But you know, he don't exactly know where Keogh's going to bowl it, and he's got the capability of bowling that delivery.
Hammond again has to defend, and that will be tea. 123 for 3. 143 more needed in 32 overs. It's near as makes no odds, 4.5 and over from here. Hammond has 78, and he in this session has lost Bracey and Dent. Bracey for 4 and Dent for 26. It's still balanced, I think, as tightly as it was at lunch, and indeed when Gloucestershire set out on this chase, because the pitch is still offering something to all the bowlers.
Yeah, and because of that wicket of Dent towards the end of the session. If Dent was still in, things would be markedly different, I would suggest. But now there's all 4 results still, and also the question of what is the weather going to do later on, because if the cloud cover stays as it is now, I find it hard to see how we'll be playing the full amount of overs that are left.
Even with Keogh and
you suspect even with those two,
Keogh and Kerrigan potentially bowling. There on your screen are the details of the international here in a couple of weeks' time between England and New Zealand, the ladies' ODI. Tickets for that are still available, but the upsum of this 4th day so far: Northants 92 for 7 overnight, finished 129 all out. It gave Gloucestershire 266 as their victory target in 85 overs. They had about an hour and a quarter to bat up until lunch. They were 33 for 1 at that point, with Charlesworth out to Proctor for 7, not playing a shot, and clean bowled with his off stump knocked back. And then in the afternoon session, they've added 90 for the loss of Bracey and Dent. Hammond has 78 from 178 balls, and Lace has just joined him on 4. Will the acceleration come? Will Gloucestershire decide that actually they may have to call a halt to this chase because effectively the Northants bowling is just too tight and they can't take the chances, or will the light win? Who knows? We'll be back with you just before 4 o'clock for the final session, and go and put the kettle on and be back with us then. So suitably refreshed. Umpires Ian Ramage and Steve O'Shaughnessy about to take to the field for this final session. 32 overs from here. I find it hard to believe that we'd have more than 32. And Gloucestershire need another 143 to win, so the rate is, give or take, 4.5. And Miles Hammond, you would feel, has got to provide, certainly initially, most of the acceleration. He's got 78. Tom Lace has just come in with him on 4. And Northants, well, they could take a new ball 5 overs from the end of this innings, but will we get that far? The lights are just being turned on now, so remains to be seen whether we will get any of this late afternoon sun, which is just in part trying to cover the ground in a very, very watery sense. There's a lot of cloud cover about, so it could literally flit in and out very quickly. I suppose the question here is, will Northants continue with the 2 spinners, or might they give another burst to Sanderson? Looks as though Kerrigan, though, is to continue from the pavilion end. And Ed will update the scores in the other matches, notably the Test match, where England, having won the toss, have had a pretty good day.
They have indeed had a very good day. 122 for 6 at the tea break, India, and really all the especially key men out. Rishabh Pant still remains on 4, but 21 deliveries he's made for that 4. That doesn't tend to be the way that he likes to bat. 2 wickets each for Robinson and Wokes, and 1 each for Anderson and Overton. Another excellent team bowling performance from England there, having won the toss. So Kerrigan will continue. I'll try and run through the championship scores as best I can, although Kerrigan doesn't give you too much time. But here is Simon Kerrigan to bowl to Lace, and the first ball after tea pushed away towards the covers, and Tom Taylor just about manages to prevent the single, albeit had a fair way to go, and then he kind of knocked the ball down in the end. They're probably wishing they had come through for 1 there. Kerrigan to Lace, and that's whipped through mid-wicket. There should be at least 2 here, and the ball's just going to roll almost to a halt, actually, as it goes off the edge of the wide square. But 2 runs to Lace, 125 for 3. There is a result in, it's in Division 3. Middlesex have defeated Derbyshire by 112 runs. So Derbyshire 221 all out in the end in their second innings. It's a full delivery, driven hard by Lace, and he's got it past extra cover, and that's speeding towards the boundary right in front of the club office. And a bright start this from Tom Lace. He's into double figures, 10 to his name, just a little bit over pitched from Kerrigan, and Lace, a nice flowing extra cover drive, 129 for 3. So yeah, Derbyshire 221 all out, 5 wickets for Roland Jones, 5 for 36. Good to see him back. As Kerrigan bowls to Lace, who goes forward and rolls that one up to mid-off. There will be no run there. Warwickshire 201 for 5 at tea, lead Lancashire by 231, but that's only the 3rd innings of the match, so handshakes coming in an hour and a bit. As Lace drives hard through extra cover, there's work to do for Gay out on the boundary, and they are going to take on the arm. Hammond is quick. Kerrigan just let the ball go, hoping that it was going to be a direct hit from the outfield, but even if it had been, Hammond would have been home. So good work to push that second run hard. 2 more runs to the total. Gloucestershire 131 for 3, 135 more required. And Lace goes back this time and defends out into the covers. So 8 off the first over, and a very tidy start there from Lace. Means 135 more needed from 31 overs. So Lancashire and Warwickshire look to be heading towards a draw. Hampshire have only lost I believe the one wicket in the afternoon session against Yorkshire. Mason Crane is still there. The wicket to fall was not Crane. Gubbins caught and bowled Fisher for 6. That must have been relatively early in that afternoon session. Mason Crane, 28 not out of 192 balls with 2 4s.
Channeling his inner Hashim Amla.
He is. More than, yeah. And so it looks as though Hampshire may get their draw out of that match. 6 wickets in hand. They still need 273 more runs, so it's not going to be a result for them. And Worcestershire, 129 for 2 at tea, needing 186 more runs from the final session. They are going to have to go some to get that. But who knows, young attack might still be just about possible. Libby and Haynes, the 2 men in. Libby 57 not out from 144. And Haynes 44 not out from 80. There's plenty of potential for acceleration. The likes of D'Oliveira, Barnard, Cox, Leach still to come.
Sanderson starting a new spell from this Ashley Down Road end. And Northants, as you might imagine, going with the spinner who's been in a pretty good groove, you would argue, Simon Kerrigan. He's bowled 12 overs. He's taken 1 for 40, but his figures somewhat dented by that last over with the 2 boundaries. Sanderson to try and put a lock on things at this end. To the left-handed Hammond. Again, is forced to defend. So many imponderables at the moment. Lace looks as though he's come out with a positive mindset. Northants, 7 wickets feels like a lot for them to win the game from here, and then you've got the element of the light as well. So are they in a mindset of trying to almost keep Gloucestershire's run rate down so that the light becomes a factor later? We'll see about that. The lights are currently on. They were turned on just as the players came out after tea, and again Emilio Gay fields as that's punched into the offside by Hammond, who for the 3rd time, because he started at the outset of the innings, he had to start after lunch, he's got to start again after tea here. But when you've got 78 to your name, it ought to be a little more comfortable.
Yep. Indeed. Having said that, he hasn't been too comfortable throughout his 78.
And it's an older ball as well. Sanderson, though, remains in good rhythm. And that's just outside the off stump. Should say thank you for your communications on social media and email in particular throughout this match. The next live cricket, of course, here at Bristol today is with the Western Storm. Sanderson again to Hammond, who pushes at that outside the off stump, and we've seen that before, almost on a loop in this innings. Dotted about his stay at the crease. That was our email address, by the way, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. And here is Hammond again pushing at the 5th stump delivery from Sanderson, or 4.5 stumps probably. Feeling he had to play at it. Sanderson in again, and Hammond has to once more to settle for a little gentle push to Gay at short extra cover. 131 for 3, 135 more needed, and there are 30 overs left, 85 overs in all. So the rate remains at about 4.5, but over this innings, Gloucestershire's run rate currently is under 2.5, or a double change. You're going to have Proctor back as well, so Northants really going for it.
Yeah, well, 1 over from Kerrigan. They obviously did not like how easily Tom Lace played that over, and I suppose not quite putting all your eggs in one basket with having the two bowlers who've been the greatest consistent threat bowling at the same time, but Northants clearly feeling now is the time to do that, and Proctor starting off with a leg stump half volley, which is clipped away through mid-wicket, but there's a fielder out sweeping on the leg side boundary, and so Lace just picking up 1, moves to 13, and a fielder on that leg side boundary having to cover a fair bit of territory, and now everybody's scattering all over the place for Miles Hammond. Looks as though they'll have those two fielders sweeping on the leg side, a long leg and a deep square leg. The only question is, are they going attacking or defensive on the offside? Looks as though they're not going to have a sweeper out there at least. And Proctor in, and that's left by Hammond, so Proctor looking to settle back into this rhythm and this line and length that has caused the great amount of difficulty for Gloucestershire.
And I kind of get your thought about having the two bowlers bowling at the same time, but if there are 30, say there are 30 overs left, if they take 10 overs out of the equation, then Gloucestershire are going to have a real chase on. Potentially they might bring the spinners back at that stage, but the clock will have really ratcheted up. Yeah,
it will, but it still won't have reached impossible proportions. Even if they didn't score a run off the next 10 overs, the required rate would be under 7, which in a T20 would be quite manageable. And 8 point taken, it's not a T20, but equally it's not that easy to limit the runs even with the field back. Proctor bowls, Hammond drives hard, and it's parried at cover, and they've decided against running on what wasn't really a misfield from Keogh. He did quite well to knock it down with the ball bounding around on the square there.
And the other thing to say, of course, would be that Rossington will probably think that these two represent his best chance of maybe getting a couple of wickets.
Exactly, yeah. If he's pushing for the win, then now's the time to push for it, because you need the quick wickets after tea. Proctor bowls to Hammond, who, gosh, he's jabbed down on that and then gone for a bit of a sprint, but he certainly acted as though that one was about to bounce a second time on him. But either way, it must have, well, it jagged back at him, that's for sure, and did also possibly keep a little low too. Proctor in, and Hammond drives, mistimes it up towards mid-on. There could be a run out here, and the shot at the stumps misses. He had almost 3 stumps to aim at, but they were also quite close to the stumps as well, was Sanderson coming in and missed the stumps. I think Hammond may have made it in the end, but I'm
sure that Sanderson knew whether it was an underarm effort or an overarm effort, and it ended up being neither.
It was as sharp a single as you could take, really, but a single it is, and Hammond will have the strike for the next over. A couple of runs from that one, 133 more needed from potential 29, and I suppose the other thing to factor in is if the light does get so bad that they are forced just to bowl spin, then there's no point having overs of Sanderson and Proctor wasted. You might as well have tried them while you can.
Sanderson in his 3rd spell of the innings, still currently wicketless. But somebody who you'd want in your squad or in your side, isn't he? In terms of just that, on what we've seen here, that reliability of line and length and just control. Here's again to Hammond. And I think you made the point, Ed, that there was one half volley that, that he's bowled today. Not one half volley in this spell, but one half volley that he's bowled today. And there's Dave Bridle on the right-hand side. Former long-serving groundsman, of course, here at Bristol. Always watch the play, Dave. Here's Sanderson in, unless he's convinced that Messrs Hammond and Lace are not going to launch the ball in his direction.
Well, a no ball called, which takes Gloucestershire past the halfway mark in terms of runs required. When you need 4.5 and over, a no ball is, especially with Sanderson or Proctor bowling, a no ball constitutes a bit of a bounty.
Staying around the wicket, as he has done a lot to the left-handers. Well, that's squeezed away. That's gone past Zabe for once. He hasn't missed much in the field. Running down towards the rope in front of the club office. And they'll come back for 3 in the end. Return not quite reaching the stumps. Rossington had to come towards it to get it.
Had Zabe not had such a good arm, they might have considered running 4 there. Hammond was ready to run the 4th on the arm, but Zabe slung it in from that long boundary out there right into the gloves of Rossington.
If I would think the playing area at Bristol just about as big as they can make it for this match.
Yep.
No temporary seating in, of course, at this stage. Defended by Lace. Sanderson going back over the wicket to the right-hander.
There was that one slightly barer patch towards where the ground staff have their tractor, but that actually seems to have recovered pretty well since the last time we were here, which isn't that long ago.
Sanderson to Lace, a little dab away. Gouldstone with a good sliding stop. They'll still pick up 1. There always was 1 there. 139 for 3. Gloucestershire still going relatively quietly about their business at the moment.
Not that tractor, the other one.
The little yellow buggy, one with all the nets folded up on the back of it. Hammond waits with 2 slips still in place for Sanderson, but again he's not giving away anything cheap here. And this spell from Sanderson and Proctor, quite a significant phase for Northants. If they have thoughts of winning the match as opposed to trying to prevent Gloucestershire winning it by literally just tying up the runs, they're going for it with their 2 most dangerous bowlers from the first innings. You've had 15 minutes play after tea, lights are on, but the relative brightness probably about the same, or maybe marginally better than it's been on the other 3 days, but unclear whether we will get this late afternoon sunshine. It could be a real gamble.
So Proctor continuing and into his 14th over for the innings, and then bowls to Tom Lace, who, well, it's one that kind of hit towards the top part of the bat, and he's now going to go and prod the point at which that ball landed on, and certainly seemed as though he felt that ball just jumped a bit on him. Every time I kind of think the light's better than it was yesterday.
It fluctuates.
Yes, exactly. Proctor bowling to Lace, who's forward and playing slightly uppishly for a moment, but only a brief moment up to mid-off, and there's no run there either. But yesterday, actually, we did get towards, it was more towards 5:45, was it not, before we
I think it was
went off?
Yes, it was. The scores don't have the exact time. The impression I got was it was probably 25 past 5, that sort of time, maybe even a bit later than that.
That's edged by Lace, but there's no third man, and it's past the 2 slips. So a boundary to Lace, and the last couple of overs, Gloucestershire do theoretically still only need 4.5 and over. The last couple of overs have really helped out in that regard, and Lace reaching for a ball a little bit away from his body, but not much, and he knows that he can do it with a little bit more freedom with only 2 slips in place rather than the 3. And now Northants have to think about whether they want a third man in, and it looks as though they do. And instead of having the mid-wicket, it looks like third man is going to go back. Simon Kerrigan out on the boundary. So there's only mid-on now, saving the single on the leg side. Proctor bowls wide of the crease to Lace, bowls a leg stump half volley, which is clipped out to Jack White, still in that sun hat, on the deep mid-wicket boundary for a single. You have to admire the consistency of wearing that sun hat throughout. Really do. Hasn't taken it off once. Well, apart from when he's been bowling, of course. Lace now 19 off 28, which is as bright a start as anyone has managed on this surface. From a Gloucestershire point of view anyway, as Hammond is forward in defence, out to Keogh in the covers. It was really apart from Adam Rossington, who probably got off to a
Hammond
start.
scored
Kerrigan perhaps as well.
Hammond scored comfortably the 2nd highest in the match.
Yep. And from Gloucestershire's point of view, they need him to be the first to pass the 3-figure mark. Proctor bowls, Hammond drives, forces it just wide of backward point, but they've got him set quite deep there, and so it's a very comfortable single as Goldston slides across and did pretty well to keep it down to just the 1. Would have been timed well enough to go to the boundary if it made it past him. 145 for 3, 6 off that over, having had 6 off the previous over. 1, 2, 1 more runs needed from 27 overs, so that's just brought it down ever so slightly below the 4.5 runs and over mark. But equally, one more wicket for Northants, and it starts to look quite steep again.
And if you analyse this as in a Royal London chase sort of form, you'd think nothing of it. But it's not that colour ball. It's not the position with fielding restrictions.
The other thing you might say is it's not too far off the pitch which Gloucestershire played, for example, Essex on in the Royal London Cup here, where Gloucestershire came within 1 ball of defending 208, I think it was. That was steep enough, even with a white ball. It's felt like a pitch not too far off that, in that it constantly offered seamers and spinners something.
Hammond again quite a long way across his stumps as he prepares to face Sanderson. Bowling to his field, Sanderson here, not offering anything which is you really class as a freebie. Orthodox, extra cover, backward point, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. And all Hammond can do is go back once more and defend. Well over 50% of the runs. Miles Hammond. In fact, well over 60%. 83 out of 145. But say latterly his red ball form has been good in terms of scores. And he's really gritted his teeth here because he's had quite a few situations where he would have been understandably nervous at the number of occasions where the ball has beaten the bat, or he's very nearly dragged a ball on. And there's always that trademark of the batsman in a long innings. You have to just play the next ball, not the last ball.
Yeah.
That's punched away nicely from Hammond. He's timed that well. That may go all the way. There's a chase for Emilio Gay out to the cover boundary, and he won't haul it in. The ball's beaten him. And Hammond, 4 more up to 87. It's a nice shot.
Really nice shot off the, well, kind of off the back foot, but not really having to rise up too far, but just a really nice punch through the line of the ball. And the only question was it just going to slow up off that bit of outfield which is past the square?
It wasn't a half volley by any means. .149 for 3. Again, he's forced to jab the bat down on that at the end of a Sunderson over. And talk about playing the last ball, not the next ball, not the last ball. I wonder whether James Bracey was kind of underdone by the previous delivery to the one that got him out. There was a strangled appeal down the leg side from Northants that was confident, and then the next ball was outside the off stump. He fished at it, and the nick carried through to Rossington. So 149 for 3 off 59. Remember, the overall target is 266, so 117 more, and there are 26 overs left.
And Northants have been almost, you might say, forced into a bowling change with the Proctor-Sanderson combination not really able to keep the runs down. They've now gone back. It looks as though Tom Taylor is going to bowl this next one. And there's quite a bit of thinking going on between not just the fielding side, but also between Lace and Hammond, possibly as to how they're going to go about things. Just a little chat about what Tom Taylor's looked to do. And he started off with a nice delivery, which is about top of off stump, and Lace in behind it in defence. And the rate is still...
Northants are -2 on the over rates as well, by the way. So they are fractionally behind.
Which is a surprise, given the number of overs that the spinners have bowled. I mean, they've bowled enough overs that you would think that wouldn't be the case.
16 they bowled.
Forward goes Lace and plays up towards mid-on, and it's still the case that if the ball is good enough, the rate is not that high that you can't afford not to play a shot at it. I mean, you can just still keep out the good balls at this point. And yeah, I'm sure some people will be saying, well, you can't take the risk of the light later on, but I don't know that. As Tom Taylor bowls, Lace drives down the ground, and Taylor gets a hand on that to deflect it onto the stumps, but Hammond's bat never left the ground there. And another dot ball, but it's still at a point where I don't know that Gloucestershire can afford just completely to take risks and open things up completely. They still, I think, have to be a little bit conscious of the threat if one wicket were to go down. That's angling in towards leg stump. A bit of a half volley from Tom Taylor, and worked away out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for a single that brings up the 150 for Gloucestershire in the 60th over. And Lace also up to 20, and a 7th wicket is now down in the test match. It's that of Rishabh Pant. Court Ali bowled Wokes for 9, and Court alley. Toe ends this hoik to deep mid-off is the description of the dismissal on Cricinfo. So, yes, a Richard Pant dismissal by the sounds of things. And Shardul is 23 not out of 15 balls, so he's clearly only playing one way. And then Umesh Yadav in with just Bumrah and Siraj to come. So, well, if England don't have them out for less than 200, they will be sorely disappointed, I think. Taylor to Hammond, who works into the leg side, but will be slightly annoyed to have picked out Kerrigan at mid-wicket with plenty of space. Finer of him out on that leg side for him to pick up runs. Just the one off this over, so tight one from Tom Taylor. How itchy is Hammond to pick up runs off this last ball? Taylor bowls, and Hammond once more just works leg side. He had a little bit of a shuffle, just a fraction across his stumps just to try and open up the leg side, but he's not able to find a run. So it's just that one run off the over. 116 runs from 25 overs required by Gloucestershire. Northants searching for a wicket, and it looks as though, well, is Sanderson to continue? It looks like he probably is, but there's quite a bit of time now being taken between every over by Northants here.
I think if it was a bright sunny day and we had no issue over the light, I think you would probably say that Gloucestershire would be now marginal favourites, because Northants are having to balance runs with overs. The light may be their friend later, who knows? Lace squeezes the first ball from Sanderson down to third man, where there is one run. I'm not saying they're deliberately slowing up the play.
Well, they can't afford to do that too much if that over rate
is right.
Sign is right.
There'll be a penalty if that continues to be the case. So just for Hammond now, well, the one slip, there's a deep backward square. Fine leg and third man both out. They will get certainly one. They might come back for the second, but again, Gouldston, who's been a busy man in the field, gets his return in quickly.
If it gets to the stage where the umpires say you have to bowl spin, then if Gloucestershire are 3 wickets down, then that's pretty much a no-brainer for Rossington, isn't it? But then equally, so do Gloucestershire start losing some wickets so that Northants are still interested? I don't think they do, but I'm just throwing that out there. 2
slips for Lace, and works that round his pad. We a chase for White, whose Senhat comes off as he makes his way to the ball. They come back for 2. And Gloucestershire get that chase down below 100. Then they will think that it might be worth a dart for somebody then, because of Van Buren and Higgins still to come.
Yeah, could well be the case. And as so often in these chases, it accelerates towards the end of it in terms of time and overs.
We must bear in mind that there is no second new ball threat, or not until right at the end here, so Northants don't have that as an added card to play. Place though forward here. They could, yes, if it got to 100 off 20, for example, which is where we might be heading, maybe that was what the initial stance from Gloucestershire might have been. Well, let's play normally. Let's just not go out and attack with any more aggression or gusto or verve than we would, assuming we're just batting on a normal championship day, and then assess it later. Wait for his call from Lace here as he plays that straight to Kerrigan at mid-on.
But it feels as though now they're very much out of first gear. Whether they're, I mean, it's second, third. What would you say? I suppose it depends how many gears you have, but you might have 6. In which case, it might be in third.
They've looked to just put their foot on the accelerator a little bit. To see if there's enough there for them in terms of relatively safe shots to get them to a position where they're close. And obviously, as we saw in the first innings, those lower down the order can hang about if necessary. Just a single off the last ball of the over, 155 for 3. The last wicket fell at 111, so 44 these have put on, these two. 44 in 13 overs.
And it's surprising how seemingly easily they've scored around about 4 and over since the tea break. It felt like before tea that they were going to have to do something quite special to accelerate the rate anything at all in terms of it even getting it over 3 and over, but it has been surprising how easily that's happened without many risks being taken. And I know Northants have set the field back to a certain extent, which has allowed Gloucestershire to tick things along a little bit easier than before, but still, despite that, I think it's quite surprising that now Northants are only going to go with 1 slip. Tom Taylor to Lace, full and pushed away out to cover by Lace, won't pick up a run, but 1 slip in place at this stage. It really is a pretty defensive field, this, from Northamptonshire, and it's not as though they've got huge numbers of people out on the boundary. They've got the third man, the fine leg in this deep forward square. Tom Taylor bowls, short ball pulled away by Lace in the air, but it's going to fall 1 bounce and out to Jack White on the deep square leg boundary. Lace kind of, I guess, feeling like he had a little bit of a shot to nothing there. He didn't play that one how he would have wanted to, but with the fielder being so far back out there, he's pretty much going to have to middle it down his throat if he's going to be out caught there. So it does make the shot a little bit less risky than it might be. 25 to Lace now. 110 more required. Taylor round the wicket, bowls to Hammond. That's down the leg side and flicked away. It speeds to the short boundary right in front of the flats for 4 runs, and Hammond moves into the 90s. 92 to his name, and Taylor misdirecting that one down the leg side, and Hammond able just to get that fine little flick on it just down leg side, but those are actually really the ones that go. So often you get away with ones that are a bit further down the leg side than that. Just makes that leg glance all the easier.
106 now required, and quite quickly that target looks to be coming into view.
Tom Taylor bowls, good length ball, and defended away out towards cover, and now you are almost getting to the point where you think, well, actually, maybe now Gloucestershire are getting towards the point where they can factor in the light situation at the end, and because of the wickets that they've got in hand, maybe they now can start to think, now we really go quite hard at this. That's whipped by Hammond hard towards mid-on. There's going to be a shot at the stumps here. That one was tight as well. Sanderson, the fielder, again at mid-on. I think Hammond may actually still have made that, but it's 50 partnership up between Hammond and Lace. Lace contributing 25. Trying to remember if there's been any extras off the top of my head. There may have been that one no ball.
Only 6 extras in the whole innings.
That one no ball from Sanderson might be the only one. I'm trying to work out whether it was an exactly even contribution of 25 and 25. That no ball of Sanderson, I think, was in this partnership. Taylor in to Lace, who drives but doesn't really go fully through with the shot, and it goes straight to mid-off. No run. 6 runs from that over. 105 more from a minimum of 23 overs now, and still the required run rate sitting at basically 4.5 and over. It's barely moved from that for the last 40 minutes, really.
Lights are on. Just having a sanitisation break for the fielders and drinks for the 2 batsmen. Lace, of course, heavily involved in one of the other wins here at Bristol earlier this season. We deserved 100 in that game, but didn't get one.
No, agonising moment it was, wasn't it? Short ball from Callum Parkinson, which he tried to pull away into the mount stand and hit it straight up in the air.
All of the latest Gloucestershire cricket merchandise at 20% off all clothing items.
23 overs to go. Sanderson's going to continue for the moment.
I wonder if the light doesn't significantly improve, how many overs are they going to get in? Do you think they may not get more than about 15 overs in which case the required rate is considerably higher than 4.5 and over?
Yeah,
it doesn't show too many signs of lifting or breaking up like the forecast said it might.
23 overs from here would take us well beyond 6 o'clock, and we've been stopping about half an hour short of that on other nights. Very short from Sanderson, and called as a no ball by umpire Ramage. That was way over Hammond's head. Hammond 93 from 208 balls, 12 fours, and he's had almost 4 hours out there. Just Vasconcelos now at slip. Sanderson is onto the hip of Hammond. So the single pinched. He's only hit 2 boundaries in his 25, but having seen through that little spell before tea, I think these two have found a little bit of energy each, and each have fed off each other in a way. 2 slips though for the Lace for Sanderson. Punched up to Simon Kerrigan at mid-on.
Crazy to think that Gloucestershire were so close to not avoiding the follow-on. You can think back that far. It feels like about 4 or 5 days ago, to me anyway, but well, it felt like a pipe dream at that point to get into a position like this.
I think we said at that stage that if they could avoid that, I think they were just short. Come back to that after Sanderson to Lace, who again defends. I think I said to you, Ed, that they got to lunch, I think they were about 12 short, 11 or 12 runs short.
Yeah.
And I remember saying to you, are Gloucestershire effectively 12 runs from the draw? They should not lose the game if they avoid the follow-on. Well, they've done a lot better than that, and they're in a position where they could still really throw the kitchen sink at trying to win it. Sanderson to Lace, and that's gone down 4, and I think Rossington will say that's a chance missed.
Well, I had no idea what that had come off. I've got to say, we'll be able to look at the replay to see how close he was to it, but
there's a glove on. There's a glove on that. It's only a fingertip, but
he almost moved too far actually with that one hand that he ended up going for it with. Almost kind of dived past it. So under 100 needed now.
98 to win. The board will tick up in a moment. 266 is the target. Sanderson, Soleil, again defends. He's got the boundary out of this over. And still 22 overs to go. That's the maximum.
Such fine lines as far as the light's concerned as well, because there's patches of blue and patches of quite dark cloud. The light's not great when it's dark cloud, but equally we could get a period of late sunshine. It's really hanging in the balance as far as that's concerned as well.
Race defends the last ball of Sanderson's over. Andrew Wise, who's in Stroud, said, just to mention, it's now becoming a gloriously sunny afternoon here. Wishing this weather your way. Best regards. I'm sure.
Well,
thank you, Andrew.
It was supposed to be sunnier than it's turned out to be. I mean, it was forecast to be getting brighter by this point, but as we've gone along, the forecast has got more and more for it to be cloudier as the evening's gone on, rather than, well, I say cloudier, I mean it's going to be cloudy throughout the evening according to the forecast that was updated not so long ago. Tom Taylor into Hammond is bowled. Tom Taylor strikes, and once again, just as things look to be going one way, Northants have picked up the wicket. It's Miles Hammond off stump, pegged back, and Hammond, having played wonderfully for his 94, he got through some really tricky periods. Somehow, even he may not know quite how, but he's fallen 6 runs shy of what would have been his first century since 2018. But really, in terms of value for runs, his 94 on this surface is worth a century and some.
I think as he walks off, he will feel disappointed, but he's matched Rossington's score from the first innings, and somebody had to do that.
Yep.
Or get close to it in this Gloucestershire chase to give them a chance of winning. 98 required. 85 overs is the maximum we can have. So 21 overs and 5 balls to go. And just at the point of that wicket falling, I was directed to an email from Sally Collins, who said, you just showed Dave Bridle in conversation with 2 men at the cricket today. One of them is Ian Crawford, ex-Gloucestershire player and a stalwart of Stapleton Cricket Club. He's been nominated for the Pride of Cricket Award in conjunction with a sponsor, is a major insurance company. Please tell your watchers on the stream about this, because Ian deserves it, and it would be good to get as many people as possible voting for him. Loving the coverage. Thank you. So, Sally, thanks for that. When I saw Ian Crawford's name, my first thought was, is that the former Gloucestershire player? And the answer is, yes, it is. So, hopefully, he and Stapleton can back his nomination for that Pride of Cricket Award in conjunction with that major insurance company.
Yep, the sponsor of the County Championship. So, Van Buren in, and Taylor bowls a full delivery to him. Van Buren on the front foot, playing up to mid-on. Gloucestershire won't be unhappy to see, well, I say Gloucestershire, the supporters won't be unhappy to see Van Buren walking to the crease in this situation. In fact,
I would suggest neither he nor Higgins will take a backward step in this.
No. Now we're in a very interesting situation, aren't we, where you've got 2 players who more than likely will go for this, as Van Buren drives down the ground on the bounce, but stopped by Tom Taylor. Nicely timed, but not past the bowler. And then, how does Zafar Gohar want to play this? But in some ways, though, the batting doesn't stop there either, in terms of you've got somebody in Tom Price who's faced more or less around about 10 overs in it feels like almost every innings that he's played for Gloucestershire this year. Tom Taylor bowls, Van Buren drives, doesn't time it too well, but as a consequence of that he's going to pick up a single, and Sanderson has missed the stumps again from mid-off this time. Van Buren gets off the mark with a scurried single, and now there's a man down for Northants.
Carrigan, I think. Well, it's Richard Keogh.
Say Keogh, yeah.
Yeah, Keogh, sorry.
Yeah. 169 for 4, 97 more needed, but this over's just brought 1 run. Tom Taylor, at least on the face of it, in terms of wickets, is lining himself up for the pick of the bowlers here. Tom Taylor bowls, well, it's very short, and it's going to be deemed 1 for the over for Tom Taylor and Northants. Well, I say 1 for the over, the first 1 for the over, so almost doesn't really matter now because there's only 1 ball remaining in the over after this, and he can have 2. So anyway, not given as a no ball.
That blue sky from the left is creeping our way.
It is. It's a bit brighter than it was a few minutes ago. Taylor bowls, and that nips down the leg side. Lace flicks it away. There's a chase on for fine leg, but he's not getting there. And it's 4 runs to Lace. So just when this over was looking like a really cheap one, Taylor will be frustrated as he stands there to have erred as he did down the leg side. And Lace with a really fine glance, but it's been so easy for him just to turn that straight to the fielder at, I guess he was probably more of a long leg actually in the end, and pick up 4 for it. It was a nice bit of touch. So he's up to 33 with his 4th boundary, 93 more required from a potential 21 overs. Just the sky away to our left is indeed considerably brighter than what I think is what we've just had straight ahead.
93 from 21 sounds a doddle, doesn't it? But that doesn't tell you that there's still a little bit of help in this pitch. And Northants have 1 newish batsman to bowl at. They've removed the glue of the innings in Miles Hammond. And now Van Buren will have an extra ball to face in this over because that was a no ball called by umpire Shaughnessy. Ramage rather, he's at Shaughnessy is at square leg. That 93 drops to 91 with the no ball. Defensive shot again from Lace.
I wonder how many more overs Sanderson can bowl in this spell. This is his 6th over, I think.
I think that's right. It was 7 and 5 in the first 2.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure it was 12 overs. The break.
Lace watches Van Buren just prod at that a bit as it goes through to Rossington. 175 for 4. The original target 266 in 85 overs. 33 for 1 at lunch. 123 for 3 at tea.
Ball's still moving off the pitch though. I mean, that last one nipped away from Van Buren. Not much that he could do about it. 2
steps in for the new batsman. He's whipped that right around almost off his thigh pad.
Just weren't seeing any deliveries like that though from Sanderson early on. I'm not suggesting for definite that he's tiring, but we're only talking maybe 1 and over, but earlier on there wasn't even 1 and over which was at all off line or length.
Maybe Ethan Rice down at long leg in front of the scoreboard. Threw that last ball in after the single. Taken by Van Buren. Lace tries to cut that and gets underneath it. Goes through to Rossington. If we do get all the overs in, it will be a post 6 o'clock finish. And if Gloucestershire do go on to win, this will be the second win this season, having had a deficit of over 100 on first innings. Pulled away by Lace, but controlled. Down to subfielder Rice. And I think for the first time in the match, the sun is threatening to come into our commentary point, which it certainly hasn't done at any other stage. What was it you said, Ed? 5 o'clock for the sun? It's 6 minutes out.
Well, they did then take it away, however.
Van Buren on 2 and clipped into the gap where, well, a very fine gully would be. White's return is into Rossington, and Sanderson gets a little bit of a frustrated figure as he walks away. He's taken 0 for 50 in 18 overs, and that doesn't tell you how he's bowled at all.
No, absolutely not. He, in his last couple of overs, hasn't quite had the same threat, but then there's still been the odd ball he's been able to produce, which has caused problems still. But he's now taken his cap, and I suspect, you know, we've seen that a couple of times, the extra frustration because of the fact that that is the end of the spell, and Sanderson, well, might be able to stretch himself for one more spell if it's needed, but the question is it going to be as effective as his earlier spells?
88 off 20.
Tom Taylor to Van Buren, who's forward in defence up towards cover, and for a brief moment we had actual silhouettes rather than those 4-pointed shadows which are cast by the floodlights.
88 off 20. You have to say the batting side is a warm favourite in that situation.
Yep, at this point, Taylor bowls to Van Buren. It comes back into him, but he's able to kind of ride the in movement and work it for a single to where a square leg would be. Jack White patrolling that mid-wicket area, but well wide of him. So Van Buren, he's not exactly come out all guns blazing here, 4 off 10 balls, but equally hasn't really had to. Tom Lace has kept the board moving himself, 34 off 49. Again, sound especially express pace, but it's been exactly the kind of innings that was needed, and he has played really, really well since tea. Tom Taylor in, and Lace clips away, beats White at mid-wicket. They'll think about 2 here, but they're not going to get it. Pardon me, it's White out on the boundary rope now. They just moved him out there. It was Emilio Gay was inside the circle, as it were, at mid-wicket there, but just the 180 for 4. Just a few deliveries which Gloucestershire have started to work to leg off quite a straight line, which I think it kind of indicates the confidence, the increased confidence they've got in what the ball's doing out there. They are prepared and confident to play those sorts of shots. Taylor, ball short, and Van Buren sways out the way of that one down to a knee. So still no indication that Van Buren's going to, well, approach this in exactly the same way that he did that Surrey chase, where it felt as if he just decided that everything had to go.
The challenge for Adam Russington here, of course, is that the number of runs he's got to play with is reducing. So how do his spinners factor into this
Taylor in.
bowling unit now?
Van Buren guides away to backward point. Yes, exactly, because that would be, in a way, that would be the next logical move. They could decide to bring Proctor back for another spell. Hasn't been a huge break for him, but then it wasn't a long spell from him before. But exactly, it's got to the point where you could almost, you don't have to take many risks against the spinners. You can almost just try to milk the gaps, and then if you bring everybody in, you've got the danger of it getting away from you relatively quickly. Tom Taylor in and bowls. Forward goes Van Buren, defending to mid-on. So Tom Taylor through 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 28. He's actually, I think he may even be now the cheapest in terms of economy, apart from Proctor, in fact, in terms of those who've bowled a significant number of overs. But Taylor's looked pretty tough to get away, actually, and ever since about the first 6-7 overs that he bowled, he has bowled really tightly. In a period yesterday where I think he conceded about 8 runs in 6 overs or something like that.
There was one loose one which brought a couple of boundaries in the first innings, and Rossington soon decided to make a change. Well, Sanderson has gone for the moment, and Jack White, who's only bowled 6 overs in this innings, is coming on for his first spell at the Ashley Down Road end. 86 required, 19 overs to get them. And White right arm over the wicket is he flat batted away to mid-on. There wasn't a lot of pace there.
Everything was quite gentle about that, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Really was a bit of a loosener.
A gentle delivery in it, a gentle shot, really. Not wanting to go through with anything too expansive.
So 35 off the last 8 overs, which is fine for Gloucestershire, and that's nudged away down to third man. There is a chase for the fielder down there, and the throw is whipped quickly back in, but they've come back for 2. And this big playing area at the Bristol County Ground may help Gloucestershire to run these 2s in this pursuit of 266 to win. And the win would jump them above Northants in this Division 2 table, that's for sure. Almost a leading edge there from Lace. Almost got a bit far round. Jack White fielded off his own bowling. It was never quite a return catch opportunity. We're going to potentially have an odd situation in this last hour or so of the match, of the sun being out and the lights being on, but that's happened fleetingly once, but the sun was soon out, back behind the cloud again. And defended as White tries to break this stand and take his first wicket of the match. He's been, as we've said before, tidy, but without looking as if there's a huge amount of threat. Remember, 85 overs is the maximum that we can have. White in again, and again Lace defends.
Still at the stage though where 2 quick wickets for Northants they start to get very interested in this again. And the longer it goes on in terms of the rate going up, 2 quick wickets seems as if it might be getting a little bit more doable for them in terms of if they can keep this pressure on.
Lace waits for White. Big appeal, but it was going down the leg side for me. And indeed for the umpire as well. So 84 off 18 is the equation now. 84 off 10 in a Royal London chase. I think you still kind of think the batting side has got a good chance with only 4 wickets down.
Maybe not on a pitch like this though.
But
yeah,
this is a little bit different. I still think that whilst they could obviously take all of the 18 overs, Gloucestershire will be thinking, can we get it done in maybe 14 or 13 or 14 or 15, that sort of area, so they've got a little bit of a buffer. But these two and Ryan Higgins would have to do the bulk of it.
Be Taylor to continue. Van Buren clips in the air, but one bounce to mid-on. It was not controlled, that shot from Van Buren, who's still yet to come out of his shell, really. 4 off 14 deliveries. And we're still kind of... We're unable to see, really, what's coming in terms of the weather. You're just kind of watching the same kind of mixture of some cloud and a few breaks in it coming over at the moment. The light's pretty decent here. Taylor to Van Buren, who drives forcefully through extra cover, and it beats extra cover quite comfortably, travelling at a rate of knots, and it goes to the boundary for 4. Van Buren up to 8. A ball which, well, let's see how much of a half volley it was. Not really a half volley. He's driven that pretty much on the up, not too dissimilar actually to some of the shots that Rossington played during his innings, but Van Buren with a swat through extra cover. 186 now for 4, 80 more runs required. Long boundary out there, so Northants taking a bit of time to move back into position, but they're also changing their field. A deep cover is now out on the rope. Taylor bowls to Van Buren, who drives up towards mid-off, and oh, misfield, it's gone right underneath the fielder at mid-off, Sanderson, and heading towards the boundary. It's not going to get there, but they're going to turn for the 3rd, and in fact they're going to turn for the 4th. So an all-run 4 for Van Buren to move his score on to 12, and Sanderson, well, we said... Well, I didn't want to say it looked like he was getting tired, but that looked like the effort of someone who had a fair few overs in those legs. So a boundary and then an all-run 4, 190 for 476 more required. Taylor to Van Buren, chops this one down to 3rd man and picks up a comfortable single. More sensible batting from Van Buren, having, well, he didn't, I suppose you could say he did take a bit of a risk driving that ball on the up, but the all-run 4 was no risk at all. But that one,
bonus that, because that ought to have been no more than a single.
Exactly. But then having got those runs, just picking up the single and turning the strike over. Taylor bowls to Lace, who leaves alone. Well, outside the off stump, no slips in place, so he actually probably could have just had a little chop down towards 3rd man, which I think might have been what he was thinking, but equally, you could still guide that through to the wicketkeeper, and as long as the light stays as it is now, or even gets just ever so slightly worse, he doesn't have to think too much about really hurrying here. Taylor bowls to Lace. It is very wide and it's flashed away through backward point, and that's 4 more. Lace up to 41. Plenty of width on offer there from Tom Taylor. I'm not sure whether he was almost trying to bowl that where Lace couldn't quite reach it almost, but he kind of hung the bat out there really. It wasn't a full-blooded cut shot, but guided in the air through backward point, and 3 fours in the over, 2 boundaries and 1 all run, and 13 off the over, and that's brought things down quite significantly. 71 more required from 17 overs. The rate to do it in 17 would be 4.17.
India all out in the test match, 191. Same total as Gloucestershire made in their first innings. So that after they were put in by England, a very good return indeed. Here, as Ed said, Gloucestershire needs 71 off 17 overs, assuming the light holds, and White in short, and that's cracked. That'll be 4 more of them. Lovely shot from Van Buren off the back foot. Forced away, up past mid-off. And often said in Gloucestershire's white ball side, the power is in the middle order. Still Ryan Higgins behind these two. And the crowd down below us starting to enjoy this chase. They can see Gloucestershire maybe pulling off quite a victory here. A little dab now from Van Buren.
It's almost kind of as the belief level has dropped a little bit in Northants, the deliveries just got that little bit looser as it's gone along, and now there really is not quite one loose ball and over, but it was a rank delivery to start this one from White.
Kerrigan's loosening up. That's a better ball from White. Blocked by Van Buren. You can see Kerrigan coming back at the far end, couldn't you? In place of Taylor.
You'd want him bowling probably to the longer straight boundary, wouldn't you? It's not really the stage where you're trying to tempt them to hit to the short boundary straight.
199 for 4. The target 266. Gloucestershire have paced this well, accounting for the fact that they did ride their luck in terms of the ball beating the bat, particularly in those first 15 overs, so particularly in the session, the hour and a quarter before lunch.
Yeah, which you know they were always going to have to do.
Another day they might have lost 3 or 4 wickets. As it was, they lost only 1. White looks a little weary as he bowls, and Van Buren tries to bounce it back over the bowler but doesn't do so. 85 overs, the maximum that we can have.
Well, yeah, we won't be getting any more than that now.
No, we'll be on 5 o'clock. Whipped away off middle stump by Van Buren, and the 200 is up. 200 up for Gloucestershire in a chase of 266. And this, of course, set up, but really, I suppose you would say it was more set up yesterday by the 7 wickets than necessarily by the 3 this morning.
Yeah, set up initially by avoiding the follow-on, and then by Gloucestershire rattling through Northants' top order and skittling them out in the end for 129, but that only with some useful late runs from Simon Kerrigan, whose 27 off 32 balls may yet still prove to be important, but perhaps perhaps not for the reason of it being the decisive runs in terms of a Northants victory. Sun still more or less out as Kerrigan stands at the end of his mark, and Northants now decide what to do with their field. I suspect it may be the kind of in-out type field that they had before. There might not be too much in terms of difference. Trying to have the good balls be dots and stop easy boundaries off the bad ones. They'll have long off out and long on up for Van Buren, a deep cover, a deep square leg.
And we do have hazy sunshine, as you can see by the shadows.
So here is Kerrigan. Bowls now to Van Buren, who's forward and driving. Kerrigan can't quite reach it in his follow-through despite his best efforts. So a comfortable single taken up to mid-off, 65 more required.
First 10 overs after tee brought 50 runs.
Yeah, and so much of that credit to especially Tom Lace, because he wasn't actually particularly set at that point. He just he was able to start his innings at exactly the right tempo. Here's Kerrigan in and bowls. Lace clips that one away towards deep mid-wicket. They're not going to be able to turn it back for the second run. Northants certainly acting as though that one was whipped right off the stumps, but at this point, Gloucestershire will be happy keeping the strike rotated, and this is not going to do that off this ball, however, as Kerrigan just runs it on with the arm and Van Buren pokes it out towards point. Kerrigan still bowling relatively full. In and bowls, be a little bit shorter and cut. Down is the call, and Tom Taylor did get down, but he's kind of knocked it down actually, such that the batsmen were able to come back for a second run. Admittedly, probably would have been two with the sweeper out at deep cover, even if he hadn't got that hand on it, but two more to the total. 204 for two. Kerrigan bowls. Van Buren waits until the last possible moment. They take a very quick single here, and well, that's a single he might put into the cheeky category, really, because Tom Taylor, having just perhaps been rehearsing the piece of fielding off the previous ball in his mind, may have been ever so slightly on his heels, or maybe a couple of steps further back than he was before. Next delivery, full one, and Lace drives, but straight to extra cover. 5 runs off the over, and 61 more are needed by Gloucestershire, and they have 15 overs to do it in, so that's pretty straightforward as far as the maths goes.
Yep, and these two have put on 37 so far for the 5th wicket. Everybody out on the balcony, unsurprisingly, watching how this might unfold, including some of the players who weren't selected for this match. David Payne had a practice bowl at lunchtime today. White to start a new over. That's pulled away off middle stump, but there is a man out now at deep square. Safe Zabe is out there. Whilst Northants created some near things, and we did highlight those particularly at lunch, something like 20 plays and misses or false shots in the pre-lunch session, they haven't spilled any chances. They've not created a great deal since then, until that moment when an optimistic call from Jack White is turned down by umpire Ramage.
It did look to be missing leg by quite some way, but there was as much frustration as anything else, I think, in that appeal. trying to buy the next one in a way perhaps as well.
We certainly do have some sunshine now. Maybe this match may conclude in the best conditions we've had to play in throughout the week. White again sees Lace defend. .42 off 61, Tom Lace.
There was a time when I wasn't sure that that type of innings was going to be possible. At the point that Gloucestershire were going along at 2 and over, even below.
He's again defending. It's a better over from White. But Rossington absolutely now on the defensive.
Yeah, it does only take one ball out of this last 2 to release things here for White as well, so he's got to try and keep things as tight as possible, but it becomes more and more difficult just to think about keeping things tight, really, when there are still 6 wickets in hand.
60 to get. White in again, it's on the thigh pad this time, but the bowler follows through and fields himself, so 14 overs after this. In theory there would be a new ball due at 80, but hard to see Northants thinking that's going to be of any value at that point.
There's not really going to be much time for it to, you know, for them to be able to shine it up, for example.
There would need to be 8 wickets down, you would have thought, or something of that ilk, for them to feel it was worth taking. But Gloucestershire in the driving seat now after this spell since tea, but that's a better end to the over from Jack White and a tidier one overall. 60 required, 14 overs to go, still just over 4 and over, but the rate has not climbed at any point.
No.
Since it was about give or take 4.5 at tea, and I think there was one big over which cost 11, and Gloucestershire have just ticked the scoreboard along since then. They haven't let the rate climb, and as a result, they have got themselves, having been, in Ian Harvey's words, outplayed for the first 2 days, into a winning position on the last afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, an amazing turnaround. And Kerrigan to start his 14th over. Van Buren, man on strike on 23. Here's Kerrigan, he bowls forward. Van Buren just watchfully, respectfully playing back to the bowler, and well, he still find it hard to go beyond that 10th wicket partnership between Matt Taylor and Jared Warner, as that's a little leg side-ish and just turns softly behind square on the leg side. Nothing that White can do to prevent a quick single. Van Buren to 24, 59 more runs needed to win. And the way that they went about that 10th wicket partnership, the application, the determination. Kerrigan bowls, Lace backs away and drives through the covers, picks the gap and comes through for a comfortable single out to the fielder in the deep. Still just a matter of strike rotation here, and the patch of blue sky has got really quite big. And as I look over to my left behind the flats, I don't see any more cloud coming over at the moment. Kerrigan bowls, slog sweep comes out from Van Buren, and he's slammed that away over mid-wicket for 6. He played a couple of those in his innings against Surrey in that century, and Kerrigan bowling a delivery which was, I guess you'd say, in T20 terms, slot kind of length, and with nobody out on the mid-wicket rope, that is a pretty risk-free shot as long as you get it over the infield, and Van Buren did more than that and sent it just over the rope at wide mid-wicket for 6. 214 for 4. Kerrigan bowls forward. Van Buren plays defensively. He's got what he needs off this over, really.
Chris Dent will be feeling perhaps it wasn't a bad toss to win after all.
Kerrigan bowls full, allowing Van Buren to drive, and he gets it up to long off. Picks up one more run, 51 more runs required. And now I think Van Buren probably signalling with that blow there that he may well be the aggressor for the rest of this laces roll. You'd imagine probably more just turning the strike over to him. And just the second 6 of the match, the first hit by Gloucestershire, that one in that over. 51 more needed, and there are 13 overs remaining.
White then to Tom Lace. Cry of no. But all the problems here, Ed, are now with Northants, aren't they? Because they don't have many runs left to play with. The run rate is not that steep for Gloucestershire. 51 required.
And they're a bit limited in terms of their bowling options as well.
Yeah, they've kind of bowled out Proctor and Sanderson almost. White in, whipped away through mid-wicket. They'll take one. That may be all there will be because Tom Taylor's onto it quickly.
Tom Lace fell over as well, turning for the second, so that didn't help either. I don't think they would have got 2 anyway.
But as with any chase, you want 2 men who have got themselves in. I know Van Buren's only been out there for half an hour, but he's faced 34 balls and got 32 runs to his name. It's been a busy 30 minutes or so. Lace plays that quietly up to the figure of Kerrigan in his glasses at mid-on.
It's got to be about 25 or so that Van Buren's hit off his last 15 balls or something like that. He had must have been about 4 off 16, 17, something like that at one stage. Real acceleration, and now if it's up, it's going, it looks like.
White. Back of a length. Once again, Lace doesn't see anything that he can hit without too much risk, so he just plays it quietly out into the offside.
And it becomes more and more difficult for Northants even to congratulate a good over, because the only thing that can possibly help them now is wickets or the light. And there doesn't seem to be too much sign of the latter offering them any help at the moment.
No, it is bright, and that's clipped in the air and over mid-on for 4 more. That's a calculated gamble, but it's a calculated gamble taken with power by Tom Lace, and he picks up another boundary, and a 50 partnership between these two, which has come at just the right time for Gloucestershire. And 220 for 4, and to get the target down below 50 at this point, with not much pressure from the overs. As Gloucestershire, if not quite in the fast lane towards victory, they're certainly pulling away from their opponents, you feel.
Northants must be out there thinking about the light in terms of, come on, it happened to us when you know, the one time we needed it actually to be poor. It's now not happening. I suppose it's almost a little bit like how Gloucestershire felt, well, some supporters I'm sure may have felt at Cheltenham, in terms of when you actually needed the English summer to deliver during that Hampshire match, it was pretty much bone dry for the entire match, and they made up almost all the overs that were lost. So the weather gods have been very kind to Gloucestershire here, because for us to be playing at 5:30, pretty much the only thing that allows us to do that is for the sun to be out, and it pretty much is.
46 off 12.
Kerrigan to continue. He's going to come over the wicket now to Van Buren. Kerrigan bowls down the leg side, and oh, they're going to come through for a single off the glove of Rossington. That's really alert running from Lace. Van Buren not running to the danger end, and it has been signalled as a run, so
It's quite a long way outside leg stump, that delivery too, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, it was there for that help past short fine leg. Only a single. Kerrigan tight to the stumps, angling in towards the leg stump of Lace, who just turns it straight to mid-wicket and won't pick up a run for that. 45 more needed. Kerrigan bowls. Oh, Lace has swept at that one and missed. He was almost bowled round his legs there. This leg stump line just causing one or two problems here for Gloucestershire. Kerrigan in and bowls, and Lace tries to force through the leg side. No run there either, as it's fielded by Rob Keogh. Still no need for the big shot to come. Kerrigan bowls. Lace whips that one through mid-wicket. It's wide of the fielder at mid-on, so they'll pick up two. There'll be a dive and well, more of a slide really from the fielder at mid-on. Got to the stage really where almost everything is going to be applauded by the Gloucestershire faithful. 223 for 4. Kerrigan bowls. Lace forces up towards mid-on, and he's set quite deep, so that's the single that Tom Lace needs to reach a terrific half-century. He's got there in 75 balls with 6 fours, and an innings which, well, he got a bit of a start just before tea, but he was pretty much having to play for tea when he came out there. And since tea, he's looked like, it's quite say he's batted on a different surface to some others, but he's been able to play at a tempo which I thought he was going to have to maybe kind of move through from maybe first gear all the way up to 5th or 6th, but he's pretty much started in about 3rd or 4th, and that's just where he's remained.
42 off 11. If you'd offered Chris Dent this at tea time, I'm sure he'd have said, we'll take that. Jack White to continue, and that's a lovely shot. That may be 4 more. Beautifully timed by Lace out past the man at mid-off, and White was the one bowler who, in the early part of this Gloucestershire chase, was removed from the attack because the runs started to come a bit too quickly, and now in his 11th over he's taken 0 for 40, which isn't dreadful, but in a modest chase when the batting side have a lot of overs, he's not given his captain that much threat. 38 needed. And what chance of Van Buren half-century as well to go with the Lace one?
Well, he'd have to think if he stays there that he's likely to get it, unless Tom Lace goes for a flurry of boundaries. But I think, Lace is very likely just to continue to play good cricket shots.
Waits and cry of, you heard it. They wanted the sharp single there, and they got it. Nothing much that Northants could do, and in fact, from 40 for 2, arguably, Gloucestershire have very, very slowly taken a grip on the game and then not relinquished it. Again, that's pitched up, driven back down the ground, but nothing doing there for Van Buren. Didn't quite time it. Yeah, when Bracey was out, the game was still very much in the balance at 40 for 2. It could have been anything from there. Chris Dent fell just before tea. Caught behind by Rossington off Kerrigan. And Northants might still have felt they had an outside chance at that point, but they needed a good spell from somebody. But nothing has happened. That's down the leg side. It's a good take from Rossington. Prevented possibly 4 byes actually there. Whether the pace of the ball would have taken it all the way to the rope, but it was down the leg side once more from White. And Gloucestershire 37 short of victory. And 10 overs after this. And you'd have to say, no threat from the weather. White over the wicket, that's 4 more of them. Lovely punch from Van Buren, just picking the length as White pitched up a half volley, and Van Buren going through the line.
Over 10 overs remaining, Gloucestershire 233 for 4, requiring another 33 for victory.
Relatively risk-free, you would argue, by the way he hit that. That was so clean. And now Gloucestershire 33 off the last 10.
Second lofted on drive, which we've seen now, one from each player. And I thought that after the delivery which Van Buren drove, but drove without getting a run earlier on in the over, that probably the next time it was pitched right up there, he was going to look to go over the top. He was going to, well, he wasn't going to risk it being stopped by a fielder again. Kerrigan going to continue over the wickets. And was that Keogh? Yeah, I think Keogh doing some loosening up at mid-wicket. So that might be one of the last throws of the dice for Northants. Kerrigan bowls and laces forward and rolling that one up the pitch. Rossington's set up well outside leg stump as well, so he's fully expecting to have to take the ball down the leg side. Set up way outside leg stump, really. It's on the offside though, this one, and driven just wide of mid-off, allowing the single to be completed. 27 off the last 4 overs. So it hasn't been, they never got absolutely into, you know, hell for leather kind of batting, as Van Buren just uses his feet but plays quietly out towards mid-wicket and doesn't pick up a run. But it's just been not quite slow and steady wins the race, but almost. Van Buren whips this one high in the air, mid-on running back, won't get there. Is it going to plug or is it going to skip on? Well, it's going to be misfielded over the boundary for 4. And I'm afraid it's poor old Sanderson again, who has put in absolutely everything with the ball in this match, but that's twice the ball's gone to the boundary where it might not have done. Van Buren not really getting to the pitch of the ball and lofting the ball high up into the air. Didn't get it at all, really, and then Sanderson's pretty much slid over the rope with it. 28 more needed by Gloucestershire off 9.2. Kerrigan bowls and driven straight down the ground by Van Buren. That's a nice looking stroke, and it's been missed by mid-off, and nothing else will stop that other than the boundary rope and the covers. In fact, somebody left some equipment there in front of the boundary rope there. Not quite sure what that is. Like something's stopped it before it got to the rope. What is that there? Can't quite see what it is. Maybe it's just a bit of a kink in the rope. Anyway, it's gone down to just 24 more needed as Kerrigan bowls a filthy full toss which Van Buren slams away over mid-wicket, and that has gone for 6. Lost sight of the ball in the blue seats there, I'm sorry to say, but it has gone for 6. The ball rather asked to be hit for 6, and that is the half century for Van Buren. A ball which was almost waist height as Van Buren came down the pitch, so it wasn't a no ball, but it was exactly the kind of ball you want if you would like to plant it in the stands over mid-wicket for 6, which is
43 balls.
what Van Buren has done. And the acceleration, actually, it said they haven't necessarily got into 6th gear, but Van Buren has, because he was on, as I said earlier, really, he must have been on about 4 off 17, something like that, when he started his innings, very circumspect, and now it's down to 18 runs needed from 9 overs.
Right, Gloucestershire have paced this really well. Once they got through that very difficult opening phase where you had to feel a little bit for the Northants bowlers who didn't get much luck.
Yep.
Hammond and then Lace and Van Buren have paced this to a stage where it's just a question of finishing the job now. And Northants, who probably won't quite believe how they've been on top for 2 days and ended up losing the game on the 4th afternoon. Single taken up to wide long on, and several of their bowlers have bowled really well, but Gloucestershire really have dug in, and a deft little late cut by Van Buren off Rob Keogh gives him one more.
Gloucestershire's 250.
Also Dan White on the PA, 250 up, 16 to win. Here we are at 20 to 6 on the last afternoon, and Gloucestershire doing it the way that they have found a habit of doing it this season. Surrey, Leicestershire, and now this game chasing in the 4th innings and finding it, if I say easier, more manageable perhaps is the better way to put it. Keogh bowls again, that's clipped away by Lace to Emilio Gay, deep backward square. And Northants came up with Gloucestershire, remember, in 2019 into what would have been the First Division in 2020, so there are certain parallels here. I think, Ed, you may even have said on the second day that what Gloucestershire wouldn't have wanted was to have been forced to follow on and then find that Northants progressed to a victory on the 4th day, having got a big lead. But that last wicket stand may have been the tipping point.
Carried into Lace, clipped leg side, won't pick up a run, mid-wicket across the field. Yeah, I think it may have been the 3rd day when I said that if they did indeed go on to lose at that point, they had at least had a day where they had dominated proceedings. Oh, Lace has got one which has turned actually from outside leg stump, and I think he may have been struck, albeit not at great speed, in an area that he might rather not have been struck in. Kerrigan in, full, defended out towards mid-wicket. But yeah, I think, you know, you can talk about a kind of a yardstick of where you are as a side, and it would have been very disheartening to have been rolled over by Northants for sure. As an attempted sweep down the leg side from Lace is not connected with. Rossington able to get a glove on it, and with the exception of that one top edge where he kind of almost overran it in a way. Rossington's kept really well in this match. Well, Lace just going back to a delivery which was quite full and didn't get up a huge amount, so amongst this all of a sudden looks like we might have a maiden over almost. Only one ball left in it. Kerrigan in, and Lace works it just wide of mid-on, and so it won't be a maiden over, but just the 1 run from it. 14 more runs needed. Still 7 overs left. The light not looking as though it's going to deteriorate to sufficient levels for Northants even to think about bothering to waste time really at this stage. 14 off 7 overs.
And a bit of a thankless task, truthfully, for Rob Keogh, to be called in to bowl in this situation. He had 4 overs before tea, but to be called back when the game is basically up. Not an easy one. 14 to win. And Van Buren and Lace, in a sense, deserving red ink entries in the scorebook.
Yeah, they've bought themselves the right to face a few dots here, really.
Keogh to Lace, works that onto the leg side. The cry of yes might lead to a 2 because Tom Taylor's got some ground to make up. He's away on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it beat the man who was saving the single, who was Emilio Gay. And they've come back for 2, so, well, 2 big blows might do it from here, but I don't think that's how they'll go about it. 254 for 4, target 266 down the leg side. Keogh wants a LBW for that. He's not going to get it. Umpire Ramage unmoved. Miles Hammond's 94 giving Gloucestershire a sporting chance of chasing this. Keogh in, and once again Lace defends. Hammond, 4 hours and 3 minutes he batted today, 12 fours, and he was in the end bowled by Tom Taylor, having had a bit of good fortune early on in his innings. Sunderson in particular beat him several times, all ends up, without getting a nick or indeed bowling him as he might have done on a couple of occasions. Turned away by Van Buren into the leg side, but no run there, fielded by Saif Zaib. So 11 to win. There is a new ball due in 1 over's time, but I'd be very surprised if Northants took it. 11 off 6.
Another element to what looks like this victory for Gloucestershire is that, once again, it's quite difficult just to point at either one moment or one player. There's been so many important contributions from pretty much everybody in the side at varying points, albeit really they were outplayed with bat, ball and in the field the first couple of days of this match. Kerrigan bowling to Lace, who goes back and works it out to deep square leg. That's 1 more run knocked off the required total. 10 more needed.
Bracey and Charlesworth probably won't remember it too fondly for their batting efforts, but they are probably the exceptions.
You know, Bracey took a couple of decent catches, sharp catches. Charlesworth should have had a wicket. As that's missed this time by Rossington, and it's going to go down to, in fact, it's been called a wide by umpire O'Shaughnessy, so he's interpreted that as negative bowling by Kerrigan down the leg side, and so he's gone to the strict interpretation of the leg side wide. See, it's only just missed Van Buren's pad, but he's determined that this is negative bowling, and so it's 5 more runs to the total. Kerrigan in, and Van Buren's gone for a sweep shot, and he's not connected with it and been struck on the pad, but Northants not bothering to appeal. So 5 more runs required by Gloucestershire. Van Buren settles, Kerrigan bowls, and he's tried to turn that one leg side. It's got an outside edge on it, and will pick up a single to very short third man. In fact, no outside edge, just a leg by. But 4 more runs needed. Van Buren having a discussion with Steve O'Shaughnessy. Kerrigan in, Lace on the back foot, plays defensively. Still just making sure that he's not going to give it away right at the end. I'm sure there might be, well, I don't know, are there any thoughts of what happened against Leicestershire in Tom Lace's mind? I want to be there at the end this time for sure. Kerrigan to Lace, who's forward and pushing away to the fielder at cover. Still 4 more runs required. Who's going to deliver the final coup de grace here? Kerrigan bowls Lace quietly, works away to the fielder at mid-wicket. So 7 runs off the over, but most of those thanks to the set of 5 wides, as interpreted by Steve O'Shaughnessy. 262 for 4, and well, 5 overs remaining. The new ball is technically due as we have a look at this 6 by Van Buren, the full toss, which, I mean, he's got so much power these days, Van Buren, that he's not middled that, but that's cleared a big boundary over that leg side by some distance. And well, the new ball, I think, is at least being brought out just for formality's sake, if nothing else.
I'd be surprised if Northants decided to take it at this stage. Keogh, I think, is going to bowl from this Ashley Down Road end, and as we said earlier, this would be the 2nd win for Gloucestershire this season from a position where they were more than 100 runs behind on first innings, and it would be their 6th win out of the 11 games.
Yeah, which I don't know that any other side would be able to say. It was only Yorkshire and, well...
Keogh in, and there's an appeal for an LBW, which is again turned down. Well, there was a bat on that from Van Buren. Again, Keogh asks the umpire, but he trots in one more, with Gloucestershire needing 4 more. That's fielded by Keogh on the bounce. He runs into Tom Lace. Broad grins all round. 4 overs after this. 4 to win. Steered away. That will be one of them by Van Buren out to deep point. And once again, Van Buren, as we've said before this season, when selected, he's proved his value. 2 half centuries now in this game. And Lace with Gloucestershire needing 3. Faces Keogh down the leg side. That might be it. He's swept it away down towards the Thatcher's bar. It goes all the way to the rope. And Gloucestershire have secured a 6th win in the Championship this season, and a 1st win in this 2nd phase in their opening match here against Northants. Despite a big deficit on first innings, they have won by 6 wickets with more than 4 overs to spare, chasing 266 to win on the final day here at the Bristol County Ground.
Well, we kind of set it up really, didn't we, yesterday, saying that this could be another amazing final day here at Bristol, and so it has proven, with a perfectly paced chase once again, reaching the target just comfortably enough. Admittedly, they did have to have a little bit of a helping hand from the Bristol weather at the end of play today, with the sun coming out just when it needed to from Gloucestershire's point of view. But that's really the only thing that you can take out of the hands of the Gloucestershire effort, really, ever since they kind of reapplied themselves, having really been completely outplayed at the start of this match, and getting themselves up to that follow-on target, which has allowed them to have a storming bowling performance in Northants' 2nd innings. Ryan Higgins' masterful performance in that 2nd innings, 5 for 46. Tom Price, terrific with the new ball in both innings, actually. He's more than played his part in this victory. And Matt Taylor and Jared Warner, they did both chip in with a wicket each in Northants' 2nd innings, but their big contribution to this was that partnership to avoid the follow-on. And this chase, well, Miles Hammond, 94 off 211 balls in some of the trickier batting conditions that you're going to see, with the ball swinging, seaming, occasionally a little bit of uneven bounce as well, but some balls really zipping off the surface, and a Northants bowling attack which was giving them absolutely nothing for long periods of this chase. but they worked their way through the difficult periods, and really I think the key was that innings of Hammond setting things up for a potential late charge, and in the end, with the exception of Van Buren eventually, it was almost more of a canter than a charge.
Yeah, and it was the pacing of it was excellent. I mean, when Bracey was out, Gloucestershire were 40 for 2 off 23 overs, so they got the remaining 226 in 57 overs to win the match, and that was achieved at a pretty even rate. They got to tee with the rate at 4.5, and it never really got out of control after that. The ball was softer, the bowlers were a bit more weary, and how often in his time as head coach did you hear Richard Dawson say, you know, it doesn't matter if it goes to the last afternoon, it doesn't matter if it goes to the last hour, that's how long the game is. And that's how Gloucestershire have treated this. They've really battled back from a position there where they were a long way behind in the game. And yes, the bowling yesterday would have, I take it, taken some encouragement from the way that they avoided the follow-on. Warner and Taylor just given them the outside chance of saying, right, okay, it's a bit overcast again, we may lose some time in the game, but what will the new ball do? And the duration of the Northants' second innings, really at 38 overs and 1 ball, really was very short, and that showed how Gloucestershire made the new ball talk yesterday afternoon to take 7 wickets for 92. But again today, they've been left batting last, and if you've learned anything from the way that the cricket has gone here at Bristol this season, is that you don't want to be left trying to take 10 wickets on the final day, because it's very difficult.
It is, and even on a surface like this. There's the winning moment with Lace just helping it round the corner, a ball well down the leg side. Maybe not the most, I guess, aesthetically pleasing shot that has been played, but Gloucestershire don't care one jot. They certainly played enough of those in this match anyway.
Stand of 99 to win the match between Van Buren and Lace. Lace 67 not out, Van Buren 53 not out to add to his 56 in the first innings.
Yeah, well, Van Buren, when he plays, he's absolute money, whichever format it is. So really good to see him at the centre of a Gloucestershire victory. And I think 267 for 4 in 80 overs on that pitch is a pretty admirable batting effort, as much as perhaps 191 in the end, but as much as, well, they were 83 for 6 in that first innings when Higgins was out, as much as that felt like, well, conditions were very tricky, but you would like to hope that they would have not lost quite as many wickets as that, even though the conditions were tricky. From that, they've gone to a really, as I say, admirable batting performance, maybe one of their best of the season, given how difficult it was early on. And yes, I've said it before, I'll say it again, they did need a bit of luck as well, but to have got through the early period, made sure that that ball got softer, made Northants have to keep going back to Sanderson and Proctor, to the extent that Proctor actually didn't bowl towards the end there, and Sanderson clearly looking tired in the field and in his last couple of overs. It just wore them down in a style which Gloucestershire have become kind of accustomed to. And there are some parallels, of course, with the Leicestershire match, where at one stage looked as though Gloucestershire might not have avoid the follow-on in that match, but we were kind of posing the question whether this chase would be more like the Surrey match or more like the Leicestershire match. Well, I suppose in the end it's had its own character, which has made it very much worth remembering, and there'll be another victory which will, I'm sure, stick long in the memory for especially those who have come here to watch it today, having not had the chance to be able to come and watch the 2 victories aforementioned.
So Gloucestershire, the first team to record 6 wins in the Championship this season. They're still playing at Headingley, where Hampshire are 8 wickets down now against Yorkshire in their second innings, still 216 runs behind, but with James Vince and Kyle Abbott trying to bat out for the draw, and there are 8 overs remaining in that match. So Yorkshire could force a 6th win, but Gloucestershire have got there before them, and it will make it an even more interesting trip for you, Ed, to Chelmsford on Sunday, where 2 of the sides who've won in this round play each other as Gloucestershire take on Essex. Ground staff applying the usual sprinklers to the playing area. The players will enjoy a beer and a bit of a sing-song, and no doubt tonight. Thanks to Cameron and James for their efforts on the cameras today, and to Noel as well for the moving camera outside. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage from Bristol over the last 4 days. Gloucestershire winning this match by 6 wickets, chasing the 266 they needed to win. 94 from Miles Hammond, and unbeaten half-centuries from Tom Lace and from Graham Van Buren. From Ed Seaborn, goodbye.
Goodbye.
And from Ian Randall on a bright evening at Bristol with no light issues, helping Gloucestershire over the line here in this Championship fixture. From Bristol, goodbye.